So it may be Sunday, but there's no day off for the teams in the ECS Sweden 2023 event brought to you by FanCode. A further 5 matches coming up for you today, and the action starts right here, right now.
The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, FanCode, and Grizzly Bear Sports.
European cricket fans, it's Andrew Ryan here for the European Cricket Network, and we've got 5 classic games coming up here at the Marsta Cricket Club in Stockholm for ECS Sweden 2023. Like a good piece of IKEA furniture, this table is starting to take shape after 6 or so days. We know the teams who are up the top and battling for finals berths. We know those who are trying to scrap into the lower positions. We've got 2 of those. First up for us here today, it's Hammarby taking on Seaside. We'll hand over to Tyrone Peters for the toss.
Seaside to call.
Tails.
Tails is the call. Ahoy. It's a tails.
We will ball first.
So there you have it. Seaside Cricket Club have won the toss and they've elected to bowl first in this first game on day 7 here today. They chased down a big score yesterday and it was all due to their openers, Umar Chowdhury and Safi Ali Saeed. When that left and right hand combination gets in, they can score at a rapid rate and they find the boundary with absolute ease. Interesting combinations too, particularly with Ali Saeed's preference for whipping over mid-wicket and Chowdhury being able to play all around the game. They present a really varied look for the bowlers that's hard to deal with. Main problem for them, when you start getting into those middle order players or with the bowling lineup, they just don't feel like they have the depth of some of these top teams, but they've got the opportunity to reset their tournament today and get back to a positive win-loss record. On the other side, Hammarby, they've shown some good glimpses throughout this tournament and they certainly have looked better as they've gone on. Azhar Mohammed has felt like he's gotten into the tournament a little bit more with both his batting and his bowling. Khalid Mahmood, the same. He's been effective at times coming around the wicket, but their star player has been Arslan Ali. The diminutive left-hander has reached the boundary with ease and particularly loves hitting over square leg and mid-wicket. He's got a beautiful style and he's one to watch out for in the remainder of this tournament today. Should be a really cracking set of games. The weather's interesting. It's probably a little bit hotter and in fact a little bit more still today than we've had in the previous 6 days. The wind's really dissipated. There's not that little cold chill that we've had for the last couple of days. So it will probably be a harder game for the players who are having to play 3 or 4 today because of the heat just taking it out of them. Interesting to see how that affects some of the contests later on today. Anyway, time for game 1. We'll swing back to the commentary box and let's have a great day of European cricket.
Certainly is. Should be a fantastic set of 5 games here. It's Andrew Ryan for the European Cricket Network. We've got clash between Seaside and Hammarby this morning. First game up on Sunday morning here. It is a warm day here in Stockholm. There's a little bit of a breeze that's developing, but it's not sort of the impactful type that we've had in the last couple of days, both in terms of just cooling down some of that summer sun and also giving some assistance to the bowlers from time to time. Wind's also been very influential over in terms of carriage of the ball. Have a look at the match summaries from yesterday. There were plenty of good games yesterday. Seaside, they struggled at times, just the lack of power in their batting lineup once they get past Karunika and Shafat Ali Saeed. Jadves scored a few, but Stockholm, they had a really good day yesterday and have solidified their position in the top 4, and they should be able to, with probably one more win, secure their spot in that final series. Juno Cricket Club, on the other hand, they had a very poor day yesterday. Azim Amin, the opener, scored a 50 in this game, but Seaside, mainly thanks to Ali Saeed and Chowdhury, they were able to carved that out in 6.5 overs. Quite an extraordinary set of hitting from those 2 chaps. Ball, after a quiet first over, was just flying to all parts of the ground. Team that manages to put it to all parts of the ground, Hurdinger, had a good win against Genesee Stockholm. Genesee were in the game for a long time for Arn Chowdhury. When he was hitting through the middle overs, it looked like they might just get there, but as it was, finished 12 runs short of Hurdinger's total. Runs his eye, showing that he's got some ability with the bat too. It's not all just about the openers and Saeed Ahmed and Romani. Seaside, tough one for them next time. Hurdinger, they also chased this down during the 7th over as Zai again in the runs. Nasser Iqbal looked good too. Came in at a point where things were a little bit less certain, but that Seaside bowling attack probably just lacking a weapon or two at the moment, particularly against good quality top order batters. Well, that leaves us with the standings table looking like this. Stockholm, they're on top, 6-2. As many mentions, 7 wins tends to definitely secure you a spot in the final series. Zalmi looking very good. I mean, they've only played 5 games, but they're undefeated in the tournament. Hurdinger, from 2 slightly surprising losses, they fancy themselves into one of those final qualification spots, and Master, they're there or thereabouts. Big opening pair of Wakas and Sher Ali have been very good for them throughout the tournament. As long as those 2 guys fire, they look pretty good. Having a look at the fantasy dashboard for this game. So we've got Hammarby against Seaside. 2 teams that are sort of thereabouts need a string of wins together in their remaining games. There to start challenging for finals positions. Both capable of doing it. Khalid Mahmood, he's been good at times, as is Azam Muhammad for Hammarby, but Aslan Ali, he's been excellent with the bat. And Aftab Ahmed has provided them some spark down the lower order and also bowls particularly well. Seaside all starts with Mayor Chowdhury and Shafat Ali Saeed at the top. Gangavar, he's shown some ability in the field. Sachin Karunikar, he's a good bat. They've got some other players, but it's probably with the bowling in particular. Just lack a big wicket taker. So Hassan has put down some good overs for them. But Shafat Ali Saeed hasn't been at his best with the ball. Just waiting for the players to... Well, it looks like we might have a bit of a delay here for a period of time. Match has been delayed by 10 minutes, unfortunately, hence why we haven't got the players out on the field. Okay, just to let viewers know, we've probably got a 10-minute delay start of this match. We're trying to find out what the situation is, but we'll just take a break from live coverage. Be back in approximately 5 minutes, and then hopefully have some action underway here at ECS Sweden 2023 on the European Cricket Network. So please stay with us, and we'll be back relatively soon. European cricket fans, welcome back to the European Cricket Series here in Sweden for 2023. After a short delay, we're ready to get underway with this opening contest on day 7 between Seaside Cricket Club and Hammarby. Hammarby out to bat first. Seaside won the toss and have elected to bowl. Had some success chasing yesterday. Largely thanks to their opening combination, Junaid Chaudhry and Safar Ali Saeed. A little bit of a change with the opening bowling today. Be the left armour instead of Hussain, who took the new ball for them yesterday. Really probably has been their Achilles heel. Abdul Hak's been fairly good with the ball, but they've just lacked a wicket taker at the top. Blast through some of these opening combinations. As far as openers for Hammarby go, Ashad Ali, it's been good for them in the tournament. A little left-hander and pushing Aftab Ahmed up to the top. One of the better strikers in their team. Tended to come in more the middle to late overs to date, but I don't mind this move, getting him in there early. So, good to have the game almost underway. Short delay, and we're ready to start. Hammarby up against Seaside. Full ball down the leg side and put away very easily by Arslan Ali. Nice start. It's a bit of a gift, first ball. It's really the class batter on this Hammarby side. Left-hander. Particularly strong on that leg side. Abdul Haq would do well to try to keep it away from his pads. Usually pitches it up from what we've seen to date in this tournament. Gives the ball a chance to swing. Combative character, Abdul Haq. Better line. But swung across to the leg side and Arslan Ali gets going, as he's done in the rest of the tournament. Finding the boundary with ease. That one was a little bit swatted across the line, but nonetheless made good contact. Abdul Haq's not going to beat most of the batters here with pace. Bit of guile. Doesn't feel like there's a huge amount of swing in the air for the bowlers in these early stages. Good full ball. Ali adjusts. Ball just poked down to fielder coming in from third man. Have a look at the field for Seaside. Oh, Ali, sensible move. 2 fielders stationed on the leg side. Looks like they're going to keep fielders almost in identical position there, but for the right-hander, now they're starting to shift. Chaudhry bringing those 2 into regulation cover and backward point. Centre fielder back to long on, another one to deep square. Seen a lot of the captains going to backward square leg for the fielders on the boundary, particularly in the opening overs. Short ball puts Ahmed on the back foot. Well played. Just out to the leg side, no run. Good over so far from Abdul Haq. Full ball, jammed out to short cover. Safar Ali Saeed comes in, misfield slightly, but there's probably no realistic chance of a run out. And Aftab gets his account underway. 5 balls gone in the over. It's been a bad one for either side. Certainly nothing that's looked particularly dangerous from Abdul Haq with his left armers in the over to date. Drifts onto the pads of Ali again. Isn't put away. Expect the umpire will signal leg by, and that's the end of the over. And Hammarby, 10 for none after the first. Have a look at what the super computer is giving us this morning. They're suggesting a close win to Seaside. Certainly, I think 50-50 contest is pretty accurate. It feels like, particularly in these still conditions, we'll have a reasonable amount of runs scored. Supercomputer feels like it's tended to underestimate the run scoring a little bit here in Sweden. Very batter-friendly conditions. Very batter-heavy teams for the most part. Certainly think that's one of the takeaways from the first 6 days, that most of these teams are very strong on the run scoring front. Maybe a few lacking really penetrating opening bowlers. Seen some good spinners around the place. A few left arm orthodox from the Stockholm club in particular have been effective throughout the tournament. As Zoe Hussein is taking up the attack for Seaside Cricket Club. The ball's just drifted out to square leg, and they'll take the one. Brings Aftab back to strike. Well, big swing from Aftab, goes across the line. Zaba Hussein floating the ball up on a decent length, inviting him to swing hard. Swings across the line and completely misses it. He wasn't even in the same postcode as that ball. And it's gone through, taking the stumps. And, well, after a fairly sedate start, Hammarby now 1 wicket down, 12 runs on the board. Probably happy out of those two that it was Aftab who's making his way back to the pavilion. Ali's still there. Want him to bat through this innings as long as possible, obviously keeping his score rate up as well. But they've got some hitters to come. And in particular, the man striding to the crease, Mohammed. Keep an eye on his technique. Very bottom hand heavy, but he also really goes hard at the ball. Tries to obliterate it. Just as I say that, he plays a gentle defensive shot straight back down the crease. So Hammarby 12 for 1. Halfway through this second over, it's been a good one so far from Hussein. Drops short, drags it wide too. Not a good ball at all after the first 3 deliveries. Not really, almost deliberately not bowling with any pace. Someone's short down the leg side. Mohammed, too easy for a batsman of his quality. Pulled for a boundary, and Hammarby moved to 16 for 1. It's good when you're floating those balls up, if you can get them to drop on a length, but unfortunately, Zahir Hussein short down the leg side. Goes there again, and Mohammed, he goes back to precisely the same place. Poor delivery. Been a good over for him up until this point. Just see the ball just sitting up to be hit. Practicing the bowling action. Needs to be practicing and focusing on his line. Dragging it onto the hip, particularly bowling at what is very pedestrian medium pace. It's not going to impact Mohammed whatsoever. He's got to put the ball on the spot. Otherwise, Mohammed will have no issues. That one was a little bit better. Certainly the length. Pushes it away outside the leg stump. Fielder coming in, shy at the stumps. No chance of a run out. And that leaves Hammarby 22 for 1 after 2 overs. Look at the standings table. So both of these teams sort of sitting mid-table at the moment, and certainly Seaside 2 and 3. They get a win here and then get a little bit of a roll on through their second half of games. They could still threaten that top 4 position. Certainly didn't look like a top 4 team yesterday. Hammarby 1 and 3. They really need to get a roll on in their remaining games. Here's a man who they need a little bit more out of with the ball. It's the skipper, Shafat Ali Sayed, left armour. Skippering the side in this tournament. Good length ball. Really well bowled, actually. Looked out of rhythm yesterday. Seen him bowl far better than that in previous previous tournaments. He was a good player down in the Landskrona tournament last year for this Seaside team. Splits his time between Spain and Sweden. Not a bad pair of places to split your time in Europe. Nicely bowled. Little change of pace. Trying to keep Mohammed off balance. One of those batters who really puts everything into his strokes when he goes hard towards the boundary. Feels like he's deliberately trying to work himself into this innings a little bit more. Oh, but he hasn't had a huge amount of the strike for the last over and a half. Oh, it doesn't need too many balls to make an impact, though. That's a delightful shot over long on. Timed it beautifully. Economy of movement from him, and for a small man, he does get some distance on the ball when he goes hard. Great elevation. Looked like a boundary as soon as it left his bat. Turns the pressure back on to Ali Saeed. He's dropped the ball in a length. That's fine if he's getting some swing, but not much sideways movement for him to date. That was a decent ball. Shiva, he's fallen over as he's come to take the catch. Disappointing, especially for Ali Saeed. Managed to extract the false shot. Son Ali probably tried to play that to a ball, but it was a little bit fuller than he expected. It wasn't in the slot length for getting underneath. And Shivakumar Gangadhavar down here at the long on position. He made good ground to get into it, just went down quickly. I'm going to be 30 for 1. 2 balls left in this over. Ball down the leg side, and Mohammed almost got a third gift to take down to fine leg. Ball actually too wide for him to get near. A little bit better in this over though, Shafat. Sepp was below par with the ball yesterday. Not a bad length, not a bad ball actually, all up, but Mohammed in these power play overs, he's only got to get the ball over the infield. Exterior protection is all on the leg side. Manages to carry the 30-metre circle by probably 5 metres. That's all he needed. And this quick outfield, ball racing away for the boundary. Humvee up to 35 for 1. Not an outstanding power play, but it's enough. Well, that is a good shot, but he's actually dragged it slightly to leg. And Umair Chowdhury coming in from the long on boundary puts down what he should have taken, and Shafat Ali Saeed, the captain, he'll be fuming. Twice he's managed to extract slightly mistimed shots, and twice his fielding corps have put down what were fairly gettable catches in the overall scheme of things. But anyway, that takes us to the end of the power play. And Humblebee 36 for 1. Quick look at the Manhattan. It's actually been consistent run scoring throughout. 11 off the first 2 overs and then 14 coming off that third, although probably was the best of the overs by quite some distance. 2 catches put down. Neither of them regulation chances by any stretch, but still, if you're trying to beat these teams, better teams than ECS Sweden 2023, you've got to be able to take those. As Zavar Hussain comes on for his second, charges him. Ball takes an eternity to get there, so he props. It's just nudged around for a 1. Not sure charging it. Bowler like Hussain is really the way forward. I suspect that's what he wants the batters to do. This pitch, as long as there's not one shooting through, should sit up the moment he drops anything short of a length. And just like that, Ali gets deep in his crease, swings it behind square. An easy Maximo. There's just a little bit of air. That one actually did stay a bit low, but Aslan Ali good enough to stay down with it. Kept his knee flex, Swung over the leg side. It's a very good shot. One of the most impressive batters we've seen in ECS Sweden 2023. Consistent. Feels like he's scored runs almost every game. And does it with no shortage of style and panache. Obviously, particularly effective on that leg side. Short ball, he's tried to do the same thing, and unfortunately for Ali, that one has shot through a touch. And Hussain gets his revenge. Look at this, the left-hander's gone deep in the crease again, trying to swing it to a similar area. That one was on the stumps though, credit to Hussain. And Arslan Ali walking back to the pavilion. Hammarby 43 for 2. 3 balls to go in this 4th over. Lost their premier batter though, certainly Ali, who's been the main run scorer throughout the tournament. So Mohammed's still there. Probably just not the length to pull in the first place. Credit to Hussain, got it on a reasonable length. Ali decided that he was trying to go large again over that leg side. Keeping this right and left hand combination going as Faizan comes to the crease. It's almost a little replica of Arslan Ali, similar size. Strong in many of the same areas. It's a nice ball from Hussain. Just a touch quicker through the air, shot through off the pitch. It's well bowled. Faizan pushes it out for a single to get his account open. Hussain, a couple of balls left in this over. Figures of 2 for 18, so he hasn't done a bad job for his skipper. A few movements in the field as the right-hander comes on to strike. Well, it struck him in front. The finger goes up. This could be a game transforming over from Hussain. Mohammed goes back and across. Struck what looked fairly adjacent. Hussain just rolling the fingers over the ball. I think that despite all of the movement of Mohammed, I think that's a pretty good decision from the umpire. Hit very deep in his crease. Hammarby 44 for 3. Been a good over, getting plenty of congratulations from his teammates. Zavi Hussain needed someone to stand up and take some wickets in these early stages, and he's responded to his captain's call. Managed to pop out the 2 big guns in this Hammarby lineup. Hammarby's going okay. You wouldn't say they're threatening the 140, 150 mark by any stretch at the moment, and certainly not for the loss of both Ali and Mohammed. Faizan still out there, very capable, as is Khalid Mahmood, who's come to the crease now. He's had his moments with both bat and ball in the tournament. Actually a fairly good unit, fairly well balanced unit. Hammarby, they haven't clicked across all games, but a reasonable group of players. That one goes a long way down the leg side. Gives Khalid Mahmood a bit of a sighter as he first comes to the crease. Short ball and pumped. Absolutely pumped. Well, for all the good balls that he did bowl in that over, Hussain, unfortunately that one is just short and too easy at his pace and sat up. And a player of Khalid Mahmood's quality is not going to miss out on that gift. Hammarby 51 for 3 after 4 overs. And the Worm shows how this innings has progressed. It's been a relatively consistent run rate the whole way through. They haven't had one single over that's turned out to be an absolute bonanza. But they've managed to keep the runs coming with a couple of boundary balls, probably also reflective of the way that Seaside have bowled. Got bowlers who are giving them a couple of gifts every over. So he ended up with 3 for 25 off his pair of overs though. Well bowled for him. And Left-hander coming in. Oh, that's a tragic run-out dismissal. Faizan, ball had come off his, I think his back leg here and flicked up. There's no real appeal from the keeper in terms of hitting the bat, but he's had a shy at the stumps with the gloves on. That's a great bit of work from Harinder Karanga. Talked about him yesterday as actually being a really, really solid gloveman, and that's an exceptional bit of fielding. Tend to have the keepers take the glove off when they get in those opportunities for a run out. Not sure when the ball first went up that he expected that he'd have an opportunity to throw the stumps down, but as it is, just to hit the top of the bails, and Hammarby 4 wickets down now. Abdul Haq coming on for his second over. Not really sure what Faizan thought he was doing. Perhaps needed a bit of help from his partner, Khalid Mahmood, in terms of just calling no immediately, because that ball just blooped up off his back leg. Brings Abdullah to the crease. A little bit of spring in the step of Abdul Haq. He's bowled that wide, but a couple of clicks quicker than his previous deliveries. Harinder Karanga, he can be pretty pleased with his first piece of work today, injecting himself into the game with a direct hit. Good ball in the block hole from Abdul Haq. Continues to be fairly solid for them with the ball. As I said, feels like he's got a bit of jazz in the toes now that they've got 4th wicket down. Left-hander coming in from around the wicket, as he's tended to do all tournament to the right-handers. Big, thick inside edge from Mahmood. Doesn't miss the stumps by that much. Good time while we're part way through this over to welcome everyone who's on the YouTube chat. Sharia Noor, Big Dave's in there as well. Plenty of chat there early. Rob Thompson joining us. Good to have you with us, Rob. Yeah, as you probably noticed, no Maximo today. Let's see if that one's just pushed through, just wide of off stump. 2 balls left in the over. See if we can keep the coverage up 5, keep it interesting despite the non-presence of the Maximo. He's enjoying himself in Stockholm during the course of today. Just to give his voice some rest, chance to recuperate before we go into week 2 of this ECS Sweden game. It's a big drag down the leg side from Abdul Haq. Easy call of wide for the umpire. Fairly intense setup we have at the European Cricket Network now. 5 games every day across the week. Such a treat to be up here in Stockholm though, the capital of Sweden. Ball's wide of off stump. Oh, that's a treat for the eyes from Abdullah. That's a glorious stroke. Just opens up his body. Not a huge amount of external protection out at cover, and that's exactly where he goes. Great shot. Abdul Haq, he's tended to bowl around the wicket to the right-handers for most of the rest of the tournament. He's switched to bowling over the wicket now to Abdullah the last few balls, and Abdullah says, I'm quite happy for you. Keep that line. Final ball to the over. Hammarby, 59 for 4. Good ball, just squares him up a touch, played out to cover. Just a single, and that's the first half of the innings gone. And I'll be moving along reasonably well. Plenty upcoming on European Cricket Network in the next month or so. We're here at ECS Sweden and then the ECI, the internationals, next weekend. So we're here until the 18th of June, and then it's a little bit of an Eastern swing with European Cricket Series moving to Romania for the last 2 weeks of June, and the ECN T20 Internationals in Bulgaria on the weekend, a long weekend of 23rd of June through the 25th. Go down Netherlands Tri-Series for the women, ECS Hungary. It's just all happening in the coming month or so. Basically, any time you tune in to the European Cricket Network, we will have live action here from the European continent as Abdullah drags that to fielder at deep mid-wicket. Smart coming on for his first over. Probably needs to get his length up a touch more than that, but not a bad ball. No one's wide, and the leg side. Garunga, the keeper, can't glove it cleanly. And they'll scoot through for extra run as well. Actually, the umpire signalled leg byes, so must have clipped the batter as it went through. A little bit short of a length. Keeper has a shy. Not as accurate as his last attempt. It feels like we're in a little bit of a lull for the batting innings. Abdullah hit that boundary last over, but aside from that, Hammarby just failing to get a run of boundaries here. Mood, he's heard the message and he's decided I'm going large. Goes large over mid-wicket, and that's just what the doctor ordered for Hammarby. Ball floated outside off stump. Lima moves, fairly tall character. Manages to get the arms out there, drag it across. It's a good shot. Tries to repeat the dose, just overstrikes the ball and the leg side. It's going to be one, fielded by Sachin Karunikar, coming in from position probably forward of square leg on the boundary. Got the fielder at mid-wicket, or probably more cow corner-ish, and then Chaudhury's down here at long on. Oh, good ball. That hasn't missed the off stump by far at all. Garunga will be disappointed that he hasn't gloved it. Ball goes through for 4 byes. Nice piece of bowling here from Ismail. That ball's come back off the deck, shot through a touch. Batter's absolutely nowhere near it. They're up to 70 for 4. 1 ball remaining in this 6th over. Actually, that is the completion of the 6th over. Hammarby 74 for 4. We moved up to 14 off 5 balls. Having a look at the batting card. Aslan Ali looked good at the top until he was cleaned up by Zafar Hussain. Double wicket over for him, his second. Also knocked out Nizam Mohammed. Picked up 3 overall. And it looks like Mutaba Hakim coming in for his first to bowl the 7th. Full toss at the head. We saw he had a few problems with this back in the Landskrona tournament last year. Runs in, generates a reasonable bit of pace. It's probably just the lack of control. And it's free hit for the batter. Khalid Mahmood on strike to take advantage. Spears it in, down the leg side. Mahmood takes advantage of the first time they've had a bit more pace on the ball today. Well played. Wasn't a bad response on the power play ball. May have thought that Mahmood was going to give himself some space, stepping out to the leg side. Actually got a good range of shots, Khalid Mahmood. Get the sense he possibly a bit underutilised in this batting lineup from time to time. Got an important job to do here. Certainly that no ball and followed by the boundary has helped the scoring rate somewhat. Short ball, doesn't get up particularly high. But Mahmood, swing and a miss. Looking out there to the offside. Fielder here at long off. Also got some protection at cover on the boundary. Decent ball from Hakim, but it swung long and very hard from Mahmood. Beautiful shot. Look at this technique as he swings hard, but just keeps the wrists flexible, swings through the line. Superb shot. Pressure back on the young bowler. For 11, he's halfway through his over, and this might be the over that Hammarby needed to we said earlier, they haven't really had one that's given them a big boost, maybe 1 or 2 boundaries and over. But Mahmood, he's now up to 24 off 9. Seems to be enjoying this extra pace from Dub. A good ball right in the block hole. Kim's come back well. Feels like this match is just starting to get a little bit juicy. Balls to go on the over. Abdullah back on the strike. He's hit 1 boundary. Goes full. Well, he'll get a second. Certainly not the same assuredness that it came with his first over cover. It's an inside edge, and it's managed to beat Abdul Haq, who was down there at fine leg. Needed a despairing dive, but didn't have it in him. And Hakeem, he's now gone for 16. 1 ball to go in the over. Moved up to 25 off 10. Abdullah had his score pushed along there with the boundary. Have to swing hard in these final stages. Last ball of the 7th. Outside off stump. Appeal from Hakeem. I don't think there was any realistic chance of getting some support from the umpire. That's the end of the over. Umby Cricket Club at 90 for 4 after 7. So 18 balls still left in the innings. Well, the mood's there. Suspect they'll be eyeing off somewhere probably around 130. A couple more 16 run overs certainly won't hurt things. Reminder, if anyone in the chat has got any questions, feel free to fire them in. Hashtag Ask Andrew. Flying solo on comms today with Maximo, enjoying himself in Stockholm City. So feel free to keep me company on the YouTube comments as Karunika comes in to start up his attack for today. First ball's a dot ball. Was a nice confidence builder for the bowler. You feel like you get ahead in the over. It's almost like winning the first point when you're serving in tennis. Much better to feel like you've got your nose in front. It was called wide there. And the second one has been slapped over long off. Nice shot from Mahmood. Wasn't that bad a ball? Probably a little bit wide, allowed him to free the arms, giving him no pace to work with. And Mahmood looked like he was trying to swing it much straighter to the leg side, but as it is, gotten plenty of bat on that ball. Takes it for a Maximo. Grinica needs to respond. Short ball. Doesn't get up particularly high. Mahmood drags it to the leg side, and it will just be 1. So the score now up to 98 for 4. Umby will be breathing a sigh of relief after they were stuttering along at a period, particularly the double wicket maiden from Hussain. Strikes the outside edge. Well, Abdullah is leading a charmed life at the moment. Inside edge for 4 last over. Outside edge for 4 this over. But you profit when you swing hard in this T10 game. Good to see Maximo on the YouTube chat. Just lurking. Hopefully he gets to see some excellent sights in and around Stockholm City sometime this morning. He's refreshing himself after a good 6 days behind the microphone. As Rudiger drags that wide, umpire signal. So this over hasn't been a bad one out of his hands, but that's 6, and then the unfortunate 4 off the outside edge. Umby getting themselves on top in this game. Another flashing shot. Well, Abdullah, he should go and buy a lottery ticket at the moment. That's the 3rd boundary in a row in which he's been completely out of control. Enough bats, so that's only landed about 5 metres inside the boundary, but manages to evade the fielder at 3rd man. Umby 107 on the board now. So 2 balls left in this 8th over, so 14 left in the innings. Karunika being good with his off-stump line. Been unlucky a couple of occasions. Oh, not unlucky on that occasion. Well, Abdullah, he's overworked the inside and outside edge of his bat. On that occasion, flashes back onto the stumps, and he is dismissed. And Hummonby, 107 for 5. Still one ball left in this 8th over. Karunikart doing the same thing that he'd done through most of the over, just floating the ball outside off stump, taking the pace off it. Dula swings hard. Finally one of those edges. Doesn't help him on the scoreboard, but he did what he needed to. Having a look on the YouTube chat, Maximo just coming in with a fun fact. The last time that he was off on a Sunday, doesn't happen that often, there was a golden ball in the first match, setting it up for high stakes entertainment here in the first game between Seaside and Hummonby. Let's see if we can have a repeat of that. Been waiting for a golden ball for quite a period of time. Karunikart. Good little almost Yorker length delivery. Poke to the outside of the fielder at point. Hummonby, 108 for 5. 8 overs down. Khalid Mahmood, 32 off 12. They need to get him as much strike as possible in these remaining overs. Being joined at the crease by Ahmad Khan, the wicket keeper for Hummonby. The run rate stayed remarkably consistent. Just a little bit of a rise over the last few overs. Run rate up to 13.5. Being given a second over. Lost a bit of control at the start of his last one, but once he got the ball in the block hole, a couple of nice deliveries. Oh, flashing outside edge, unlucky for the young man. Karunga, the keeper, thought he was in with a catching opportunity for a moment, but that came quick off the pitch. Big outside edge from Ahmad, and it's the outside edges that are doing the damage for Seaside at the moment. It's been a little while since we've had a full-blooded shot to the boundary, but particularly in the third man area. There's a lot of activity, and for a bowler that's a little bit quicker like Hakeem, actually having that fielder at third man on the boundary, which they've now employed. It's a good move from the skipper. Manages to beat Khan outside the off stump. Good ball. Not a bad little spell from Hakeem, despite leaking a few runs. Short ball. Gets some jump off the pitch, but it's dragged across to deep wicket, and they'll take just the one. Brings Mahmood back onto the strike. Feels like he hasn't had it enough in these later stages. He still has 9 balls to work with. Love to be able to find the boundary on a couple of occasions. Short ball, swings hard. It's good work from the Seaside outfielders, making sure they keep it to a 1. So 2 balls left in this 9th. Hummonby up to 114 for 5. Full ball, full toss, and it's dispatched. Good shot from Khan, leaning back through his hands at the ball. Not a great one from Hakeem. He's gone for the off-speed delivery. Ahmed one step down the track, drags it across, and that's a much-needed Maximo. I'd say this total is getting out of hand for Seaside, but now up to 120 for 5. If they're around that 130, 135 region, I would just say just a touch better than has been the case, and that will help them immensely. It's a good bit of bowling from Hakeem. Saw Ahmad charging, put it wide of off stump, and the cover fielder has just flat out missed it. Trying to spend the ball before he had it. And Hummonby, the end of the 9th, 124 for 5. Upside for them too. That will bring Khalid Mahmood onto strike for the start of the 10th over. Quick look at the bowling card. Hakeem, he went for 32 off his 2 overs. Karunikart, 18 off his first. So it looks like Jithan Ismail will come on for his second. Said a few times during the coverage this morning, bowling's not the strong point for this Seaside team. Short ball, Mahmood doesn't get hold of it. That should have been taken. Well, he's a good athlete. He made great ground in the end. Should have been a really comfortable catch for a man of his ability. Just puts it down, unfortunately. Slid in well, and he was well balanced at the point of taking the catch. Big swing across the line. Khalid Mahmood charging through, desperate to get the strike back. So 4 balls left in this 10th over. Hammarby now up to 126. Couple of boundaries here. Take them up to that mid-130s range. It's going to be a difficult chase for Seaside. 4 ball outside off stump. Too far outside off stump. Umpire correctly calls wide. Nice innings from Mahmood, 34 off 14. Length ball, mistimed, not a bad bit of bowling from Jithan Ismail. He's doing a good job in this final over. Three balls to go. It's on the length. Ahmed tries to slog it over the leg side. Only succeeds in popping it up to the 30-metre circle. No fielder on the leg side in that space, so there's no chance of a catch. And they do rotate the strike. He brings Mahmood back. Mahmood would love to use these last 2 balls to find the boundary. Wide outside off stump. Beats the batter straight through to the keeper. Been a good decision to go to Ismail for this last over. He's bowled well. Well, up until that point, unfortunately for him, he's been launched very high. That's a great way to finish the innings. Hammarby end up 135, and Khalid Mahmood, be disappointed he missed out on that penultimate ball, but hasn't missed out on the last one, more of the slot length. And he's taken it very, very well, the opportunity to blast a Maximo to finish off this innings. And Hammarby, I think they'll be fairly satisfied, particularly after a little bit of a sluggish start. Big swing across the line from Aftab to get us going. He was promoted to open up the innings, but Arslan Ali, he's continued to deliver fireworks in this tournament. A little bit of sloppy catching, particularly in the outfield early on from Seaside. They could have had players back in the pavilion a little bit earlier. As it was, this was a very good over from Hussain. Managed to pluck out Arslan Ali, who went back, and then the big wicket of Muhammad, who never really got going today. Tried to play himself in a little bit more, but Khalid Mahmood, he was probably the key man this innings. This was an exceptional piece of work from Karanga, the keeper, managing to come up with a direct hit after the ball flew off the back foot of Faizan, and he needlessly went for a little wander down the wicket. Good start from Abdullah, thrashing one through the covers, and Khalid Mahmood, he swung hard on a couple of occasions. Timed the ball pretty well for most of today, showing his power, even though he's beaten flight on that ball. As eventually, Abdullah's luck ran out. He managed to find the boundary a couple of times in that innings, but eventually was dismissed, and quite ironically, an inside edge onto the stumps. Keane would have loved to come up with a catch on that occasion, but in the end, Mahmood finishes off the innings with a big bomb straight down the ground. And that closed the Hammarby innings and gives them what you would say is a pretty good total to defend. 135 for 5 off their 10. That innings helped greatly by Khalid Mahmood with 41 off 17. Undefeated, Ahmad Khan was there at the end with him, 18 off 8. Abdullah kicked things along with 20 off 12. And Arslan Ali, he opened up nicely. Looking forward to see him bat throughout the rest of the tournament. He's a class act and he's found his home at the top of the innings. And the bowling analysis, well, probably short a bowler or two today, especially with Ali Saeed just really struggling with the ball at the moment. Savar Hussain was the pick of them though, 3 for 25. Veronica took 1 wicket, managed to get the inside edge of Abdullah's bat, cannon back onto the stumps, but apart from that, it wasn't the most penetrating bowling performance and shown up that Hammarby's managed to put on a good score. So Seaside will need 136 runs from their 10 overs. We will be back here in a few moments for the second innings. It's match 1 of day 7 of ECS Sweden 2023. You're here at the Master Cricket Club in Stockholm. It's Andrew Ryan for the European Cricket Network. Please come back and join us for the second innings.
European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, FanCode, and Grizzly Bear Sports.
European cricket fans, welcome back to the Master Cricket Club ground here in the northern part of Stockholm. We are into match 1 of the 7th day of play here in ECS Sweden 2023. It is Hammarby taking on the Seaside Club, and Hammarby have started well, 135 for their 10-over stint. So they're setting Seaside a target of 136. It was a nice collective effort from the Hammarby batters. Arslan Lee with 23 at the top. Khalid Mahmood, their top scorer, 41 of 17. He's started to produce nicely in his last couple of innings in this tournament. And they are well set for, I wouldn't say a victory to ride into the books, but if they can get one of these 2 openers from Seaside, they will go a long way towards getting the ascendancy in this game. On the other hand, if these 2 stay at the crease for any length of time, this charge will be well underway. As Munir taking the opening pill. Good ball, big appeal, and the finger goes up. Huge start to the bowling innings. Well, Umar Chowdhury pinned LBW first ball, a little bit of movement. Munir pitches it up almost Yorker length, and a big wicket on the first delivery. That's a pretty fair call from the umpire. Hit well back in his crease. No inside edge there. Good decision, and one of the 2 guns of this Seaside batting lineup on his way back to the pavilion. Not a single run on the board. First ball wicket. Well, drama here at Master Cricket Club. Partner Safat Ali Saeed up the other end, distraught at the loss of his opening partner. And brings Sachin Karunika to the crease. Would not have been expecting to be out facing the second ball of the innings. Chowdhury was so destructive in that game yesterday where they managed to chase down against Jinnah CC. Big target with only 6 and a bit overs gone. Big scalp from Munir. Finds that similar length. Aftab charging in from mid-off, and despite the slight misfield, will just be the one. And while they've got Ali Saeed out there is that they'll consistently have this left-right combination with the bat. Would have hoped the right part of that combination would have been Chowdhury for a lot longer. First ball duck. Well, and Hammarby were discussing some bowling plans for this game. Removing one of the 2 star openers early would have been part of it. Not sure they expected to get it first ball. A little bit of late movement. Ali Saeed tries to swing it to mid-wicket. That's his favourite hitting area. Mistimed. Just scoot through for the single. A little bit short of a length on the leg side. Fortunately for Munir, got a fielder stationed there at what is almost backwards square, almost probably 45 degrees on the circle. Wasn't a great ball from him, but Karunika can't take full advantage. Good length ball, bit of late in drift. Bowling at particularly rapid speed here, Munir, but he's moving the ball to make things fairly difficult. No one started on off and come back appreciably. Final ball of the over. Good one so far. Floated outside off stump. Swung hard. I think that's just fell inside the boundary. Signalled for by the umpire. And a much needed boundary indeed for Seaside. 6 for 1 after the completion of the first over. Nicely bowled from Munir. Seen Aftab take the new ball on a number of occasions for Hammarby, but they've left him to the second over. One thing that all the teams seem to be leaving at this point is golden ball contests. We're now 76 matches since the last one. So none in ECS Sweden to date. So we're now on the 31st match of this tournament. Well, it's been a little bit of a while between golden balls. Might be there or thereabouts, the target, but it's a possibility. There's that man, Aftab Ahmed, coming in to bowl the second over. Likes the new ball, gets some swing. Spears it into the leg side. Ali Said tried to give himself some room. Squeezes out a little inside edge down to deep fine leg. Look at the field for Karunikar. Looks like Khalid Mahmood here at long on. And they've got, oh man, very fine at fine leg. Good pace from Aftab. Well taken from Khan, the wicket keeper. Coming up with a couple of useful shots when they needed them with the bat earlier today. Get the feeling that this Hammarby team's just a bit deeper and a bit more well-rounded than Seaside. Seaside, if those openers come off, they can be incredibly dangerous, but that's a good ball. Hasn't missed the outside of the bat by too much. There's almost a little bit of excitement from the keeper. He's not far away at all. So that target, 3 balls into the second over, looking a long, long way away for Seaside. Wide ball, swung late. It's probably been Aftab's downside, particularly when he's bowled early in the innings. Just struggling for his line. Aftab steaming in, 2 balls to go. That one has swung wide. Not a particularly elegant shot, but Karunikar's got enough bat on it. He's actually managed to send it for a Maximo. He had his body weight sitting outside the leg stump, so pretty good effort to actually get the ball with enough wood, enough elevation to take it over the boundary. So Seaside move along to 13 for 1. On ball to go in this second over. Great conditions here at Mashta. Very still at the moment. Nice, a little bit of cool has returned to the air. Oh, that ball's on a length and it's been dispatched. Great shot from Karunikar. Possibly the best stroke of the day so far. Clean strike, hits through the line, and Aftab Ahmed head in his hands. 19 for 1 after 2. So that equation looking a little bit better for Seaside. Actually, looks like there is still potentially 1 ball left in this over, but maybe on the scoreboard we'd missed a wide. Umpire's just checking whether or not the count's correct. Did have a wide earlier in the over, so it does look like we have got 1 ball still to go. However, whatever's left from this over, it's a beautiful shot in that last ball from Karunikar. Tub doing what he should be doing, getting the ball full, trying to induce some swing. It's up to 17 off 9. Just still waiting for confirmation from the scorers as to the situation in terms of balls left in the over. Thought that was a little nod of the head and we'd get moving. This rapid pace of T10 cricket. Tough job for the scorers and game administrators to keep up with all the action from time to time. While we're waiting for this, turn to the YouTube chat. Look at the question. As I said, put in any questions. Hashtag Ask Andrew. And the So Dave's asked if, Rhino, have you always played cricket since you were a young kid? Certainly the case, Dave. Probably one of my main sports when I was growing up. Probably between tennis and cricket most of the time back in my hometown of Redcliffe, just north of Brisbane in Australia. Played for the Redcliffe City Cricket Club as a junior. Also like Vinny. Turned out and played a lot of indoor cricket. A particular form of the game that's quite popular back in Australia. It played in indoor venues, unsurprisingly. Venues around probably about a size of a basketball court. High tension nets all around the place. Very fast, free-flowing form of the game. And I've also been lucky enough to play in my stints overseas. About a decade in the UK with the Twickenham and Wormley cricket clubs, and more recently with the Cossonay club for the last 7 years in Switzerland, which has been amazingly good fun. Plenty of fun out here in Sweden as well, and we're finally ready to go. Aftab coming in for the final ball of his over. Good ball outside, off stump. Well, for all of that waiting, we've just ended up with a dot ball, so the score hasn't changed. And Ahmed ends up going for 13 off his first over. Seaside, and 19 for 1. 2 overs gone. So thanks for the question, Dave. Always great to have the company of all of you in the chat. Having a quick look at the standings. Seaside 2 and 3 in the tournament so far. Hammarby 1 and 3. Both of these teams desperate need of a win to not keep their hopes alive necessarily, but things become much harder with the loss in this game. And it looks like Munir's coming on for his second over. Just manoeuvring the field around. He's got a deep fielder, the boundary at third man. Very, very fine third man. Just stroked out to cover for a single. Question of the YouTube chat from the Slovenian Cricket Association. Great to have you watching the coverage today, all the folks from Slovenia. There's plenty of excitement in Ljubljana in the world of basketball at the moment. The women's Eurobasket about to start in very, very short period of time. Some European best women's basketballers out there. That ball is popped up. Khalid's going to have an opportunity. He takes a great catch. Well, Munir came around the wicket. Got the ball to land there or thereabouts outside off stump. Batter turned the bat. Floated out to Khalid here at a long off, and he takes a really good catch. Just got a little bit inside out with that stroke. Couldn't get the same level of power that he needed, and Khalid, Mahmood comes around, completes the catch. Nice dismissal, and Seaside 21 for 2. 2 balls into the third over. So just returning to that question, asking about the boundary sizes. So they're standardised sizes that we use in T10 cricket. Obviously very much set up to encourage the big hitters, and players really trying to launch boundaries wherever possible. Obviously the scores have been held here somewhat also by the very fast outfield. Not something you always see as standard across European venues, as Munir just missed the leg stump, called wide. This is Ganganavar, who's walked to the crease. Joining Ali Saeed, who's only had 3 balls faced. They need to get him on strike. The dangerous left-hander. Good length ball from Munir. Just shoots off the deck. Squeezed away for a single. Square leg. Good over from him so far. He's bowled well. Quick manoeuvring the field. Just having a look back to the chat while we're waiting for this next ball. So Kroom's asked, Rhino, your favourite ever cricket match and your favourite tennis match? They're 2 very, very difficult ones to answer. Try to get through them as we go. So just see Ali Saeed take this 4th delivery. Drops on his pads, big appeal, going way down the leg side. So on cricket, I think is for a singular match, probably have to be Queensland, my home state, winning the Sheffield Shield, the Australian 4-day competition for the first time back in, I think, 1995, if memory serves correct. A fair way to go, but that was a tournament that Queensland had been in the final a number of times for. They'd unfortunately, over many years, managed to fall at the final hurdle, but that team that played South Australia in the 1994-95 Shield final, fantastic group. It's a lovely shot from Saeed, gives himself some room outside leg stump and is able to cut it away, and much needed boundary for Seaside. That takes them up to 27 for 2. And the end of the power play, they're probably a little bit short of what they needed from the power play. Look at the respective graphs here. So 14 off that second over, but otherwise the 2 overs from Munir have been very good and have set Hummonby up well. The run rate required now from Seaside is rising. 109 needed off the last 7 overs, so they need to go at about 15.5 over at the moment, which is quite a big ask. So anyway, just getting on to those that question. So the Queensland Sheffield Shield went back in 1994-95. They had Alan Border return for some of the final season before he retired. Young pair of tyros in the fast bowling ranks in the form of Andy Bickle and Michael Kaswitz. Bickle, probably a less heralded player at the time, but came in and bowled a great spell in the first morning to blast a bunch of the South Australian batters out. And then Trevor Tank Barsby and Martin Love did the business with the bat. Farouk comes on to bowl his first over appeal, hitting the pad. So that was a really big win, and Paul Jackson, the left arm orthodox spinner, taking the final wicket in front of a raucous Hill at the Gabba. I think that was just as the Gabba was starting to go through one of its first major redevelopments. So there was a whole heap of construction equipment around, which made for interesting viewing. It's a little bit quicker from Farouk down the leg side, but almost put Yangadabbar on his heels. As for favourite tennis match, big call. There was probably one of my earliest memories was watching the Davis Cup back in a time when Australia was particularly powerful in world tennis, and Pat Cash is a name that some of our older watchers might be familiar with, as Farouk drags that down the offside. He was starting to assert himself in the mid '80s, back when I was a very young tyke and just starting to look at top level sport with more keen eye. Someone's just dragged to mid wicket. Been decent over from Farouk so far. He's troubled the batter, and Cash led the Australian team in the 1986 Davis Cup final. I remember watching that up on a short little holiday break up the Sunshine Coast, tiny little apartment on the coast, and he managed to come down from, I think it was 2 sets down, to Mikael Pernfors. It was a plucky Swedish player. Swedish tennis used to be, back in the day, very, very strong, as Farouk switched to around the wicket and drags it down the leg side. Plays the ilk of Stefan Edberg and Mats Wallander, and later Thomas Enqvist and Jonas Bjorkman in the doubles, and obviously Bjorn Borg back in the late 70s was a tremendous player. So it was a sport that had a lot of heritage here. That's a really, really good catch. So Ali Saeed failed to get going for this innings. Tries to launch one to over the point boundary. That ball was short, it was wide, it wasn't particularly pretty, but that's a really, really good catch in the circumstances, and just get the feeling that the Seaside team, now with the 2 big batting guns back in the pavilion, they have got an uphill battle in front of them. 31 for 3 now after the loss of Ali Saeed, and Farouk gets his first scalp. Catch was taken by Javed out there. Humaz Javed did well, didn't panic. Ball came high to him, but he stayed well balanced. Good stuff from Farouk. He's got an unusual action, but generates some pace. Tall man. And Zahar Mohammed scurries across from the cover position to keep that to a single. Jad Best, the new man at the crease. He had his struggles yesterday with the bat. Farouk gets the mistimed shot. Well bowled, just on a good length, and excellent catch from the man who's still wearing a cast on that hand, Ahsan Ali, but whether it's it with the bat or in the field, it doesn't seem to be affecting him too much. It's a nice piece of bowling from Farouk. Tall man, hit it on a length, manages to extract the uncontrolled shot. Well taken in that point position. And Seaside, things going from bad to worse here for them. 4 wickets down now, only 32 on the board. We've only got 1 ball left in the 4th over. Hammarby, it's their game to lose from this point on. Well bowled from Farouk. Bring Hakeem to the crease. Only, as I said, only 1 ball left in this 4th over. Go back to that story about the Queensland Sheffield Shield team. Good note from Cream, showing some local English county knowledge, referencing the 3 Essex overseas players from yesteryear of Alan Border, Kasprowitz and Andy Bickle from that team. Certainly was a wonderful Queensland team at the time, and it's a great relationship, or almost conveyor belt of Queensland talent that ended up with Essex at one stage. Certainly back in the days when it was a very common thing for Australian top-tier players to spend their off-season over in the UK. Obviously still happens as Hakeem pushes that to just wide of point. Take a single. Seaside, 33 for 4. 4 overs gone. Nice over from Farouk. 2 for 6 his figures at the moment. And speaking of figures, they don't look so healthy for Seaside. 103 required, only 6 overs to go. And that worm, there is a fair bit of separation between where they need to be and where the Seaside run rate sits at the moment, and certainly not helped by the fact they've also lost 4 wickets so far. So Maj Javed, who took a good catch in the last over off the bowling Farouk, he's been rewarded with an opportunity at the bowling crease. Bowling to Kim, who's come to the wicket, both he and Jad Vest. New to the crease, so they haven't got much time to settle themselves in. Almost 3 runs per ball required at this stage. A few more charitable contributions in the forms of wides might help them. Looking to get his radar back on track on this ball. That is a better ball, but he's given himself a little bit of space, walked across the stumps, managed to flick the ball to forward of square, just the one. Oh, good bowling. Straight, you miss, I hit. Well bowled from Javed. Swing across the line from Jadvest. He had to do it. Seaside well behind the required run rate at the moment. It's a nice piece of bowling. Just good defensive cricket from the boys from Hammarby. They haven't done anything particularly remarkable with the ball, but they've been solid. They haven't given away too many extras. And they are rolling towards what looks like a comfortable victory in game 1 here today. Surprised they're sitting at 1 and 3 in this tournament. I think they're a far better team than their win-loss reflects at the moment. It's a nice piece of bowling from Javed. Karanga, the wicket keeper, comes to join Hakeem. Coming out at number 7. You don't expect your number 7 to be in place. Somewhat into the 5th over, but the wickets have been rolling. Javed really sort of angling it in. Just misses the leg stump. In the YouTube chat, hashtag Andrew from Sharia Noor Palabon, one of our crowned contributors. Great to have you on there, Sharia. Who do you think is a strong favourite to win the Ashes this year? Well, probably be surprised to hear them. Certainly hoping for the Australians to have success. As cannons into the pads, no realistic chance of an LBW decision. Obviously, in Ashes cricket, the home ground advantage is huge. Well, the Australians have shown that they're enjoying the surrounds of England at the moment, playing the World Test Championship final at the Oval, and in a reasonably strong position, although a bit of a fight back from India in the latter stages of yesterday. Should keep that match interesting. And, well, Karanga trying to keep this match as interesting for as long as possible. It's a nicely played hook shot. Got inside the line of the ball and struck that sweetly. Well batted. Looks like he's got a bit of class to his cricket, Karanga. He's very tidy with the gloves. Nice technique on that hook shot. And takes Seaside up to 42 for 5. Another short ball, and that's an even better shot. Sweating on that ball, and he's been obliterated behind square. Excellent batting from Karanga. Well, if Hammarby wanted to let Seaside back into this contest, peppering Karanga with some short balls is probably the way to go. Still need 88 off 31 balls, but there's a conference going on at the bowlers end now. I suggest actually just giving Javed the advice of get that ball pitched up on a good length and make him take a risk is probably the way to go, as opposed to just feeding him balls in what is clearly a strong area for Karanga. Yeah, it's still required, but the equation's certainly better than it was a couple of balls ago. That's a good ball. He's hit Karanga in an uncomfortable position, nips back off the deck. Nice comeback after being pumped for success of Maximos, and halfway through this innings, 48 for 5. That came back appreciably off the pitch. Struck Karanga in an area where you don't particularly want to be hit with a grizzly bear ball. Seems to be okay though, which is good. Muhammad lurking around the bowling crease, maybe hoping to be thrown the ball for his leg spinners. Anyway, coming back to that question from Sharia about the Ashes. So the home ground advantage is huge in the Ashes. So we have a look, speaking of international cricket, and huge European Cricket Championship coming up. Cartama out in Spain. Late part of September, starting 25th of September, rolling all the way through to 20th of October. 6 fantastic groups out there, and they will have winners qualifying to go into Championship Week to face the reigning champions, the Netherlands. So it's just driven down the ground. Khalid Mahmood swinging in from long off. He hasn't had a huge amount of work to do. Took a good catch earlier. Kazi, who's been given the 6th over here. Full ball, driven hard, but sticks the left boot out and manages to deflect it. And no runs. Anyway, I suspect it'll be a fairly even Ashes series. The bowling attack not getting any younger, certainly with their prime bowlers, and obviously always injury concerns about guys like Wood and Robinson. That one is dragged down the leg side, and the keeper pursues it with vigour. They were looking for 2, but it's done very, very well. Can't chase that to keep it to just the 1 extra run. But the Australian bowling attack looking pretty good at the Oval this week. Probably the bigger question mark over the batters, Warner and Khawaja at the top. Warner probably coming towards the end of his test match career. Still capable of the odd match winning performance, but you don't want to be exposed in the middle order too early. In the UK is flashed outside edge off the back of a Kim. Went hard. Wasn't a bad ball from Kazi. But wide of the keeper and away for a boundary. Every little bit helps. Seaside, so now up to 55 for 5. Halfway through this 6th over. Equation still certainly in favour of Hammarby. 81 required off 27 balls. So 18 runs per over is the required run rate. Umpire's just seeking some clarification. Balls, looks like we're ready to go. Good ball from Kazi. Hakim moves to leg, tries to give himself some room to hit over the offside, but that was probably either too full or the wrong shot to play to that ball. Kazi keeps it on middle, clatters into the stumps, and a nice piece of bowling. And Seaside, after a little mini revival, now 55 for 6. And certainly down into the lower stretch of their order now. Only 4 wickets left. They're in danger of being bowled out here. Still plenty of runs required. Hammarby been impressive. So the bowlers have been reasonably disciplined. Their line of length attack the stumps for the most part. Always interesting to see the different bowling styles that teams employ. For instance, hooding a team, sort of generally hitting that probably just short of a length, just outside off stump, really trying to ask the batsman to take risks, particularly if they want to hit straight down the ground, as a lot of players do when they're trying to hit big or swiping across to mid-wicket. Hammarby here, though, their attack is primarily at the stumps, and it's got them a few clean bowls during the course of this innings. Kazi goes for the stumps again. Not a bad ball. Fields, wouldn't say securely, but no chance of a second run. Sane, there's a new man at the crease. Had a good game with the ball earlier today, 3 wickets. But a lot is being asked of him with the bat. Karanka, he now holds this game in his hands. Not a bad ball again from Kazi. Jumps on Karanka. It's behind the bat. Can't get a huge amount of power. And that's the conclusion of the 6th over. Seaside, 57 for 6. So the wickets have kept tumbling ever since their opener. Umar Chowdhury went first ball to Mohammad Munir. Batto from Kazi, 1 for 9. And the bowling attack of Hammarby is looking pretty good this morning. He's just the 5 bowlers. See whether or not they try to get a few others into the bowling attack. So they probably think that this win is not completely secured, but well on top in this game. It does look like they're doing exactly that. Abdullah, who hit a nice shot to get his innings started with the bat, then managed to get away with a few edges, which went to the boundary, but they all count in the scorebook. So he's been given this 7th over. Karanka on strike. He needs to stay on strike for as much of these concluding stages as possible. Like he's going to come in and bowl a little bit of off spin. As I said, I haven't seen the spin of Zam Mohammed. Well flighted leggies, so we may have him toss the ball before this game concludes. There's still 24 balls to go. At Seaside, they're going to chase this down, and they need some Maximos, and some Maximos in a hurry. Abdullah. Leg side. Not sure if that's taken some pad. Keeper been very active. Ahmad Khan does signal leg by. Scooted around and saved a couple of runs with some very proactive work. Almost inside out. Bowling action, Abdullah. It's well fielded down it. Man it on the 45 in the circle. Two balls into their 7th. Seaside still requiring 77 runs. Full ball, nicely played from Karanga. He's got a lovely style about it. He's batting, good timer. Generate some power with ease. Possibly someone they could elevate in that order a touch. Very good with the gloves from what we've seen so far. Nice bit of flight from Abdullah, but that's an excellent shot. Sane just opens up his body a touch. Look at this. Was probably a little bit fuller than being in the slot, but it's a good piece of batting. Timed the ball sweetly and finds the point boundary. So Sane moves up to 6 off 3. Little partnership developing here for Seaside. Wide ball, called as such by the umpire. Abdullah desperately trying to convince him that it was inside the line. Please fall in vain. The umpire absolutely not interested. One's a little bit shorter, escapes the clutches. The keeper can't, but he's got some support behind the wicket. So it will just be one by. Abdullah getting through this over relatively sharply. 7 off it so far, 1 ball to go. Seaside got the Devils number up there with 666 at the moment. Probably fairly indicative of the way that this match has gone for them. Karanga tries to launch that with a bit more power. Only succeeds in mistiming it, no run. And Seaside will stick on that number, 66 for 6. 7 overs gone. So that equation looking very difficult now. 70 runs required off the last 3. This gives us the opportunity to look ahead. Seaside back in action for the second game, where we'll see the Stockholm Tigers, who are sitting at 1 and 5, and probably a little bit like Hammarby. They're a better team than that. Farouk Ahmed found a bit of form in their last game. Kaiser Azad, I'd love to see him get to the crease a little bit earlier, show us a full range of shots. But anyway, Stockholm Tigers have won the toss and they've elected to bowl. So the batting here from Seaside, they'll at least be back out straight away again. Umpires just conversing with a few of the players just before we get restarted. So the 8th over coming up. Rashid Kazi getting his 2nd. Just reward for a good first over. To take a wicket and keep things fairly tight. Seaside, 70 runs required, 3 overs. They go to win this, they've got to go now. Need some fireworks. Big swing from Karanga. Almost like a top spin forehand, shy at the stumps. Doesn't miss by much. They'll go for the overthrow though. Probably entitled to have a shy there. It's completely short of his ground. Always hard to back up in these overs when you've got 5 fielders on the outfield. So it would have been an absolute dead duck if that had been a direct hit. As it was, it only cost them 1 extra run. Nice ball from Kazi. Big swing across the line from Hussain. Inside edge. So 6 runs off the first 2 balls. Showing some spirit here, Seaside. Not where it intended to go, but all the same, flies down to the boundary. Hussain up to 12 off 6. Couple of Maximos. Absolutely necessary at this point, and he responds. What a shot! Flat batted over the point boundary. That ball's barely got 10 metres off the ground, but it's gone like a bullet. And Hussain races along to 18 off 7, and after a successful first over, Kazi being put under a little bit of pressure. Seaside maybe leaving their run a little bit late, but Hussain is not going down without a fight. 58 required. So they're now up to 78. Obviously the 6 wickets down is not helpful. Really down to the lower order here, but Hussain showing the lower order has got some fight. Oh, he's gone big again, hasn't quite timed it. And unfortunately, after a gutsy innings, Hussain's hit it straight down the throat of Aftab. He's got a good pair of hands and takes a quality catch down there. Oh, first, a big swing from Hussain. If he had have gotten a hold of it, that ball would have been travelling for a Maximo, but as it is, Aftab down there on the boundary, solid catch, and Rashid Kazi continued to put the ball up there. And as I said earlier in the game, a lot of bowling in T10 is just waiting for the batsman to make an error. You don't want to give them the easy runs with short of a length stuff down the leg side, but if you're continually forcing them to hit off balls on good length or just short of a good length, if you're bowling at the stumps and essentially waiting for the missed strike, taking out the stumps, then stuff which just puts the equation not in your favour as a bowler, but you're at least giving yourself an opportunity. Nice ball from Kazi, full, just tailing in a touch to the new batter, Sankar, who's joined Karenga at the crease. Kazi, 2 for 22. Final ball from him coming up. Will conclude the 8th over. That one's on the stumps. Wow. Kazi finishes nicely. 2 wickets in his last 3 balls. Fixes the figures up a touch after that assault from Hussain. And Seaside, they have now lost their 8th wicket, and once again a reasonable chance that they will be bowled out here. And at the end of the 8th, Seaside 79 on the board. A little mini revival in that over from Hussain. A couple of nice shots from him. But unfortunately, it's not going to be enough for Seaside. And Karenga showed some skill while he was out there, but ends up bowled by Kazi as he's tried to take him over the mid-wicket boundary. Farouk's going to be given the 9th. And Zahib Abdul Haq straight into the crease. So Sankar on strike. He's only been there for 1 ball. Very good figures, 2 for 6. Swung around to the leg side, not timed, so it'll just be the 1. .56 required off 11, down to the absolute lower order. Only 2 wickets left for Seaside. It seems fairly certain that this is not going to be a win for them. Farouk hitting his hands with frustration. He just missed getting the outside edge of Abdul Haq, who just handed something to the umpire. Certainly not giving away his trusty Crocodile Dundee hat. Part of his trademark. He comes to the crease. Full ball. Bit of a heave down here to long off. Khalid Not his most elegant piece of fielding by any stretch, but it's only the one run. He can definitely have a smile on his face in the way he batted earlier today. Short ball, top edge, flying down. It would have been a great catch if Faizan could have hauled it in. Unfortunately for him, goes flying across, and unfortunately for Farouk, goes for a boundary. Doesn't mind that short ball, big Farouk. So Seaside, 51 off the last 8 balls. Fairly unlikely, but may run away to the boundary on the offside, so consecutive boundaries for Sankar. It's giving his average a nice little boost. Farouk, full ball outside off stump, a full toss I should say. Probably not part of his plan. Seaside, they skip along to 89. 7 balls left in this game. I keep thrashing about. Certainly always keeping in mind, need to keep the net run rate in a reasonable position. Full ball as it's played away to the leg side. A little bit of hot stepping work from fielder out there at David Wicket. He's enjoying himself, and certainly Hammarby enjoying themselves. Seaside 90 for 8. 9 overs gone. That's a pretty good bowling card for Hammarby. They'll be very pleased with the way that they've gone. Farouk, 2 for 16 in his spell. Munir was very good at the top, and ultimately getting out Chaudhary first ball was a huge boost for Hammarby. Kazi took the 3, a little bit expensive in his second over, but bowled well, all told. And so for the final over, we've got the treat of Azam Mohammed. Guarantee he'll give the ball some air. Try to extract a little bit of side spin, see if he can get a stumping from Khan with the gloves behind the stumps. Good air from Mohammed. Swung across to the leg side. Fielder coming around from deep square. Good throw. That's Abdullah down there at square leg on the boundary. Really like watching Mohammed's leg spin bowling. Tosses it up, gets a decent bit of overspin. Pretty good control too. Oh, he's gone the reverse. Oh, Abdul Haq is never any short of entertainment when he's at the crease. Whether he's dishing a little bit of chat to the batters, gesticulating at the umpires, or a man who hasn't hit a huge amount of successful balls to the right hand decides that he's going to go reverse. Quicker through the air, nicely cut. Nice little innings here from Sankar. He moves to 12 off 7. Seaside, 93 on board, 3 balls to go. This one's been in the bag for Hammarby for a period of time now. 43 runs are required. Good air, well bowled. Takes out the leg stump, and didn't Azam Mohammed enjoy that? Got Abdul Haq charging at him. Big swing across the line. Dropped on him. Great piece of bowling. Super stuff from a leg spinner. No wonder he's enjoyed that. Probably be going on the Instagram highlights reel later today. And so that's 9 wickets down for Seaside. 2 balls to go to see if they can survive without being bowled out. So Mohammed, nice little kick along for his figures, 1 for 3. Nice piece of bowling. I'm sure he could trouble plenty of top order players if he got the opportunity. It's a nice bit of bowling. He's consecutive clean bowls. What a delightful leg spinner he's launched, and that is all she wrote for Seaside. 93 bowled out with still 1 ball remaining. Nice finish for Azam Mohammed. That's a quality over of leg spin bowling, and all in all, pretty good all-round performance from Hammarby. really were better in all areas of this game than Seaside. Some good variety in the bowling attack. They fielded well. But Seaside, they've got to pick themselves up off the floor and get back into action against the Stockholm Tigers. Be hoping that they can launch a few more big bombs at the top of the order. Iman Chowdhury won't want to be going first ball again. Well, have a look. This was a decisive blow in this game. Munir, wasn't he fired up? Chowdhury, LBW on the first ball. Aftab, a little bit wayward with a few of his early deliveries, but didn't bowl too badly in his opening stage, but it was all Munir. Good catch from Khalid Mahmood. Yeah, Mahmood out there completing a dismissal, and this was the other big wicket. Nice grab out there on the fence, and once Shaffer went, just got the feeling that there's probably not enough quality in this Seaside batting line to chase what was a pretty significant total. And disciplined bowling effort from the Hammarby boys, aside from a couple of short balls which Karanga, the keeper, swung very nicely behind square. They really kept the pressure on. Rashid Kazi always pressing at the stumps. Essentially, as soon as the batter makes an error, then they hit, and they hit fairly regularly throughout their innings, ending up bowling out Seaside. There's still one ball left in the innings. They caught well, the ground fielding was good. All round, just a pretty solid performance from, as I've said, a team that I think they're better than their current record suggests. Going to need quite a streak of games to be able to make it through to the final series, but they're a pretty good group, seem to have some good cohesion. Plenty of variety in that bowling attack. Azam Muhammad, a couple of wickets to put himself on what would have been a hat-trick if there was still a batter left in the hatch, but as it was, he's taken the 9th and the 10th, and that was all done for Seaside. They end up 93 on the board. Still had one ball remaining when the final batter was dismissed, and that's a very solid win for Hammarby. I'll be very positive about how their cricket's progressing in the last few games. So have a look at the batting card for Seaside. The two openers, Chaudhry and Saeed, they really rely on those, and having Chaudhry go first ball of the innings to Munir, and then Ali Saeed, who's a victim of Essa Farouk, who bowled reasonably well in this game. Good catch from Humayus. Javed, a little bit of work from the middle order, lower order to keep fighting, but ultimately it was a very good bowling performance, and 3 wickets to Kazi. 2 to Azam Muhammad in that last over, but Muhammad Munir, he was probably, for me, the pick of the bowlers, 2 for 13, bowling the first and the third, and once he'd finished his 2-over spell, it felt like Hammarby were in reasonable control of this game, and an excellent all-round performance from them. Put on a solid score with the bat. 135 for 5. They've got Khalid Mahmood to thank for a lot of that, and it was backed up by an excellent performance of the ball. Full credit to Zawar Hussain, had a good game for Seaside, 3 for 25 with the ball, followed by 18 off 8 with the bat, and same thing for Karunika. He took a wicket and also scored 17. So gutsy effort from some of the Seaside players, but all in all, pretty comprehensive win for Hammarby. They beat Seaside by 42 runs in this game 1 on day 7 of the European Cricket Series, Sweden for 2023. We're here at the Manchester Cricket Club all day. 4 more games remaining today. Plenty more T10 action here on the European Cricket Network. It's Andrew Ryan on board to take you through the rest of the day. We will be back for the Stockholm Tigers versus Seaside game. Stockholm Tigers won the toss and they will field first. A game starting in 15 minutes, so please come back and join us on the live coverage then on the European Cricket Network.
The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, FanCode, and Grizzly Bear Sports.
Hello, European cricket fans. Welcome to Game 2 of ECS Sweden 2023. We've already had a strong win from Hammarby in the first game. They took down Seaside, and now we have Seaside coming back for Game 2 here, where they take on the Stockholm Tigers. Let's go across to Tyrone Peters with the two captains, see what happened at the toss.
Seaside to call.
Heads.
Heads is the call. It is a tail.
You're gonna ball first.
Back to you, Rhino.
Thank you very much, Tyrone. So the toss going in favour of the Stockholm Tigers, and Seaside will be batting first in this contest. No Shafat for them in this game, which is quite a big blow. They will have an uphill battle trying to get their tournament back on track, with the Stockholm Tigers really fired up for a win here. They've been one of the disappointments in terms of some of the results during the course of ECS Sweden 2023, but like Hammarby, I suspect that they are really a team that is probably still capable of pushing for that final spot, although their record at the moment would suggest that they're going to find it very hard. The best they can do is 5-5, but they can certainly upset some teams along the way, and I think they're a better team than they've showed us through the games that they've played to date. Farouk Ahmed captaining them today. He's been looking better and better with the bat. Kaiser Azad, man in the middle order, he's got shots all around the ground, and Rizvi Hock has been Mr. Consistency for them with the bat. So Umar Chaudhry opening at the top. He's got Gadaraya coming out with him. So as we said, a bit of a change because no Shafat Ali Saeed for them in this game. Gadaraya, someone who featured for them back in Landskrona tournament of 2022. So no stranger to European Cricket Series viewers, and it looks like Ashraful Alam taking the new ball for the Stockholm Tigers. We're underway here for Game 2. Swung away, top edge. And it's taken. Consecutive golden ducks for Umar Chaudhry. What an incredible start to this game. That ball out to the leg side. Tried to swing it to the leg. Only succeeds in getting a top edge. And it's well taken by the wicketkeeper Abdul Manan, who made good ground to get out there to square leg. And that's an extraordinary start. Derek rolling out for the second successive Chaudhry innings. Golden for him. And that leaves Seaside a wicket down without a run on the board for the second consecutive game. So, big losses. Zavah Hussain played very well for them, probably their leading light in game one. Strides to the crease to join Gadaraya. Lamb, good start to his day. Ball down the leg side. Keeper does well to block it and ensure there's no extra run. Oh, just extraordinary stuff. Chaudhry at LBW in the first game. In the second game, trying to whip the ball to deep square. Top edge, and said well taken by the wicketkeeper. Great start to Alarms Day with the ball. Seaside 1 for 1. Good ball just outside off stump, driven, but he's got protection out there. Fielder deep cover. We've got Agent 007 Akash here at long off. It's going to be the left-hander, Gadaraya on strike, so we'll see that raft of sky blue jerseys start rushing across the field. So in previous games, the big fans of stacking the offside. Only 2 fielders here on leg, one at square leg inside the circle, and Akash being brought up inside the circle as well. The outfielders now at deep point and long off. Full ball outside off stump. That's the line you've got to bowl if you've got no protection on the leg side. Like the way that they've thought through this and they come into these games with a plan, hasn't always worked for them. But trusting their bowlers to be able to execute. Wide ball, Gadaraya swings hard. Didn't get a great piece of it necessarily, but it's flying behind point for a boundary. What an absolute treat for the viewers. Umpire Tyrone Peters out there for a guest appearance in the middle. Great to have him on board. Umpiring Corps have done an excellent job at this ECS Sweden tournament to date. There he is, a statuesque figure. Big T. Enjoyed a day off in Stockholm himself yesterday. All the team just enjoying getting out and about occasionally for a bit of rest and recuperation as Alarm comes steaming in. 2 balls left in this over. Line outside off stump. It's well bowled. The opportunity at the keeper's end, shy. The stump's direct hit would have no doubt had him out. Gives himself some room outside leg. Keeper got in there nice and quickly, but unfortunately the throw was a long way away. Good first over from Alarm. Gadaraya needs to be a mainstay of this innings now. Ball outside off stump, thrashed it. He's done exactly the opposite of that. Found the fielder coming around at point. Well, Sajjad Hossain took a very, very comfortable catch. Gadaraya gives himself room outside leg, thrashes, but hits it straight to the fielder. The second wicket down for Seaside. They are not having a particularly happy day. 2 wickets down, only 6 runs on the board. It's the conclusion of the first over. Pretty good over from Alarm. As I said, I like the fact that the Tigers come to these games with a plan, stacking the offside and ensuring that their bowlers hold up their end of the equation. Have a look at the supercomputer. It is predicting a Tigers win. Just completely ignore the actual runs figure, although the way that Seaside's going, probably won't be far off. So congratulations in the chat coming from these early stages for the Stockholm Tigers from Dave. Great to have him and the rest of the crew in there for chat this morning. Farouk Ahmed coming on to bowl over number 2. Swung nicely. Well, Hussain, the promotion of the batting order. Saw him play one of these shots in the last game where it just opens up the face of the bat, goes to point or just behind. Really nicely played. So Farouk Ahmed, they have used him in the early stages, despite him being an off-spinner. Quite a few games. Once again, similar sort of approach, packing that offside. Leg side's only fielder at mid-on and one at square leg. So he's probably got to push the ball through and have it wide of off stump. Can't put himself at risk of being dragged across. He's certainly done that. Hit straight to the fielder at deep point. Will just be the single. Kaiser Azad out there at deep point on the boundary. It's a good mover in the field, nice arm. Brings Karanga onto strike. He was pretty good in the last game. Couple of nice hook and pull shots. Well, that's not a great ball. Short and being speared onto the stumps, but fortunately gets away with it. Hits straight to the fielder at square leg. Karanga gets off the mark with a single. Reminder, Stockholm Tigers won the toss earlier. Elected to field first. Pretty keen to chase. They may be really keen to test this Seaside batting lineup, sensing some fragility. Wide ball outside off stump. Thrashed. Powerfully struck by Hussain, but well fielded. Keep it to a single. Ahmed, for the most part, bowling well to his field. Short and wide outside off stump, but it's not a bad line, not a bad length from him. Just trying to force the batter into playing cut shots for ones. But in these early stages where they've only got two fielders allowed outside the circle. There's one man back at point, one at long off. Once again, whitish ball, but tails back inside, and that's a good finish for the over from Farouk. No wicket, but he goes for only 7, and Seaside 13 for 2 after a pair of overs. Start from the Tigers, and they are bringing up the rear of the table at the moment, keeping in mind that Kristianstad haven't actually played a game yet. Our team of this quality is sitting at 1 and 5. I don't know. They've lost a couple of close games and basically just haven't been able to execute when under high pressure. Got some good quality players, come with a great attitude to this tournament, but fortunately their overall record's not looking great. That's a superb shot from Hussain. I wonder if he's been given a promotion up the batting order. Nice timing. Not a huge amount of the front foot movement, but gets the body weight going across. Strikes that powerfully through covers, and Alarm put the ball up, gave it the opportunity to swing. Nice sideways movement for him though. Well played. Full ball from Alarm, nicely driven again. They've moved that outfielder slightly more towards cover though. Sensing that Hussain is quite a powerful striker through that area, so it's kept to 1. Brings Karanga back on strike. Showed his capability against the short ball in that first game. He's got a nice all-round set of shots though. Full ball on the toes, squeeze down leg side and appeal in a desperate attempt to get the umpire to keep the arms down, but not going to fool umpire Tyrone. So partway through this third over, Seaside on 19. 2 key wickets back in the pavilion already. Nice ball from Alarm, speared in. That's a good call. That was going on to hit, probably leg, maybe even middle and leg. Shot through a little bit low, but Karanga had come across. And Alarm right on the button. Good full length. Yep, taking out leg stump. Karanga, I think the head went down as soon as he was pinned. Knew he was a dead duck. And nice bowling from the Tigers. They are roaring here in the early stages. 3 wickets down. So again, replay. It's a nice piece of bowling from Alarm. Middle He hasn't got a huge amount of protection on that leg side, so he's taking a risk spearing it in on that line, but good length, really keeping the pressure on the batters. And Tigers, they have 3 wickets down for Seaside already, bringing Karunikart to the crease. Excellent start for them, and Alarm has all 3 of those scalps. Nice ball again, foolish, but driven straight down the ground by Karunikart. He's pretty tidy technique. Top order batsman for Seaside. Batting number 5 in this game. Wouldn't have been expecting to be in so early. Oh, it's gone low and it's taken out his off stump. Oh, Hussain, touch unlucky, went back. Ball was slightly short of a length, but that's shot through, and unfortunately for him, taking out his off stump. Fortunately for Alarm, that's his 4th wicket. So he's got figures of 4 for 13. Wasn't the right shot from Hussain in any event, but nonetheless, not being done any favours by this Master Cricket Club pitch. And that is the 4th wicket down. What an opening spell from Ashraful Alarm. 4 for 13. He's still got 1 ball to go. Attacking the stumps this over. Covered from a first ball for Yangan comes to the crease. That one's tailed in a touch from outside off stump. Really good bit of bowling, even leaving aside the low bounce. 4 for 13. Can he pick up a 5-fer? Full ball. Just touched. It's deflected back off his hands onto the stumps. Umpire Tyrone going to the video umpire. Everything going right for the Tigers. We'll have to see this on replay. Just driven back to Alarm, and he pops out the left hand, deflects back. See it in slow motion. The batter gets the bat down just in time, I think. Umpire Tyrone just gets out of the way in time to see, and that bat is planted. The stump's still not broken, so it will be a not out call. That would have been a disaster from Seaside. Already 4 wickets down. As it is, end of the 3rd over, and they are 20 for 4. What a start from the Stockholm Tigers. 2 wickets in the first, 2 wickets in the 3rd. Excellent opening spell from Ashraful Alarm. When they first arrived at the ground today, they couldn't have hoped for a better beginning to this contest. As a Rizvi Hawk bring his little floaty spinners to the attack. He's been very good with the bat throughout this tournament. And been pretty solid when with the ball when he's been called upon by the skipper. Got a nice bit of variety in their bowling attack, the Stockholm Tigers. Plenty of different looks for the batters. Both pace on, pace off. Was a little bit quicker through the air. Squeezed out by Ganganavar, and he gets off the mark with a single. Karunikart faces up. Only had 2 balls, so both of these batters new to the crease. Run rate just a touch over 6. It's not good enough. They're going to have to start going hard despite the position with the wickets. It's swung out to deep mid. Siddhartha Sen took good catch earlier in the innings. Does the work out at mid wicket. That's off stump. Swung across the line. Once again, just a 1. With the outfielders, they've got 3 fielders on the leg side now for Hawk. All deep men at square leg on the boundary, then deep mid, and then long on. And the offside, Agent 007 here at long off. Also deep cover, probably deep extra cover in reality. Another one swung across the line. Hawk forced to do the fielding off his own bowling, but it's just the 1, just 5 singles in this over so far. Short ball, poked behind point, but there's two fielders there, so they won't get any more than one. So feels like we're in a 1990s one-dayer there. Just the 6 singles off Hawks over and a Seaside 26 for 4. 4 overs gone. That run rate sitting at a paltry 6.5 per over. A consistent run rate, but not a particularly attractive one if you're a Seaside fan. And there's 2 wickets, the first over and the third over. Very, very challenging start for them. Just turning to the YouTube chat for those of you who are with us today as Hossein brings up the attack for this 5th over. Full ball. Muted appeal for the Tigers. Nice start from Hossein, but thanks for those of you who are joining us, whether it's FanCode in the subcontinent or on YouTube. It's a big inside edge onto the pad on that occasion. Great to have you with us. Thank you for those of you keeping me company, peppered with a few questions and comments. Sans Maximo for the day. So he trots his way through Stockholm. So it's driven nicely out to Agent 007. Well, not so nice. His hands on the boundary. Big fumble. The ball actually kicked up a touch as it got to him, but if anything, should have made it slightly easier. Went to chest height. Just had the fingers down rather than the fingers up. Got himself into an awkward position, and the ball skips over for a boundary. Nice shot from Gangadvar. He's got a pretty good batting technique. These middle order players from Seaside look like they'd be capable longer form players, but need to start finding the boundary regularly. That's more like it. A lofted shot over long off. Well timed. Gangadvar. He heeds the call. And the Seaside fan base, that will bring a sense of relief to them. First Maximo of the innings. Just taking a little bit more of a toll on Hossein. He's gone for 10 halfway through the over. Score up to 36. Flicks across the leg side, behind square. Good placement. That's 3 consecutive boundaries from Gangadvar. Hossein coming wide of the crease. Didn't really drift onto leg. He's just given himself a step over to off stump. Timed the ball, full toss. Placed it nicely, and this quick outfield at the Mushta Cricket Club did the rest. Nice shot. Nice bit of batting, full stop. Gangadvar. Nice if he gets across to off. He's unlikely to end up LBW, be able to get struck outside the line. That ball's just squeezed through to the wicket keeper. It's also squeezed through the fielder who is coming around there. It's not the most elegant piece of fielding we will see in this tournament. Just kept inside the boundary. Expect as that one was difficult take for the wicket keeper. And fielder coming around. Shubha Rakshit. Unable to take it on the first go. Almost messed it up on the second. Speared in, driven down the ground. Agent 007 doesn't miss this time. It's well caught. He's a good athlete, made good ground to get around there, Akash Islam. And Hossein had a bit of a tougher over before that time. And finally gets his man. And for Seaside, that is the 5th wicket down. So Shivakumar Gangadvar, he's unfortunately on his way back to the pavilion. And at the end of the 5th over, they are 42 for 5. Hossein ends up his over, 1 for 14. I think he'll do a good job in the field. I'll just have a quick look at the run rates by day. This is from our stats gun powered by HCL. A little bit of a drop yesterday. 11.7, general average of this event. ECS a little bit higher than that as that one swung powerfully. Karunika not messing about anymore. Says to Hock, you drop a little bit short. Going to take you a long time. Nice shot. Have to take on a bowler like Hock. Can't allow him to just settle into his rhythm. He's not really moving the ball a great deal off the pitch. Where there has been action, it's generally been down here at the long off space where our commentary box is. That's Hock. Nice change of pace. It's a crafty bowler regardless. He's usually giving the ball some air, but has that quicker one. Not a particularly big change of action. Seaside total looking a little bit healthier. 48 for 5. 2 balls into this 6th over. That's some air, and that's a result. Hock enjoyed that. Gave it some flight. Gave Karuna the opportunity to go big again. This one just drifting onto leg stump. And he's a disappointed bat, but the bowler, he's ecstatic. Nice delivery. And the 6th wicket goes down for Seaside. And just as they were starting to get themselves back into a passable position, that's unfortunately yet another wicket down. They've lost wickets with regularity throughout the course of this first and second match today. Tigers bowling themselves into a very strong position. Nice flight from Hock. Just bowled the quicker one the previous ball. Another one with a bit of air, swung to the leg side. Should be an easy catch. Well, consecutive wickets. Rizvi Hock gives him a little wave. That's wasn't badly struck, just didn't go through with a full-blooded strike, and unfortunately finds the outfielder and gets the thumbs up from the batter, Manoj Jadvest. But unfortunately, he goes first ball, and it brings Croc Dundee out to the crease. And Rizvi Hock is on a hat-trick. Have a look at the 2023 Hall of Fame. We've had a few hat-tricks threatened in this tournament so far. Still no one who's managed to convert. Hock, he will fancy his chances. You don't get too many options to bowl a hat-trick at the number 9 batter. Abdul Haq, though, he's a feisty fighter. Guarantee he won't be losing his wicket without a fight on this ball. So Rizvi Hock ready to stride in. Hat-trick ball. Oh, moves across the line. Well, swung it for 4 behind square. Gutsy move, though, from Abdul Haq. He misses this. He's probably plumb in front. Rizvi Hock, I reckon, was thinking he was in with a pretty decent chance there. Landed it nicely. Well, well, well. All happening in the 6th over. Might not make it to the 9th the way Seaside are going. 7 wickets down already. 1 ball to go to finish this 6th. Rizvi Hock figures 2 for 16. Abdul Haq squeezes a single out. Well bowled from Hock. Nice pair of overs from him. Finishes with figures of 2 for 17. And Seaside, they are 53 for 7 after 6 overs. Tough times for this Seaside batting lineup. Losing 3 of their top 4 pretty quickly didn't help. Been a disciplined bowling performance from Stockholm Tigers as well. Only the 2 wides. A couple of contributions in that middle order. Zafar Hussein's probably looked the best again with the bat. Just no one's been able to play an innings of substance and stay there for 4 or 5 overs. Sabi been given the 7th over. Called on to bowl a few times earlier this week. Runs in with gusto. Not a tall young lad, so tends to skid through off the pitch a touch. Lost a bit of control in that first ball. Didn't Abdul Haq show some guts on that hat-trick ball last over? No one speared in. Nicely played. Just moves across to the offside. eyes over the top of the ball, plays a lovely little leg glance. That's experience for you. As we said, he's not going to give up easily, Abdul Haq. So a bit of pressure put on Sabeh. They're in a good position though, the Tigers. Seaside 58 for 7, so only 3 wickets to go into the 7th over, so 23 balls remaining for them. And once again, Sabeh generously adding to the total. As many wides in this over, and the first 3 deliveries as we've had in the previous 6 overs. Generate some decent speed, Sabeh. Just a few issues with the direction at the moment. Well, it's hit him. A reasonable position. No interest from umpire Tyrone. Signaling there's an inside edge. That's the inside edge. Might have been a nice shout. Abdul Haq does have a tendency to shift across his stumps, try to get to the ball on the leg side. So he's a walking LBW candidate, but certainly if you're the bowler and you get the ball full and straight. Oh, Sabeh doing anything but sending it straight at the moment. Keeper does well, moving to his left. Stop that going for more. Starting to come around the wicket. Hakim at the batting crease. Strong hitter once he gets going. Not renowned for lengthy innings. He tried to pull that. I hope that hasn't hit the keeper in the face. Maybe he has actually taken that. Seen some nasty bounces during the course of this tournament. Batter also coming to check him. Down the leg side again. Just see he's gotten down. Fortunately hasn't taken it full pace. It seems to have almost rolled up after it's hit his midsection. Be with his head down. There's a little bit of concern for him. Wouldn't be surprised if it's a little bit of claret rolling out of his nose. Hard to see what condition he's in, but he's got no shortage of Tigers there looking after him. As I said, it wasn't a full throttle crack on the face. As we see here, it's sort of almost rolled up his arm. It's hopefully taken a little bit of pace off. It still wouldn't be the least bit comfortable. Courageous stuff, getting down to try to block the ball. Taking a bit of water. Obviously, our countdown clock stopped while he's getting some treatment. Looks like he should be okay to continue, which is good news. So, hopefully no permanent damage done. All teeth still in the one place. The nose still has 2 nostrils to breathe out of, and if that's the case, then he should be good to go. Bad move putting the helmet on him, even though he's standing back. Surprised a few more of the keepers haven't done it, just to give them security to get low for these balls that haven't carried through. Abdul Manan with the gloves today for the Stockholm Tigers. They've done a pretty good job so far. So, Seaside 61 for 7. 3 balls left. It's over from Sabeh. Been full of wides so far, so he's got to use this opportunity to just rest, think his way through. Another wide down the leg side. It's going to be frustrating for his captain. Still in a pretty good position, the Tigers, but it's all about discipline. You don't want to open the door for the lower order to just put on 30, 35 here in the concluding stages, helped along by a bunch of extras. Let's see what he's trying to do. Just lost a little bit of control. He's shifting back over to bowling over the wicket. Speared in. Abdul Haq just gets the bottom of the bat, turns it across to mid-wicket. Nice ball from Sabeh. Seaside progressed to 62. 63, I should say, with that wide from the previous ball. Full ball. We've gone down the leg side as well, except for the fact that Hakeem has taken himself wide of leg stump and has passed in between him and the leg stump. Goes for a bye. Possibly wicket keeper still feeling the effects of being struck in the face early in the over. It's turning into a handy, small, but at least useful partnership for Seaside. Little Hart swings across the leg side, certainly his preferred region of the ground. Well timed. Be happy to get out of this over. Subbit. It's much better ball. Coming in wide, so when he fires the ball just outside off stump, it'll tail in. And that is the end of the over. To wait for the scoreboard to update, but be fairly certain that Seaside's probably in the late 60s. Couple of overs to go. Have a look what is coming up on the European Cricket Network. It's just an absolute bonanza of T10 cricket and even a few T20s thrown in there. Those T20 international events. The first on its way in Bulgaria across the weekend of 23rd of June through to 25th of June. And then I think Vinny is going to take you through matters at the Valletta Cup in Malta. So that T20 international event runs from Monday the 10th of July all the way through to Sunday the 16th of July. So plenty of action happening in that particular week in July. Also the Netherlands T20 International Women's Tri-Series. And also the second week of ECS Hungary and also some internationals at the end of the Hungary tournament. So plenty of T10 and T20 cricket coming up on the European Cricket Network. You can join us on the YouTube channel for ECN or on FanCode in the subcontinent. FanCode proud supporters of ECS Sweden 2023. Scoreboard still making its way through. We'll just have a minor stoppage while updating as they work their way through, just double checking what happened in that last over. The last fall of wicket was 48 with the dismissal of Jadvest, so it's been a nice little partnership. Abdul Haq swinging a boundary off his first ball. Nice little leg glance for the second, and Hakim has stuck around to give him some help. A few wides from the last over from Sabir, so just pushing their way up to not a good total by any stretch, but at least we'll give them something to defend. Just a reminder for all of you who are in the YouTube chat, great to have you with us. Thanks for being with us all day. As Rob Thompson down in New Zealand. Ghazi Faroz, Saeed Khan, Dam Roy, Rocky Pradhan. It's just the whole gang in there today. Quality bants all round. Question from Dave asking which special guests we have lined up today. Well, I'm trying to convince Sam Williams from the ECN Blue Crew to take the mic, a man who's been part of a few classic ECN moments over the years. Golden tonsils of the young man from the UK. Hopefully we'll hear him on the microphone later. I'd love to get umpire Tyrone Peters in here for a bit of umpiring analysis, but fortunately he's on duty for each of the games, so we won't be able to hear his dulcet South African tones, but he's doing a great job out there in the middle. As we're still waiting for the scorers to update that last over from Subir. It didn't make their job easy with succession of wides. Some momentary loss of momentum here for Tigers group. Seems like we're back on track now, or at least close to it. Just holding the bowler for a few more moments. Sajid Hossain coming in. First over went for 14, so most expensive. The bowls, at least up until Sabir came in and shipped them a bunch of freebies in the form of 5 wides. Just waiting for the signal from the scorers, and we're ready to go. Scorers won't be happy with Sabir, making their job fairly hard with all of those extras last over. Seaside 66 for 7, 18 balls to go. Hossain fires it outside off stump. I think they can be fairly certain that no matter what he's sent down to him, that Abdul Haq is going to try to put it onto the leg side. He's ended up probably about a foot outside off stump to play that ball. In fact, you may even not need to bother with deep cover on the fence. Just put all 5 out there on the leg. Crafty batting from him though. T10 cricket, it's not all about power plays, particularly when you've got a field like this where the outfield is running nice and quickly. Someone like Abdul Haq, he's just finding the gaps, providing nuisance value. That's just pushed for what should be a relatively easy single, although Hakim made it slightly more difficult by taking basically the same track as a car coming off an on-ramp. Circling around rather than just running dead straight. I never understood batters who do this and end up getting to the crease running a 45-degree angle. It's not helpful. Oh, big swing across the line, a little bit unlucky. That ball was short of a length. Hossain right at the stumps though, and Hakim, he departs, unfortunately for him, with only 1 run on the board, and unfortunately for Seaside, that's their 8th wicket down, and 3 balls into this over, 71 on the board. Not a happy day for them at Manchester Cricket Club to date. Going to bring Jithan Ismail to the crease. Abdul Haq still fighting, 15 off 7. Probably like to see a few of his teammates show a little bit of the pluck that he's brought to the game in the last couple of days. So now with figures of 2 for 19. Still 3 balls left in, what is the 8th over of the innings? A scrapping Seaside, just trying to take every run they can get. The stumps again, flying down the leg side, probably a little bit of an issue with height there, not too much excitement from the fielders. Umpire signals leg by. Let's see what Abdul Haq's going to try to do here. They have actually brought that fielder in from deep cover. Agent 007, the only outfielder on the offside. Wide outside off, does try to swing it away to the leg. It's a nice bit of bowling actually from Hossain. They certainly know what Abdul Haq is trying to do. Big sweeping motion. I'm going to take that ball to the leg side. 4 defensive fielders on the boundary there. Once again, good line from Hossain. Consecutive dots, good finish to his over. Finishes with figures of 2 for 19. Seaside, 12 balls left for them. They are 72 for 8. Yes, we say that. The wind has picked up a little bit here at the Manchester Cricket Club. I need some lift off from the wind to help that run rate. It's gone up a touch over the last couple of overs by some wayward bowling from Subby in his over. Hossain didn't bowl a bad over that last one. Ismail on strike. Only faced 1 ball so far. Farouk Ahmed coming on for his 2nd. Nicely bowled. A little bit of zip outside off stump. Farouk goes a little bit wider this time. Well taken by the keeper, but signalled wide by the umpire. There's only a few overs ago. I was complimenting for them for their tidiness in only conceding 2 wides, but ever since Severe's over, it feels like it's been a little bit of a consistent issue. Farouk continuing with that wide off-stump line. As I said, certainly a tactic from the Tigers. It's good for them that they're sticking to it. Certainly helped them today. Bit more air, swung across to the leg side. It's a full toss rather than the line that was the issue there. Ishmael swings hard, takes it to the boundary. Well, a little bit of good news from Seaside. They're sort of nudging their way up to total that at least going to give them something to defend. 78 on the board now. A couple of boundaries in these final stages. If they can get up to maybe 95. Thereabouts, as that one's driven down the ground, it will only be a single. Brings Abdul Haq onto strike. You know he's working out a plan at the moment. Currently got deep cover out there. Haq's going to, Farouk's going to continue this line wide of off stump. They may leave. No, they're bringing Haq in. Now all 5 fielders outside of the boundary, sorry, outside of the 30, and now on the leg side. Goes a big charge. Doesn't matter where you put fielders when the ball is smoked. 60 metres. Lovely strike. Abdul Haq uses his feet, keeps his shape well. Lovely shot. Seaside, they've made their way up to 85 for 8 now. 1 ball left in this 9th. And he's playing a little gem of an innings in the circumstances. Abdul Haq, 23 off 11. Ishmael giving him some decent support. Wide of off stump, and it's called wide. 2 cagey players up against each other. Farouk trying to get it as close to that wide line as possible to try to stop Abdul Haq swinging to the leg side. Big swing across the line, makes good contact. Sabir out there on the deep mid-wicket boundary, fields cleanly, but Abdul Haq manages to get himself back on strike to the start of the final over. Seaside 87 for 8, 6 balls to go. Bad spell from Farouk, but no wickets for him. I found the wickets a little bit harder to come by after that big burst from Ashraful Alam. 4 wickets across the first and the third overs. Nice little spell from Rizvi Hock. Looks like Causa coming on to bowl, the 10th. Done this a couple of times where they've left him to bowl late in the piece. Just getting the field set. Abdul Haq's managed to get himself back on strike for the start of this 10th. Speared into leg, and he can only drive out to extra cover, no run. Not a huge amount of desperation to change the strike there. Obviously Abdul Haq's decided that he's the man most capable of finding the boundary, so going to back himself. Steps across, good contact, just enough carry to beat the fielder coming around from deep square. Second Maximo in 2 overs. A little bit of a fake from Abdul Haq to set himself outside leg, but then he unsurprisingly gets himself across to off stump, heaved across to deep square leg. Lovely shot. He's got his timing, and he's now up to 30 off 14. Seaside might even make it to 3 figures. Full ball, swung across. Haq does take the single on this occasion, so leaves Ismail on strike with 3 balls to go in the over. Abdul Haq's probably being helped by the fact that that wind is blowing in the direction of the leg side, so it's giving him a little bit of extra carry. have a look at that on replay. It's going to the replay booth. Causes appealed for the man-cat. Let's see if he gets through his action. Certainly doesn't. At the time that he takes the stumps out, very hard to see. Have to get a replay from a different angle. The umpire's in the way. Need to get the replay from that angle if at all possible to see when Causa actually dislodged the stumps. Causa's appeal looked like it took him a little bit of time to actually take the stumps out. And it seems that Abdul Haq has been given out. Not particularly happy about it. Pretty good move from Causa. Can't get rid of him. Facing up. Well, that's one way to do it. Sooner or later, battles will learn. Don't mindlessly leave your crease and keep an eye on what the bowler's doing. It's the best way to not get man-catted anyway. That one struck out to cover. Will be fielded out there by Rizvi Hawk. Fired back in. So Abdul Haq, he's back in the pavilion, and it brings Sankar to the crease. Couple of balls left to go, only the one wicket left with that dismissal. Full ball, struck nicely, managing to find the gap. Good strike, Sankar. He played a couple of good shots in the last game. Who knows why he's batting down at number 11. It's a good shot, boundary. Takes them to 99 for 9. So one run here will take them to 3 figures. And after the start they had, they battled well, the Seaside. Lower order has been plucky. Quite a few extras at various overs for Stockholm Tigers. It's driven straight down the ground. It looks like they've got an intent to push back for 2. Agent 007 throws to the batter's end, so they will complete 2 runs. And that's a good effort from the lower order from Seaside, taking them up to 101 for 9 off their 10 overs. Probably reflective of the Stockholm Tigers tournament in a way that they've had themselves some positions of ascendancy in a number of games, but have just left the door open. They had Seaside 48 for 7 partway through the 6th over. It all started with Chaudhary having his second first ball dismissal of the day. Just somehow managing to get a leading edge, and then Adaraya played a shot straight to the fielder at point. A couple of nice shots in between as middle order got into gear, but Alarm continued to pepper the stumps. Good line and length. It's the call from umpire Road on that occasion, and unfortunately for Hussain, went back to one that he needed to come forward for. There was almost a 5th dismissal, deflecting off Alarm's non-bowling hand, going back onto the stumps. But, geez, Agent 007 didn't complete that bit of fielding particularly well. And the second ball after that was just lofted with a picture-perfect drive. Unfortunately, the next time it did end up in the hands of the Agent. Bond showing some good style in the field. Rizvi Hawk, nice couple of overs from him. Variation of line, length, bit of flight, managing to pick up a couple of wickets. That was a good catch out on the boundary by Hossein, and that was the hat-trick ball. Abdul Haq, didn't he play a feisty little innings? Speaking of feisty, the keeper got up after being struck in the face, and eventually they saw the wicket struck as Keane went swinging to the leg side. Much more successful swinging from Abdul Haq. Croc Dundee showing he's not afraid of anyone or anything, but did manage to get man-catted in the end. Protesting about the bowler coming over. Not sure how he had any idea given his head was facing towards the stumps, but you can try as you might. Umpires eventually sent him on his way, and thanks to that lower order rear guard, in particular that man Abdul Haq, they've ended up with 101 for 19. So good recovery, particularly after that top 4 only scored 17 runs. Some minor contributions from Karunikar and Ganganabar in there in the middle order, but 31 off 15 from Abdul Haq has really given them a boost. And even a quick note to Jithan Ismail and Manu Sankar in those last two positions combined, hitting 12 off 8. And in the context of a relatively low-scoring innings, they were valuable contributions. Bowling figures for the Stockholm Tigers. Of course, I went for 14 in that last over. A helpful one for Seaside, but pick of the bowlers easily. Ashraful Alam, 4 for 13. Took the first and the third overs. Very good from him. Rizvi Hock was impressive as well, 2 for 17. Pair of wickets also for Sajat Hossain there in the middle overs. So Seaside turned this into a far more interesting contest than we thought partway through that innings. They've reached 101 for 9, so the Stockholm Tigers will be chasing a target of 102 runs off their 10 overs in order to register their first win here today at ECS Sweden 2023, brought to you by FanCode. It's Andrew Ryan here for the European Cricket Network, and we'll have this chase starting in just a few minutes, so please come back and join us then.
The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, FanCode, and Grizzly Bear Sports.
Welcome back to the coverage, European cricket fans. We're halfway through Game 2 here on Day 7 of the ECS Sweden event, brought to you by FanCode. And we have the Stockholm Tigers pursuing a target of 102 off their 10 overs up against the team from Seaside. Seaside, after a tough start in their batting innings, 48-7 at one stage, managed to put together at least a passable score. Tigers bat well, they should be able to chase it down, but we've seen targets like this prove more than difficult for a few teams. And Abdul Haq, the man who led them with the bat, he is coming in for the first over. Full ball, and nicely struck by Farouk Ahmed. It's a sweet timer of the ball. Had one or two good innings in this tournament. He's capable of much more though, and that's a nice shot. That's a good little innings from Abdul Haq. Managed to bring Seaside for the most part up to a passable position, but he's not helping himself with the ball here. It's flicked around behind square, and great start from Ahmed. Consecutive boundaries to get the innings moving. Abdul Haq might be a little bit exhausted after his lengthy stay at the crease. Admonishes himself for missing his length again. Once outside off stump, once outside leg stump. Goes full again, more Yorker length though. Farouk Ahmed good enough to adjust. Shy at the stumps, was in no danger. Make it through for the single, bringing Corsa onto strike. He's one of the best straight hitters, certainly in this team, but one of the bigger hitters in the competition when he gets moving. Hasn't played an innings of any great length in ECS Sweden 2023 as yet, but clean striker of the ball. Field just being manoeuvred with the change to the right-hander. Dragged down the leg side. Did swing quite a bit, but started wide, went even wider. Of course, having none of it. So Stockholm Tigers, after that pair of boundaries early on, needing 92. 57 balls still to go. So run rate there or thereabouts, around 10 and over. Comes around the wicket, and that's scooted through. Basically rolled through to the keeper, unlucky for him. It's actually been called leg byes. Flicked the pad, of course, as it went through. Third boundary of the over, though, for Stockholm. Not what Seaside wanted to begin this contest. They needed early wickets. They needed to keep things tight. Moving his field around, giving himself a fine leg on the boundary. Brings in the fielder off deep point. Got another defensive fielder here at long on. Wow, that swung hard from Corsa. Got every piece of that grizzly bear ball. She's the angle quite well too. Went square because he does come from wide on the crease. Lovely shot. Abdul Haq managed to score a decent amount with the bat, contributing 31 to the total. He's almost given that away in this first over. Stockholm Tigers on 20 for none, one ball left. Just waiting for that ball to be retrieved. Corsa is a clean hitter. He's hit that a long way. Great sound off the bat. Unfortunately, the ball's been retrieved from that long grass down there at square leg boundary. Probably settled some nerves in the Stockholm Tigers team, getting away to a nice quick start. Like once again pushing that man deep at fine leg. Moving him quite fine. We'll have a look at that replay. He's pretty keen to extract revenge for being man-catted in the first innings. We'll have a look. I suspect he certainly went further through with his action than Corsa did in the final over of their bowling innings. So let's have a look. Yeah, he has gone through with the full action, and I suspect this will be given not out, signalled by umpire Tyrone. A few cheers of support coming from the Stockholm Tigers. Like the play, he's a combative character, Abdul Haq. He's pretty pumped with his work, executing that man-cat. Unfortunately, it's the rule. He's gone through with the full action, which does not allow you to execute the run out at that time. And Corsa has said, well, you send one down to me, I'm going to punish you. And once again, uses that angle, turns the wrists a little bit, swung out to the deep square leg boundary. Lovely stroke. That's an expensive over. 26 on the board after 1. So 77 matches. The drought continues. 77 matches since a golden ball. How long more must we wait for the greatest show in cricket, an ECS golden ball? Certainly by the evidence of that first over, the Tigers not intending on taking this down to a close finish, but the Seaside bowlers, well, have something to say. This man Hussain took 3 wickets in the first game today. Floats on a decent length. Unfortunately, the line a little bit leg stump, and that's exactly what Farouk Ahmed likes to see. Wonderfully balanced batter at the crease. Just an easy swing. Pops it a metre over the boundary. Nice start for him. He's just getting better and better with the bat. Then he drops that ball a little bit on leg stump. Can't afford it against a player of the class of Ahmed. Short. Pulled. 4. This is where Hussain does get in a bit of trouble when he bowls short of a length. The ball just tends to sit up. He's not getting a huge amount of zip off the pitch. In fact, if anything, he's trying to make the ball just hold up off the deck. When he bowls a good length, it creates some problems, but when he drops short, it's just too easy. So another boundary. Stockholm Tigers racing along. 36 for none. Under the leg stump, pitched outside leg. Good call from the umpire. T10 coming across from third man position on the 30. Just keep it to one leg by. By just holding the arm out, just asking Hussain to hold up for a moment. Brings Corsa back onto strike. And he charges down the wicket. Big swing. Can only just dribble it out to Hakim. Once he bowled from Hussain, saw the charging Corsa come, so managed to spear it into the block hole. The Tigers, 2 balls left in this second. They need 64. It's not going to be a hard job if Hussain keeps on bowling that line. Really had a good game for Seaside, who were fairly outclassed in that contest against Hammarby this morning. Hussain actually played pretty well for them. Wickets, runs, inspirational moments in general. That's a better length for him, but once again, drifting onto leg stump, and Ahmed's hit this even further. Beautiful stroke. Look at the weight transference. Picture perfect stuff. Textbook from Farouk Ahmed. And Hussain, hands on hips. He's not sure what to do to stop this onslaught. Ahmed races along to 25 off 7. And the Tigers, 45 for none. On the leg stump, neatly tucked away. Good pickup from Abdul Haq. Jeez, I tell you what, he does not give up, does he? That's the end of the second over. Stockholm Tigers, 46 for none. Tell you what, if some of the teammates showed as much pluck as Saibzad Abdul Haq did. This Seaside team would be running a little bit better in this tournament. As it is, they're 2-4. I'm still flabbergasted that the Stockholm Tigers are 1-5 in this tournament. You've seen from this game that at times they look $1 million. And then also at that innings, end of the innings, you could see just why they keep on opening the gate for teams. Had Seaside 48 for 7, could have put the game away. Got a big net run rate boost, and as it is, they allowed them to squeeze through to 101 for 9. Good start to their chase, though. Powered by Ahmed, but course is going along nicely as well. So Jadvest coming on to bowl. Floats it up, and inexplicably, Ahmed has managed to just sky a ball that he should have pumped for a maximum. Easily taken. That's a tragically bad ball to get a wicket on. But take them when you can get them. He almost just needed to try to pump that square. Almost tried to play it technically too well. And Amar Chowdhury, who has had an awful day at the office today, 2 golden ducks, comes in and takes a clean catch. And, well, Jadvest, got 1 wicket for no runs, so his figures look pretty good at the moment. Sends the opening batter from the Stockholm Tigers back to the pavilion, and finally something to be happy about for Stockholm, for Seaside. First wicket. That brings Rizvi Hock to the crease. Probably the most consistent batter in this entire tournament, despite the fact that he's playing for a team that is 1-5 at the moment. Feels like he's scored runs in just about every contest to date. A lot of the time done it when his teammates have been losing their heads around him. A really strong player through the square, the wicket area on the leg side. Capable of hitting down the ground as well. Good player. Really one of those players that gets the most out of himself, both with bat and ball. Jadvest continuing this line around the leg stump. Well, Rizvi Hock, if he could order a ball off a menu to get started, it would probably look like that. Favourite area to hit backward of square. Fielder position there at the 45. Wasn't too far away from him. But he hits hard. So that brings up the 50 for the Stockholm Tigers. 1 wicket down. Only 14 balls in this innings, so they're going at a rate of knots. Course there, 13 off 4 as well. Hock drives straight, cannon straight into the stumps. Obviously no touch from the bowler, so no run out appeal. Good striker down the ground when he plays there. Jadvest floats it up onto the leg side, dragged across, and that's the second boundary for Hock. Probably just slow pace. He could put that ball just about anywhere he wanted to. Jadvest trying to beat the batter with a little bit of flight, not a huge amount of side spin. It's a good start for Hock. Well, that's going to be pumped as well. Nice strike. Umpire Tyrone Peters just checking for the video replay. It's a pretty ordinary ball from Jadvest. Might even be called a no ball. We'll have a look at the boundary here. It's carried that by a metre. So the arms go up to signal 6. Doesn't look like we're going to have a no ball call for the full toss at waist height. Jadvest floats it outside off stump. Well fielded. Was struck strongly. And that's the end of the over. Cracking power play for the Tigers. 61 for 1 off 3. Oh, great start for them. They bowled out Seaside for what should have probably been 60 or thereabouts. Then This game would essentially be over as it is. We've still got 41 runs required, but only needing just under a run a ball. It's a great start from the 26, 20 and 15. So all but one of those overs exceeding the highest over for Seaside in their innings. It's been quite a hammering to date, despite Seaside's best efforts. Big swing down the ground. Rizvi hasn't got all of it, and it's managed to evade at least one fielder. Chowdhury sticks the boot out. I think he successfully saved that. We might just have a look. So fielder coming in to begin has evaded it. We'll have a great look here. Chowdhury puts his foot on the line, and so should have been signalled 4 in the end. That ball goes up high. That does get signalled 4. Keem comes on with a fair bit of pace. That also means he can leak runs quickly. That ball out of range of T10 Ismail. So Corsa moves along to 17 off 5. Stockholm Tigers 36 required. Short ball gets the top edge. 2 fielders within range, but unfortunately neither of them gets near it. Going to top edge one, doing it straight over the top of the keeper's head. Good result. Got the men back there on 45 and also relatively fine third man. Bounced in between them. So Tigers racing along. 34 required. Corsa up to 19. Full ball, struck nicely. Great shot. It's one of his favourite areas. The arms go up to signal 6. Good timer, Corsa. Nice little change of bat hand position. It's only just crept over the boundary. Great signal from the umpire. They are absolutely motoring now. Saw Abby Zolmi put on 200 earlier in the week. This was going to go the full 10. Tigers might be trying to threaten it. That's pumped. Absolutely obliterated over long on. Corsa, I said that he likes to hit straight. Normally it's from a drive, but this one's almost like a baseball-like strike. Absolutely mullered. Well, poor Hakeem, hands on his hips. Not sure he's got a plan to deal with this onslaught. 19 off his over to date. Stockholm all of a sudden only need 22. Haven't even finished the 4th over. Short again. Short arm jab. That's a superb cricket shot. Corsa going along rapid rate. Once again, just pays that ball off his hip. It's more of a short arm jab, but he's carried the boundary by a good 5 metres. Sensational stuff from him. And the Stockholm Tigers, 86 for 1 after 4. So they're going at a rate of 21.25 in these overs to date. Look at the difference in the worm as boys from Seaside were absolutely struggling for the first 5 overs. The only respite from the attack from Corsa is that Rizvi Hock is coming on to face this time, but he's already 16 off 6 as Ismail comes on to bowl his first. Wide of off stump, gets a good piece of it. Well, Hock, he can't be stopped. Boundary 4 to start the over. And Stockholm Tigers now only need 12 runs to complete this victory. And it's a pretty despondent looking group of Seaside players at the moment. T10 Ismail coming on in a cyclonic-like batting destruction from these two. Umpire Terrain. That ball's been hammered to smithereens. Having to change it, get an updated Grizzly Bear out to the middle. Hawk up to 20 off 7. Length ball shot through. It's keeper that knocked the bail off there. Ball missed stumps by a good couple of inches. Good reply from Ishmael though. Hits the length just outside off stump. Short ball, pumped to the leg side. The arms go up. Thick up high. Tyrone had them up almost as soon as that ball came off the bat. Risby Hawk stays well balanced at the crease. Small man, a lot of power base comes from his lower half. Rarely see him try to overhit the ball. Races up to 26 off 9. Tigers only needing 6 runs to win this game. Oh, not sure they needed any gifts like that. Called wide. Races away for 4, so the scores will be even after this ball. T10 just trying to spear in the Yorker, loses control. Suspect of this delivery, the Stockholm Tigers are going to complete a comprehensive victory. Short of a length, Hawk does exactly that, finds the boundary, and it's taken Stockholm Tigers all of 4.4 overs to haul in this target of 102. What a stunning batting exhibition. Well, as I said earlier today, that is not a team who should be 1-5 in this tournament. They have too many good players to end up at the base of the table. I mean, Risby Hawk in particular has been very good throughout the tournament. Quick look ahead. Got Ginna CC back in the game. They had an exceptionally tough day yesterday, and after starting the tournament really well, now 3-4 and really facing an uphill battle to make the semi-finals. It could end up with a bunch of teams on 6-4. They might still be in with a chance, but boy, they need a win there. As to Hammarby, but a win came for the Tigers here. It was just an obliteration with the bat. Abdul Haq, he batted well earlier today, but he was smashed with the ball. Even managed to fail to execute a man-cat in retaliation for being sent packing that way in his batting innings. Farouk Ahmed, a couple of lovely shots. I really enjoy watching him. Unfortunately, he just took a skyer off Jadvev's first ball and went back to the pavilion, but that brought Risby Hawk, who's been exceptional for the Tigers throughout the tournament. And Corsa, probably his best innings as well, ended up 37 off 9, just finding the boundary with absolute ease. Look at the strength of that stroke making. Risby Hawk behind point, managed to hit a 6 over there, swung around to the leg side as well. It's just an absolute boundary barrage. Hawk managing to finish things off by pulling a ball backward of square, completing what was a comprehensive win for the Stockholm Tigers. They have absolutely smashed Seaside in this game. Tigers batting card looks very pretty. All batters going at a rapid rate. Farouk Ahmed feels like he's getting better and better as this tournament goes on, although I suspect he'll be disappointed to have gotten out when he did, but they brought Hawk to the crease, and he and Corsa just went boundary for boundary. Course at 37 off 9. Really would have appreciated the chance to score a very fast half century, but as it is, they chased the target of 102 with only 4.4 overs down. A horrendous looking bowling card for Seaside. The man Abdul Haq at the top. Geez, he tries hard. Batted really well earlier, but his left armers were just easily smoked over the leg side. He went for 22. Every bowler going at double figures per over. Just extraordinary stuff. And the Tigers complete what was a very easy win in the end. Very well deserved. Probably should have even had Seaside out for a much lower total, but they end up beating them by 9 wickets. So that's completion of the second game here on day 7 at ECS Sweden, here from the Marstad Cricket Club in Stockholm. We will have 3 more games for you later on today, and the next match is coming up in approximately 26 minutes. It will be Genesee Stockholm up against Hammarby, 2 teams desperate for a win. It's Andrew Ryan on the European Cricket Network. I'm here for the next 3 games, plenty more T10 action for you. Come back and join us in 26 minutes for the next game on the European Cricket Network.
The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, FanCode, and Grizzly Bear Sports.
Good afternoon, or welcome back to the Master Cricket Ground here in the northern part of Stockholm. It is time for Game 3 of Day 7 of the ECS Sweden. We've got a pretty good contest coming up. Hammarby, who were first start winners today after they took down Seaside with a pretty comprehensive performance. They are up against Gina CC from Stockholm. Hammarby, they've elected to bat in this game, so we'll see Gina in the field and unleashing their quick man, Taj Hussain, probably with the new ball to take on Hammarby's opening batters. And I suggest we'll see the likes of Aslan Ali, the left-hander, go out there. So we're not too far away from starting this contest. There are a few delays this morning. We've managed to catch up time-wise, which is good. It's Andrew Ryan here in commentary for the European Cricket Network. Maximo having a deserved day off out in central Stockholm. And speaking of Stockholm, Gina CC Stockholm come to this with Farhad Chaudhry, probably their main man, certainly with the bat. But Azim Amin, the other opener, batted well a couple of times yesterday. Shahjil Sadakat, he had a tough one at times, but almost got them home in a chase yesterday. Unfortunately, his bowling seems to have gone off the boil. They've got plenty of good players. This should actually be a really good game and a good test for Hammarby. They looked a far superior side to Seaside in that game earlier this morning that got us kicked off here on Day 7. Well, this is going to be a much sterner test. Gina CC, though, yesterday have almost played themselves out of the competition. They can still get there. They probably need to win all of their remaining games. But for a team that was highly fancied and started the tournament with some strong wins early on, the tournament was a little bit pear-shaped with a couple of close losses yesterday. There's that man, Taj Hussain, who's got the ball. Rahel Khan come out to open for Hammarby. And he's joined by Aslan Ali, the diminutive left-hander who's been their best with the bat throughout the tournament. Looks like we're ready to get started here. Game 3. Hussain lofted over cover. Lovely shot from Khan. Zayn still warming up the arms as though that was just a bit of a loosener. Nice start from Rahul Khan though. Boundary 4 off the first ball. Sometimes the case, particularly on this pitch, the batters have appreciated bowlers who have a little bit of extra pace. Well, Hussain's been very good in the tournament. Has a nice short ball that he uses on occasion and generally keeps the ball on a good line and length just outside off stump. He finds it off stump line a little bit wide and Khan can poke it to the man coming around from third man on the fence, but fields it not too far backward of point. Should be a really good contest here, as I said. Two teams fighting to get into the middle sort of part of the table and up into that top 4. Both of them will need to go on quite a winning streak. Just a little bit of delay. Ali, come on a strike. He's been batting beautifully in this tournament so far. Really a pleasure to watch. Zayn drops short. A little bit of zip off the pitch, so Ali doesn't quite get in good position to pull it. Just drags it behind, just for a single. Brings Rahel Khan back on to strike. Nice ball from Hussain. Pops off a good length, a little bit of extra zip, well bowled. Bit of tail into the wicketkeeper too. Just a big shout out today to my boys from Kosnay Cricket Club up in the Swiss League. They're taking on our arch rivals, but also good friends, Geneva Cricket Club, in a game out in Geneva today. Should be a really good contest, 40 over league match as Rahul Khan charges down the wicket, no contact. I think outside edge probably would have taken that for 4. But anyway, good early season contest up against Geneva. So good luck to the boys as they fight hard to keep us moving along in the Premiership. We've got plenty of action happening out here in Stockholm at the Marshall Cricket Ground. Final ball of the over from Taylor Hussain. Off-speed ball, cut, evades the fielder. Suddercut coming there from backward of point and rolls away for a boundary. Nice shot. Khan getting across to the off stump, but then steps back and almost creates some room for himself. 10 off that first over. Have a look at the supercomputer. Where is this coming from? This is 79 as the expected score, 82 for Hammarby. Look, let's just use it as a potential comparison. Look at those average runs for and against, which is pretty much a better comparison. So the high 110s, 120s. Looks like the basis of those averages should be a very close game, which I suspect at the start they're nice, evenly matched teams. Ahmed Bilal going to bowl. Difficult customer to deal with, actually, Bilal. Just ambles in, but it's a nice change of pace. The one that goes through a little bit quicker, swings the ball a little bit. More than serviceable with the pill in hand. Step down the track, just off the bottom of the bat. Just go through for one. Behind the stumps, Cameron Zia's got the gloves for Jinnah CC, as he did yesterday. Fairly typical team. They've got the X Factor, Usman Hafiz. So Azim Amin of Chowdhury will likely take the opening spot, but a man who's been dismissed from the opening spot, Arshan Ali. Well, what a turn up for the books here. First wicket down for Hammarby, 12 for 1. He's been so successful throughout the tournament. It's just a surprise when he goes early. It's a horrible swipe for such a good player. He tried to heave that like a 17-year-old on Freshers Week. Just an awful shot for someone who's much better than that. Ball was far too full to play that stroke. He ends up getting cleaned up. Nice piece of bowling from Bilal. Look at this. That ball is quite full, and sort of stroke that you'd play to something a little bit more short of a length, or at least not almost Yorker length. So Ali dismissed, big wicket. Brings Muhammad to the crease. Full ball outside off stump. A little bit of tail away from Bilal. That's why he's tricky. Changes up and down in pace. A little bit of movement. Gets through his overs quickly. He's coming off a short run. Tries to hustle the batter. Well, that's floated out to cover, and see the umpire's signal. Certainly some bat there. Well. Could have been a second wicket in the first 2 overs. Bilal, great over from him. 1 for 3, 1 ball to go. Khan charges, no timing. It'll just be spat out for a single out to cover the end of the second over. Hammarby 14 for 1. Not the start they would have liked, particularly after Raheel Khan hit the first ball for 4. Things have just been a bit sluggish from that point on. Quick shout out to everyone joining us in the YouTube chat. For what, so you can see on the scorecard, this should be a pretty tight game. Jinnah and Hammarby, 5th and 6th on the table. Hammarby a few games in hand over Jinnah, but there is an absolute logjam. Master have only played 4 games. They're sitting in a decent position in 4th at the moment, but still room for this table to change, and to change a lot. That's a nice strike over the leg side. It's the last over of the power play, so need to take a few risks here. Nice shot from Raheel Khan. It was a decent length ball, but You haven't got the defensive fielders out there. Your job is to get the ball through the infield. Jamal Nazir coming on for his first over. It's the third of the innings. Oh, big in swinger, fumbled by the keeper, so it's a wide, and I'll take the extra run as well. As I said, great to have plenty of folks in the chat. Noticed Kroom and Rob have departed for the day. Great to have you guys with us for the early stages as that in swinger has beaten the batter. Nice bit of bowling from Nasir. You can see his wrist is working hard trying to get that drift inwards. Nice piece of bowling. So Hammerby, 20 for 1. Need a couple more boundaries to finish this power play off. Big swing down the ground. Lovely stroke from Raheel Khan. Nasir floats a ball on a decent length. It was actually Azhar Muhammad who struck that sweetly. A couple of steps, got his forward momentum. Very, very good timing. Mentioned in their first game today, when he hits particularly to mid-wicket, he puts absolutely everything behind the ball. Hits the ball very hard at times. Short ball. Cramped for room, but it cuts it to backward point, and they will take a comfortable single. These T10 games generally find that infield is right back on the 30-metre circle, particularly during the power play overs. You've only got the two fielders outside the circle. They've got long off and long on, as Jinnah tend to do. Big swing. Absolutely no contact. And Raheel Khan is sent packing by a nice piece of bowling from Nasir. Continued to pitch the ball up despite being smacked earlier in the over. And that's a nice ball. Look, significant in swing. Great delivery. Raheel Khan back in the pavilions. Nice start from Jinnah. Tough day for them yesterday, but they're a good side, and you can just see that they're really up for this contest. So he's gone for 13 in the over, but in the early power play, talked about the success that teams can have when they get sideways movement. Should be trying for it with the new ball, and Nasir is persisted. That good full length. Got that one to come back in quite a distance from outside off stump. Excellent piece of bowling. So that brings Abdullah to the crease to join Azhar Muhammad. So 1 ball to go in the power play. Irrespective of what happens here, Jinnah CC will be fairly happy with where they've ended up. And keep a few top order wickets flowing in the next few overs. I feel right on top in this contest. On a bit short of a length, actually nicely struck. Didn't beat the cover fielder by much, but it was hit hard. Saw in the last game, Abdullah's got some nice timing, particularly when he plays through that offside. Stepped back, gave himself a little bit of room. Good placement through the gap. The end of the over, Hammerby, 31 for 2. Interestingly poised game. Have a look at the run rate, and far more expensive over from Nasir, that last one. It wasn't a bad one, though, in the overall scheme of things, and certainly picking up the wicket was key. 4-run over for the second from Bilal, who's going to get his second here. I think this is a pretty good move. Certainly prefer him bowling when the ball's new and he's got some movement and a bit of a kick off the pitch from the new ball. Can be quite a handful. Great figures of 1 for 4 off his first over. Short ball, absolutely cracked by Azhar Muhammad. Sounded like a cannon coming off his bat. Good striker of the cricket ball. Another one of these solid low set batters. Gets a lot of power when he gets his feet planted. It's a nice strike. Absolutely no hope for the infield. keeping up a pretty attacking play. So they've actually moved an extra fielder back out on the offside now. So they've got cover and extra cover on the boundary along with long off. Doesn't matter. It's hit high, only just creeping over the boundary. Warnazir would have needed to be about 17 foot tall to take that catch. And Bilal under pressure after an excellent first over. He's gone for 10 off the first 2 balls of this one. He's up to 18 off 7. Just feels like he's getting better and better as this tournament goes on. Oh, I think Muhammad thought that was in the slot. And big call. I think Tyrone Peters had signalled no ball. I think he thought there might have been an extra fielder outside the circle, but has actually reversed the call. Moment of heart attack from Bilal. Nice piece of bowling, though. That looked like it was going to drop in the slot. Just nibbled at the last moment. And then the next ball, finding that length. Ball shoots through. It's that just short of a length period where there's just a little bit of a depression in this pitch. I'm going to hit that regularly. Oh, Muhammad decides to take that out of the equation and has launched that high, very long and very handsome over cow corner. Puts absolutely everything into this strike. Oh, well, he's there. Hammarby will be looking for a total well in excess of 3 figures. Nice change up again from Bilal. Muhammad running good 35-degree angle. Should have frankly been running straight in front of the stumps to protect them. Shy from the keeper anyway. It's the end of the over. Hammarby 48 for 2, 4 overs down. Interesting position for this match. Bilal really tight first over. Second one has gone for plenty. A couple of early wickets down, but 2 wickets down after 4 overs. Not particular drama. They've got some talent down the order as well. In particular, Khalid Mahmood's found some really good form of late. So Shajil Sadakat coming on to bowl his first. Had an up and down tournament. Tough day yesterday. 4 ball outside off stumps. Absolutely smoked, but a great piece of fielding. We'll have a look at the replay, but I think Jamal Nazir has managed to keep that in play. It's going like a rocket over the offside. And there's created room. It's really hard outfield too, so the ball skips off it. Have a look at those feet when he touches. Looks like he's in the field of play. So it's well done. Umpire's just having a quick look at it. It certainly looks like that last step is all fine. So continue on. Just the single. Sadakat, bit of an appeal. Umpire Peter says no, as Muhammad was absolutely a dead duck. He's furious at his partner. He's trying to call him through. To be honest, it was a pretty dicey single in the first place. Plenty happening on that ball. Have a look at it. Just dropped off the pad. Not sure what Muhammad thought he was doing. If anything, his partner should be the one furious. That was a completely high-risk run. Nice ball. A little bit of a change of pace from Sadakat. Just every time that this Hammarby innings threatens to get going, Jinnah bowling attack, done a good job just bringing it back down under control. Nice over from Sadakat so far. Short of a length, Muhammad cracks it. Nice placement. 2 fielders there, one behind point, one at the 45 on the 30, and he's beaten them both. Just creates a little bit of space. Not a bad length ball from Sadakat. It's that variable bounce that you're getting short of a length, so it's a good place to bowl, but as it was, that one came through nice and true. Oh, gone straight through him. Fantastic bowling. Fairly ugly heave from the Azhar Mohammed bat. Body turns, absolutely no contact, and Sharjeel gets rewarded for keeping the ball up. It's a nice piece of bowling. Just his arm completely off balance when he's playing that shot. Entire body spins around. He's disappointed. It's probably what the shot should have looked like. The thing with players like him, he's a powerful man. He doesn't need to throw 100% every single ball. It's the third wicket down for Hammarby. There's one ball left in this fifth. 54 for 3. Good over here from Sadakat. Only gone for 5. Sent one of their biggest and best hitters back to the pavilion. Does bring Khalid Mahmood to the crease, though. He's been excellent for them the last few games. Scoring at a really good strike rate. He's able to hit to multiple parts of the ground, so it makes him very hard to defend against if you're the opposition skipper. Sadakat in the block hole. Mahmood plays across the line, but squeezes it out to deep square. Some thought that they might look for a second. Sensible to knock back that opportunity, and Hammarby 55 for 3 after the first 5 overs. Game's nicely placed. Always something to look forward to on the European Cricket Network. We're here in Sweden until the 18th of June. Don't forget, we've got the internationals coming up over the weekend. That should be an absolute treat. It'll be great to see some of the players that we've had on show here at the ECS event representing their national team of Sweden. And off to Romania. Some really, really good teams around the Bucharest area. Seen some of their best representing them at the ECL the last few years. Some very, very good bats, particularly at the top of the order. Developing cricket nation, but it's got a good player base. Khan comes on to bowl what is the 6th over of this innings, just driven down the ground. Seam fields easily, just a simple single. So Mahmood starting with just a pair of ones. Abdullah's only faced 2 balls since he's been out there as well. Big swing across the line. It's the pad. Keeper manages to prevent the run. Full of ball, pushed out to cover. A nice piece of bowling from Samir Khan. Mixes up his pace well. Generally bowls through these middle overs for Jinnah. Just held up in his run up by Farhan Chaudhry, who needed a little bit of time to get back to his fielding position at long off. Floated on the leg side. Mahmood slightly overbalanced. That ball really held up for a moment. Taunting the batter, just drifted into his pad. A little bit of flight though, nice piece of bowling. Oh, that's more into his wheelhouse, but he's mistimed it, elevated too much, and Azim Hamid actually ends up taking a pretty good catch. Came in 5 or 6 steps off the boundary. Ball carried a little bit further than he thought, but took it above his head. Really clean pair of hands. It's a big wicket, possibly the biggest one of them all, given the form that Mahmood had been in. So it's now 4 wickets down for Hammarby. It's been a good 6th over. Khan's only leaked 2 runs, and he's picked up the wicket of Mahmood. So that's a great result for Jinnah. Get the feeling they're probably just on top in this contest now. Looks like Aftab Ahmed coming out. He's a big hitter. Really capable of finding the boundaries when he gets going. Able to elevate the ball pretty easily. Full ball outside off stump. That's the end of an excellent over from Samir Khan. Such a reliable cricketer. And Hammarby 57 for 4. I think that over, very important one for Jinnah. They've threatened to get going at a few occasions, Hammarby, but particularly losing that wicket of Mahmood, who's powered their middle and lower overs, later overs. Big one. Still got some batting to come, but Abdullah and Ahmad probably have to take them through the next 2 or 3 overs successfully if they're going to reach somewhere around 100, 105. And they've got Saz Hussain to now deal with. So Abdullah probably won't mind the extra pace coming on here, especially given the off-stump line that Hussain normally takes. Short on the leg, cramps him for room. Not a huge amount of protection on that side. Admittedly, that does have 3 fielders on the boundary out there, but field all on the offside. Short ball dragged across the line from Aftab. Just a single though. Defending pretty well here, Jinnah CC. Taz Hussain, been one of the premier bowlers in this competition. Very rarely has anyone got after him with any sustained success. It's a good ball again, just keeps on hitting that length, just short of a length outside off stump. It's so hard, doesn't really give huge amount of room for batter to freeze arms, coming at enough pace that not a great amount of time to adjust. Very good bowler. Big swing, up in the air, 2 fielders converging. Sadakat takes a nice grab. Taz Hussain, just it's such a recipe for success in T10 cricket, just hammering that good or just short of a good length outside off stump. So often you get a bit of rise out of the pitch, particularly for a bowler like him who hits the deck hard. Ball gets up near the throat of the bat. Get a lot of those blooped catches. A good grab from Shakil Sadakat. Made good ground coming across from cover on the 30-metre circle. Safe pair of hands. I don't think Farhan Chaudhry coming in from long off would have had a play on it. And so that brings Khan, the wicket keeper, to the crease. Played a couple of useful shots in the last game for Hammarby. Played the first game today against Seaside. Well, it's a little bit shorter from Hussain, but not punished. Fielders in the infield on that side. So a lot now rests on the shoulders of Aftab Ahmed. Full ball, Yorker length, well played by Ahmed in the end. Probably the upside of that over from Hussain is that's the end of the 7th, 61 for 5 is they only lost 1 wicket, so it does leave Aftab there for the final 3 overs. He's got to try to get as much of the strike as possible. He'll have it for the start of the 8th. But definitely reassessing their objectives here. They can get to 95 or thereabouts. It won't be a bad recovery, but really has been throttling of the run rate by this Jinnah CC team over the last few overs. So the last 3 from Sadakat going for 7, Khan 2 and Hussain 4. It's only cost 13 runs, all of them single figures, and that ball has been smashed within the vicinity of the commentary cube. Fortunately, just stayed to my right-hand side. Lovely strike by Aftab though. And Samir Khan, who only went for 2 runs in his first over, he smoked for a Maximo, first ball of the 8th. It's the first boundary in quite a bit of time, in fact, from the 4th ball of the 5th over. And in between, they also lost 3 wickets. So it's a devastating period for Hammarby. Floated up. Ahmed drags it to the leg side. Just carries the cow corner boundary. Consecutive maximums. Said that he held the key to getting them up to a passable score. Samir probably beat him in flight on that occasion. Made him fetch the ball from outside off stump. But he was good enough to make strong contact. Shorter ball, nice piece of bowling, big top edge. And the keeper's fumbled it. So not only have they missed out on the opportunity of dismissing Aftab on what really should have been taken by Zia, he's also scooted back for the second, so he's back on strike. It's a good piece of bowling from Samir Khan. Putting the quicker one, got a little bit of pop off the pitch. Goes for the almost the Yorker ball on that occasion, and Ahmed just squeezes it out to backward of square for the single. He's put a bit of pressure on the bowler, made him think through things. He's had to go back to defensive methods. Ball's driven down to Azim, coming around from long on. Keep it a 1. Khan's at least turning the strike over as much as possible. So Ahmed, will he just take the single here, get the strike back, or will he have a crack? Well, he does, he has a crack, and he has a crack very successfully. Great shot. Ball speared into his pads, a flatter one from Samir Khan, but just got his front pad out of the way, got the wrists through, flicks it for another Maximo, and that's an expensive over from Samir Khan. It goes for 16, I think, which compared to his first over, sorry, he goes for 22 compared to his first over, which is only 2 runs. How often have we seen that? Someone bowling a very tight first over, but being slapped when they've come back into the bowling attack. Skipper turns to Shakil Sadakat. Bowl the 9th over. They've bowled out Hussain now. Looks like Nasir will be left to bowl the 10th. Short of a length, big swing. Khan probably just needs to get Aftab back on strike. It's really his only job here. Give him as many balls as possible to work with. Just a big lusty swing on that last one. Now he's been cleaned up, so he's wasted 2 balls. He's now dismissed, and they'll have a new batsman at the crease. Not really great stuff from Khan. He's got Aftab there, who launched it to all parts in the previous over. Now he's going to miss at least the first 3 balls of this over. Ordinary stuff. T10, it's a thinking man's game. Who knows what could have been done with those 3 balls by Aftab. As it is, you get the number 8 batter coming in and facing. If he gets stuck there for a couple of balls, then they get through this 9th. And Jinnah will feel much happier. Shakil Sadakat, nice piece of bowling. Fired it on off stump. It's wide of the stumps, and there you go. 3 balls in the over, no runs scored. And after the onslaught from Aftab last over, Sadakat bringing the run rate back down again. Good bowling. Hammarby 83. Halfway through the 9th. On or about sort of 10 runs and over. Short of a length. Cut well. Well, if you're not going to rotate to strike to your big hitter, then cracking a 4 suddenly becomes part of what you need to do. And that's a pretty good shot from Munir. It'll be a crucial part of their bowling attack when Jinnah CC go out to bat. It's a nice shot. Another dot though. So 4 balls haven't been scored on in this over. And he may as well have a big pop at this Munir because they want Aftab on strike to start the 10th. So he's chewed up a couple of balls. Needs to send this one flying. Big swing, and Aftab decides not to take the single. That's probably pretty sensible stuff, and that's a great over from Sharjeel Sadakat. He goes for 10 off his 2 overs with 2 wickets. Excellent stuff. Armaby 87 for 6. Tell you what, that really is a dreadful outcome, that over from Armaby. They'd just gotten themselves back into a position. A couple of big ones in the 9th and 10th. They could have been looking at 105, 110. As it is, Aftab's got 6 balls to work with from Nasir, who's bowling with a helpful breeze for his in-swinger. Helpful breeze for Aftab Ahmed, getting to smoke him over cow corner as well. Well, it should be a good battle. Oh, floats up to the legs. Good flick from Aftab. He's going to push back for the second. Slight misfield. Really good throw. Might have had him under pressure, but ultimately that fumble allows him to scoot back for the 2. Played a slightly off balance fashion, so took him a while to get going, but then he soon realised there was the opportunity for the second. Hustles through. Slight fumble from the keeper. It's good pressure from Ahmed though. Outside off stump, he's fetched it, but he's hit it straight down the throat of the safe hands of Azim Amin. Second good catch from him in this innings. Which felt like it came off the bottom of the bat. Aftab had to fetch it from outside off stump. Nice piece of bowling from Nazir. Started this pretty wide, just drifted in a touch. I was asking a lot of Aftab to hit that over the long on boundary. Nice little innings from him though. Hammarby going to win this game. I'll thank him for giving them a late boost, 25 off 10. Ultimately for them though, too many wickets falling in this innings. Go down when you have your number 9 batter coming in. T10 game. It's not just the wickets lost, it's the fact for every one of those wickets too. You're getting a dot ball in the scorebook. So Javed on strike. Big heave across the line. Should just be a single, safely fielded. Munir on strike. He'll have a few balls to work with here. 3 remaining in the innings. Hammarby up to 90. Short, wide, cracked. Oh, Munir. Love to find the boundary a couple of more times before this over's done, but that's at least 1. Not a great ball from Nazir. You've seen that Munir's got a pretty good cut shot from the previous over. Just dropped too short, gave him some width to work with, and put it away. Full ball, cracked. Managed to scoot through for 1. There's a misfield from Bilal, but it's not going to cost them. We've gone through for the 1 regardless. Brings Javed back on to strike for the final ball of the innings. 95 on the board. Maximo will take them to 3 figures. Wide ball, just jammed out. Has a shot at the stumps. Not sure that was advisable or not, but gentle throw. Knocks him down, and that's the 8th wicket down for Hammarby to finish off the innings. Javed run out for 1. And all in all, that's a pretty good bowling performance from Jinnah Cricket Club. I think they would have taken 95 runs on the board, so that gives them a target of 96 to win this game. Pretty good all-round effort from that group. The bowlers have been good. And certainly started. This was a huge early wicket for them. Poor choice of shot from Arslan Ali, who's normally a very good judge of of when to go big. Zahn Mohammed, he loves to go big though. A couple of great cut shots from him in the innings, but eventually done by a big in-swinger from Nasir. Great piece of bowling. And then Nasir, he bowled pretty well. And they also fielded pretty well. Couldn't do anything magical on that occasion, but as it was, they did come up with a couple of magical bits of play, keeping the ball in there. Huge swing across the line from Azam, and that was a pretty crucial wicket. This one was lofted out to the outfield, and the first couple of good catches from Azim Amin. Ball carried a little bit further than he expected, but he dealt with it well. Shakil Sadakat comes across and takes a good catch there, and Aftab Ahmed, he was the man that gave them a late boost, and if it wasn't for his hitting, probably would have been a very middling total from Amabi. As it was, still not a particularly great one, particularly on what is a fast outfield and pretty easy scoring ground. And a great bit of work to finish things off from Jamal Nazir. Nice bit of fielding off his own bowling. So that's the end of probably a bit of an underwhelming batting performance from Hammarby. They would have expected more following their victory this morning. It's only 3 players have ended up in double figures. Neil Khan got them off to a great start. 4 off the first ball. He was eventually bowled by Nazir. Quite a few clean bowls in there. Big wicket, Arslan Ali going early against Bilal. Zahn Mohammed, he hit 30 off 15. It was probably the pick of the bats, along with Aftab Ahmed with his 25 off 10. Really crucial runs at the back end. But the bowlers were very good all round. Taz Hussain continues to be a miserly force at the top of the innings. Bilal bowled well in his first over, went for a bit in his second. Nazir, a couple of crucial wickets for him. Sadakat back in form with the ball, and Samir Khan, great first over, got slapped in his second. But either way, good team bowling performance, and they were backed up by their fielders. So that left Hammarby with 95 on the board off their 10 overs. And so Genesee Stockholm need 96 to chase down this target. So this is halfway through match 3 here on day 7 of ECS Sweden for 2023, brought to you by FanCode. It's Andrew Ryan here, flying solo while Maximo's on his day off. Please come and join me back in a few minutes' time to see if Genesee Stockholm can chase this down.
The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, FanCode, and Grizzly Bear Sports.
Welcome back, European cricket fans. We're here at the Muster Cricket Ground in northern Stockholm. It is partway through Game 3 here on the European Cricket Network. It's Andrew Ryan to bring you through all of the coverage today. And Hammarby, they've put on 95 for 8 in their batting innings. Not a great score in the context of the batting that we've seen at this ground so far. Very fast outfield, plenty of sixes. And they'll need some early wickets against Genesee Stockholm, who are desperate for a win after a couple of losses at their last appearance in the tournament. They've got their opening guns, Azim Amin and Ron Chaudhry, ready to take up the battle. Munir, who managed to knock out Umar Chaudhry from Seaside with his first ball this morning. Love to do the same here. Well, almost exactly the same ball that got Umar this morning. Little one directed at leg stump, swing away. Azim, he's alive to it. Just defends easily, and they managed to scoot through for one. Ron Chaudhry at the crease. We'll drop down to the middle order yesterday for something different during one of the games for Genesee, but I think he's very, very good at the top. Probably his natural spot in these T10 games. Good length. Defends out to cover. Looks like he's got excellent technique, Chaudhry. Should be very, very capable in the longer formats as well. Presents the full face of the bat. Good striker, doesn't need to overhit the ball. He's got easy power. Ball goes very high, Aftab tracking back. Huge wicket, he goes second ball. Munir makes a major breakthrough in his first over again, just like this morning against Seaside. Wasn't a great ball, but instead of cutting it, Chaudhry's tried to pump it down the ground. Aftab, he's got a good set of hands, does a lot of work in the outfield. That's a great scalp for Hammarby. And Farhad Chaudhry, he walks despondently back to the pavilion. Ball just wasn't there to hit down the ground. A little bit of jump off the pitch. Should have been looking to rock that square of the wicket. Big, big scalps. Genesee, 1 for 1. He's turning this into a habit. Munir. Clearly seems to have the wood over the openers. So that brings Samir Khan to the crease. The length ball, once again a little bit of bounce. Attacks the stumps well for the most part, Munir. A little bit of sideways movement, giving some question to the batter. Good length again. The moment Hammarby thought there might have been a little snick. No appeal though. Good length outside off stump. Card looking a little bit edgy in his early stages. Well, it's wide outside off stump. Fair bit of movement, but started wide to begin with. Finish off the over. 1 ball to go. Full ball. And defended back. So that's an excellent start for Hammarby. Defending only not a target of 96. 2 for 1 off the first over is a great result. Oh, golden ball time. I tell you what, it's about time we had a golden ball, folks. 78 matches we've been waiting now. Never know with that first over from Munir. This could be delicately poised. Dismissal of Farhan Chaudhry. Big early wicket. And Hammerby bringing on Aftab. Great first over from Menier. He's been very good today. Full ball goes straight through him. How has that missed the leg stump? A big swipe across the leg side that's just swung past the leg at the last moment. Lovely piece of bowling from Aftab. What's that? He's capable of swinging it both ways, which is a great attribute for a pace bowler. Unfortunately, that one once again started wide and went even further with the swing. Slight off-speed ball. Keeper does well. Scoots after it dribbled through to him. Well, they haven't looked like hitting a boundary so far. Jinnah CC, it's been a great start for Hammerby with the two opening bowlers. Wide of off. Big swing, the late movement. Away, beats Samir, drew him into the drive. In fact, he's fairly fully intent on playing the drive. Once again, wide. After just a little bit too much swing. I like that he's trying to press for the outswinger though. Once you're defending a low score, you have to be attacking. Have to be trying to get these top order batsmen out. You don't get it from just bowling gun barrel straight. Well, that one's on a decent length, but just heaved across the line. And that's the first shot in anger, successfully executed by Amin. Nice strike. Just a little bit straighter with his black bat plane than when he tried a similar shot earlier in the over. Big strike. Well, it goes down the leg side. The ball's high. Two fielders converging. Oh, Rashid. Looks like he's almost a little bit distracted down there at fine leg for some reason. Didn't pursue it until a few moments. See on the replay, ball goes up and he's standing back on his heels. They thought it was carrying further. Wasn't a great ball from Aftab by any stretch, but drew the false shot and managed to scoot through for two. Decent length, but well played. Good hands to get the stop, and they've kept it to one. That sort of defensive fielding's what they'll need. A pretty good over from Aftab Ahmed. In the end, he goes for 11. Jinnah Cricket Club, 13 for 1, 2 overs in. Well, plenty happening in that tight start. Just set the pulses racing a little bit in the Jinnah dressing room. Look at the table. Jinnah, they're 3 and 4. So they've got this match and then 2 further contests to come. Hammerby, a couple of games behind them. They're 2 and 3. They've got the positive net run rate at the moment. Jinnah are in a great position to qualify until a couple of surprising losses. Oh, that's a good seed from Menier. Isn't he bowling well? Azim Amin, who scored pretty freely throughout the tournament, struggling to get his bearings. Menier, enough movement, an excellent location. Just bails out of that run-up. No panic stations needed for Jinnah. 83 off 47 required, so it's only 10.5 and over, so eminently achievable. Drifts past leg stump. It's called wide. One of the few times that Mania hasn't got his location right. Doesn't look like he's doing anything particularly remarkable as he runs in, but causing havoc for some top orders today. Floated. That is an absolute bowling machine ball. And for a player of Amin's ability, that's probably one of the easiest 6 balls he'll get. Just on a foolish length, just drifting slightly into off stump. Lovely swing of the bat. Great play. Just doing a quick check of the ball. While we're doing that, changing the ball in fact. Congratulations to the Australian cricket team. Those of you who have been tracking it, they've, in the last 15 minutes, just won the World Test Championship final against India, the Oval. Flurry of wickets this morning. And ended up winning that match pretty comfortably, courtesy of a very, very strong batting performance in the first innings. Slightly shorter length this time, drilled down to long on. And Khalid Mahmood collects cleanly. Nice ball, just a little bit of nibble away. Seems to occasionally roll his fingers over the top of it. Maybe a little leg cutter type delivery. That one also didn't bounce a huge amount. So 2 balls left in the power play. Jinnah only on 21. In fact, both these batting lineups have struggled to get going in the power play. Samir steps down the crease. Mania responds, feeds him something wide of off stump. No score. So final ball from Mania. Been a good opening spell from him. Oh, big appeal. And the finger goes up, the inside edge just to feather through. That's an excellent catch. Well taken by the keeper. And see that on replay. Big swing. Yep, I think Tyrone Peters has got that right. It's a good call. And that's a really good grab from Ahmad Khan behind the stumps. A great finish to Mania's spell. He gets 2 for 10 off his 2 overs. And Hammarby coming from the clouds. 21 for 2. Jinnah CC Stockholm chasing only 96 to win. But they've really given themselves a big chance. Really tremendous stuff from the Jinnah bowling group. Sorry, from the Hammarby bowling group. And this Jinnah team lost Farhan Chowdhury early. Now they've lost Samir Khan. Brings Taz Hussain to the crease. Amin's still there. They're asking a lot of him. Batting well, but you also don't want him in the position where he can't afford to lose his wicket. Kazi comes in, speared into the toes. Great shot from Amin. Just powered off his bat. Quick flick of the wrist. Taking it to the leg side. Steps back, deepish in his crease. Beautiful shot. A bit of pressure on Kazi now. You don't want to throw away that strong position they've got courtesy of the 2 overs from Mania. A little bit leg stump again. Scoot through for the singles, so Taz will be on strike. Kazi bowled well in the last game. Really likes to attack the stumps. As do a lot of these Hammarby bowlers. And there you go, just onto the pads again, and If you're going to be bowling that line, then you've probably got to have a fine leg. So if he's spearing it in this from wide of the crease, sacrifice the third man rather than going without a fine leg. It's just too easy. As Hussain just steps across his crease. Fine flick, and it's easy runs all day. It's going to race across this turf of the Master Cricket Ground. Full ball. Just pushed out to the covers. No runs. Good comeback. And Kazi's gone for 11 off this over so far. Just want to stem the boundaries. Gina have got themselves back on track somewhat. A bad ball. Angles the bat, and Arslan Arif comes through with his damaged left hand. Fires it in. I'll still get 2 though. Nice bit of fielding. God, it's gutsy stuff from him. Getting out and about with that fractured hand. Full ball outside off stump. Kazi's making it difficult here. Just too much width. Bowling both sides of the wicket, really. Yeah, it's almost the outside edge, but either way. That's the end of the over. Gina Cricket Club 38 for 2. Up to 4. Match is delicately poised. Look at that worm. Everything's pretty tight. There or thereabouts with the run rate. Obviously, Hammarby probably need a couple of wickets in these next few overs. Can't let any partnership build and establish itself when you're defending a reasonably low score like this. Amin's still there. He's looking good. 24 off 12. Few changes that may be looking to bring Omar Farouk on. Yep, it is. It's a big pacement. Bowled well earlier today. Tends to draw a lot of false shot from batters. Just hits the pitch hard, gets a little bit of bounce. Stockholm requiring, Genesee Stockholm requiring 58 from 36. Full ball, and Amin dispatches it. Lovely strike. It's probably the one spot you don't bowl to him, just fully strivable length, just tailing in towards off stump. Just a lovely swing of the bat. After a rocky start, Amin's got them back on track. Run rate certainly not an issue at the moment. 52 required from 35 balls. I say Hammarby need to score, take some wickets. This is high, just going to carry long on. Oh, Farouk, that's what he's trying to do. Get a little bit of extra bounce. Draw a shot sort of high off the bat, sort of bloops out to those straight fielders. Khalid Mahmood would have thought he was in it with a decent chance of a catch on that occasion, but ball hit just well enough, and consecutive maximos. Good comeback from Farouk, just a little bit wider of off stump, a little bit slower. Good change up. Charges, swings it straight down the ground. It's going to take some work, although the two fielders straight converge, and Mahmood gets a hold of it first. It's well fielded. The run rate has recovered significantly in these last few overs. It's always the danger while you've got good quality top order batsmen still around. Full ball outside of stump, cracked, beautifully timed. Taz is saying he's a talented all-round cricketer. Mainstay their bowling attack, and he can handle the bat as well. Farouk just drifting wide outside off stump, and this has not been a particularly good over for Hammarby. Signalled 6, it's a pretty good strike. 1 ball to go on this over from Farouk. He's gone for 19 so far. Not completely awful bowling. Not exactly gimme balls, but just some in the slot for the particular preferences of the two gentlemen at the crease. So Hussain now up to 16 off 5. Azim Amin 37 off 16, continuing his excellent form. Short ball asking to be pumped, and Hussain responds in kind. It's not a good end to the over from Farouk. It goes magical. 25 off it, and as for Farouk, in a game where you're only defending a target of 96, cannot afford to give away big overs like that. Having a look forward, European Cricket Championship coming up starting on the 25th of September. There's 6 groups involved there. Each of those groups will play over a 3-day group stage, and then when we get into championship a week from 16th to 20th of October, it is 5 days of action of the reigning champions, Netherlands, coming back for championship week, and they'll be joined by each of the group winners. Plenty of big teams in there, and if there's anything that the ECS promises, it's that you'll have some surprises. Absolutely no guarantees. Some of the teams like the Swedes and no doubt the Spanish and the Belgians, they're just playing, they play good brand of T10 cricket. So Azam Mohammed throw the dice with the leg spinner. Well, they've thrown the dice, it's come up with 6. That's beautifully struck. Azim Amin gets down on his knee, elevates, strikes cleanly. Not too many questions about whether or not that reached for 6. You'll continue to give the ball some air. Good bit of side spin. Tell you what though, that is well played. It was short, but Amin has rocked back, played an excellent cricket shot, a minimum of fuss. ECS looking to see if they can finish this very quickly. Oh my goodness, that's a massive shot. Amin is absolutely loving the leg spin of Mohammed. Once again, gets down well balanced on one knee, swivels, and strikes a magnificent blow out to deep square leg boundary. That brings up Azim Amin's 50. Only 19 balls halfway through the 6th over. Ahmed tries to mix it up. It does is make the keeper's life incredibly difficult. And by Tyrone Peters, signals wide. Great half ton for him. He's continuing on some excellent form the last few days. Floated up, big swing across the line from Hussain. Nice piece of bowling from Mohammed. GNCC racing towards this total. It was a great start from Hammarby, particularly after Munir finished his spell. On the last ball of the power play. Floated up again, nicely bowled, and his arms enjoyed that. Well, end of a great innings from Azim Amin. He struck the ball beautifully, but he's been done by a cracking leg break. Big swing across the line. And the leg spinner, Mohammed, gets his revenge. Virginia CC 82 on the board for the loss of 3 wickets. So they only require 14 off the last 4.1 overs. This one's gone for 18 so far. Sharjeel Sadakat coming out to join Taz Hussain to try to finish off this chase. Nice bit of fly from Mohammed. Draws Sadakat forward. Just squeezes the ball out for a single out to point, and that's the end of the over. Genesee 83 for 3, 6 overs down. So they require 13 still off these last 4 overs, so they should make their way through it relatively comfortably, but it's the job of Hamby to try to make life as challenging as they can for them. Doesn't look like Farouk is going to get the ball again. Tough over for him last time. It looks like Rahul Khan coming on. A little bit more leg spin. Swung hard straight down the ground, but it will just be the one as Aftab comes around. Nicely landed leg spinner to begin with. Just, I think Khalid Mahmood lost his hat straight down the ground, so bit of air, driven very handsomely. That's a cracking shot from Hussain. Got to the pitch of the ball, opened the bat face, and went through the covers. Very good bit of cricket. Well, Genesee only needing 8 off the final 22 balls. They've gone through this chase pretty rapidly after a difficult start. Bit of air from Khan. Beats Hussain outside off. Hussain love to finish this with a couple of lusty bows. 3 balls left in the over. Short. Does go out of the offside. Was that a good catch? Oh, unfortunately, Arslan Arif with his one functioning hand has put down the catch. Nice bit of bowling from Raheel. Bit of bounce off the pitch. Arslan comes in and, to be honest, if he was at full fitness, I suspect he would have secured that catch. Big leg spinner. It goes across the face. Gina requiring 7 runs. 19 balls, that's the last ball this over, so unless there's no ball wide, this one will go to an 8th over. Nice finish from Rahel. Only went for 6 off that over, but Genesee Stockholm not too far away now. 7 runs required off 18 balls, so fully in control of this game, and looks like Azam is coming on to get through his 2nd over of leg spin. Oh, that one, he's lost control, and it goes out to Arslan Arif, who continues to have struggles with his hand, probably even the right one because he's had to rely on it so much. Nice bit of bowling from Mohammed. Drops the leg spinner just on off stump. And a little bit of sting from his one good hand. And that sends Taz Hussain back to the pavilion. 4 wickets down, 89 on the board. Still, after a couple of big swipes, Genesee Stockholm still 7 away from the target. looking forward to the next match and the news from the toss. Hammarby, they'll be playing their third game today. They've won the toss and elected to bat. So they were coming up against Hudinga, who are 5-2 and looking pretty secure for semi-final qualification. Things could still go wrong in these games. They lose 2 of 3 or 3 of 3, but they're in pretty good form, bringing a pretty consistent side out to most of the contests. So I'll definitely go into that match as favourites. Lovely bowling. Beats Hassan with a cracking leg break. Hassan just getting a little bit of a move up the order to help them through today. Not a lot of air. Nicely driven. Khalid Mahmood will swing around from long on, fire it back in. It's a pretty good second over here from Mohammed. As always, giving the ball lots of air. Pitches outside leg stump. Nice strike. Sadakat. When he gets going with the bat, he's a good little player. A couple of nice overs from him earlier in this game. He's got figures of 2 for 24. 2 required off the last 14 balls, so almost certain Jinnah victory. And 1 ball to go in this over. So Mohammed love to add to his 2 wickets. This one pushed her a little bit quicker. Sadakat tries to get down on one knee and sweep it. It's the end of the over. Well, Jinnah CC taking a little bit longer to finish this than we expected. Just dribbling along in these last few overs. They only need 2 off the final 12 balls. It looks like Rahul Khan is going to get a second stint at the bowling crease. Pretty good first over from him, to be fair. It's a much needed victory for Jinnah CC Stockholm. As we said, a couple of disappointing defeats yesterday. Rahul, oh, he's ripped a beautiful leg break past Hassan. Well, they're not giving up, Hammarby. This double leg spin attack of Mohammed and Khan. This is beautifully pitched. Not a huge amount of side spin, but Hassan stepping back, trying to give himself a little bit of room to work with. And it's gone straight past the outside of Edge's bat and has hammered into off stump. A disappointing return for the captain, Waqar Hassan. Of course, there's another Jinnah batter to come to the crease. Nicely pitched from Rahul. Jinnah Cricket Club, 94 for 5. Sadakat's still there. And this is Taj Hussain coming out to bat. Batted pretty well for them in one of the games yesterday. So very, very capable with the wood in hand. So Khan continuing. Can he stretch this game out further? Nicely pitched leg break again. Some of this lower middle order for Jinnah looking all at sea, and Hammarby had another 20 runs to play with. I'm not sure how this game would end up. In the end, they'll probably rue setting a subpar target. Nicely bowled, swung away over the leg side, and that's a pretty good way to finish a game that Jinnah CC didn't have their own way all the time, but certainly with this chase, they found the boundary, particularly through Azim Amin, enough to bank another win. A well-deserved victory for them as well. Haven't be slightly disappointed Times in their batting lineup, it felt like they were going to be able to put on 110, 115, which would have been a much stiffer target. As it was, they unfortunately didn't make the three figures. So Gina CC went up with a fairly comfortable win. Looking forward to that next match. Hammarby up against Huddinge, starting at 1300 GMT, 1500 Central European, and then 1830 India time. So Huddinge, the big bats, will be looking to inflict more damage, this time on the Hammarby bowling lineup. Absolutely no damage for Farad Chaudhry. He went without scoring. But his partner, Azim Amin, has been in cracking form the last few days, and a couple of big strikes from him over the leg side. Got them motoring along. That was a good catch. So Munir picked up a couple of wickets early, and while he was at the bowling crease, looked like anything was possible for Hammarby, but those guys who came afterwards just copped some punishment from Azim. He's a good, clean striker of the ball, and so is Taz Hussain. Hussain just found the boundary enough to keep that total moving along, and some big swipes over the leg side. Look at this from Azhar Mohammed. Beautiful piece of leg spin bowling. He really does come out with some absolute crackers. This one, could have, should have, might have been a catch for Arslan Ali, but very difficult one. As it is, he got a simpler chance there off the bowling of Azhar Mohammed. Even Rahul Khan managed to come up with a couple of nice little leg breaks during the course of that bowling innings. He might get a few more overs as Hammarby goes along. But in the end, Genesee Stockholm just too strong. The batting lineup managed to carry them to what was a fairly pedestrian target in the end. They scored 105 off 8.5 overs. The man at the top is Amin. He was by far the star. 53 off 20, and nice contribution from Taz Hussain as well. 27 off 11 to complement his very good pace bowling. Having a look at the bowling figures, Munir once again the pick of the bowlers, 2 for 10, but it was probably that over from Farouk that went for 25 that really got Jinnah back on track, and Kazi going for 17 as well. It just felt like the fielding placements probably weren't optimal for him, but that over from Farouk, it went a long, long way on a number of occasions. So in the end, comfortable win for Genesee Stockholm. It dragged out a little bit at the end, but they've beaten Hammarby by 5 wickets. So that's the conclusion of the third match here on day 7 of ECS Sweden 2023. Brought to you by FanCode. It's Andrew Ryan here on the European Cricket Network. Thank you for joining us, whether it's on YouTube or FanCode in the subcontinent. We'll be back in approximately 33 minutes for the contest between Hammarby and Huddinge. 2 matches to go on Sunday here in Stockholm. Please join us on the European Cricket Network for Hammarby versus Huddinge.
The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, FanCode, and Grizzly Bear Sports.
Hello, European cricket fans. We're back here at the Muster Cricket Ground in northern Stockholm, and we're about to start Game 4. And it should be a very interesting contest. The boys from Hammarby, who have just been beaten by Genesee Stockholm, they are about to return to the field immediately, and they have a big task in front of them in the form of Huddinge Cricket Club. Huddinge, a very, very strong group, have sort of made their way into the top 4 with a series of consistent performances. And they are looking good for a semi-final spot, but Hammarby, they still have some work to do. They're going to bat first in this one. Should be a really, really good contest. And we're going to move to have a look at what happened at the coin toss.
Huddinge, it's a call.
Yeah. Head.
Head is a call. Legs, tails.
You're gonna bat first.
They're gonna bat. Back to you, Rhino.
There you go. So Hammarby going out to bat. They're going to face this pretty strong bowling lineup from Huddinge. They've got plenty of pace in that group. Good, consistent lineup. And they had to hit the pitch hard, generally bowl a good, strong outside off-stump line. And this is a big test for the Hammarby group. Pretty consistent side. They're rolling out. Khalid Mahmood has been very good for them, as are Mohammed's leg spin. It's become more important as the tournament goes on. He was in decent form in that last game. Just got out of the crucial stage. Need a bit more from Arslan Ali in this game. Huddinge, they have a relatively settled lineup. So going out to bat first. Rahul Khan's going to open up again. Arslan Ali, the same with him. Right, the non-strikers end to begin. And Nasser Iqbal, as Huddinge normally do, opening up with the big right arm paceman. Things are almost set to get underway here at the Muster. Good first ball from Iqbal. A little bit of a way swing, good length. Nice little bit of bounce with this Grizzly Bear ball. First up. Those who haven't seen much of them before, Huddinge. Pace bowlers tend to bowl a little bit short of a length, just outside off stump. I really like to hit that area hard. Big swing. Khan managed to get a hold of it. Carries the boundary by a good 5 metres. Uses the pace of the bowler. Extends the arms. Nice shot. Maximo gets started. Hit a couple of good shots early in his innings in the last game. Hammarby, they need to put a decent score on the board, because Huddinge, they are a force to be reckoned with the bat. Big swing across the line. They'll run through for the one. So Iqbal just moving the field around. Ali, the left-hander, forcing a few changes. Just shifting a fielder into position just inside the 30 there. Trying to cut off the single. Short of a length. Gets up to Ali's chest. It's a nice piece of bowling. Bit uncomfortable throw at the bowler's end. Oh, but had a hit. I think Rahul was gone. Ali has been struck by that ball. He's already got an issue with a fractured hand. Wherever that's hit, it probably won't do him any good. See, he's in a level of discomfort down on the pitch. Might be able to have another replay of that just to see where it's got him. Looks like it's actually made its way through, possibly hit him in the chest or the shoulder as he's been squared up. Seems to be okay, which is good news. There's the magic drink bottle to settle him down. Bit of speed from Iqbal. He's quicker, I think, than he looks. Hits the pitch hard. Really does get some lift. Just have a momentary break while he's getting some treatment. Khan just coming back down the non-strikers end to have a word to Nasir. And looks like Arslan's good to continue, which is excellent news. As I said, probably a bit sharper than he looks, Nasir Iqbal. Generates some lift off a good length. Arslani, not the tallest man in this competition, but nonetheless. Full ball, swung it across to the leg side. I think you're seeing Khan down there, backward of square. Not far over his head. No, that's an area that Arslan likes to swing the bat. That's another boundary, so Hudinga up to 11 off 5. Bright start from them, aside from the issue that Arslan's had. So 1 ball to go from Iqbal. Decent length, but swung again. Beautiful shot from Arslan Ali. Swings it away for 4. It's a bright start from Hudinga. Not too many who have been able to do that to Nasir Iqbal in this tournament. Hudinga 15 for none. Conclusion of the first over. Have a look. The supercomputer's predicting a pretty close contest in this one. Surprising, given Hammarby 2 and 3, Hudinga 5 and 2. The average runs for certainly, and average runs against certainly in favour of Hudinga. So, been a big hitting side, Hudinga. Probably hit sixes with more regularity than any other team in this competition. Good Maximo rate for them. Sprayed down the leg side from Ahmed. He's been very consistent with the ball. Not on that occasion, just using his line. First game that Hudinga's played today, so might just take them a little bit of time to get into the swing of things. It's Hammarby's 3rd game, so warm day. Might be a few issues of fatigue for them. Once again, Ahmed dragging the ball down the leg side. Just wincing in his shoulder a touch. May have a bit of tension there from previous game. Short ball rises the pitch. Looks like there's a signal that's the first warning for the over. Really did jump off the deck. Hull turning around, asking where's the wide call. It was a particularly short ball. And just signalling back to the scorers that that's the first one for the over. Well, looks like he's reset. Ahmed screaming in another wide, short one. This time he gets some bat on it. Flies down to 3rd man. The boundary. Not a great start to this over from Saeed Ahmed. A little bit all over the shop. Not the consistent short of a length line and off stump that he tends to bowl. Rahul Khan just needed to get some bat on that ball. Bright start from Hammarby. 2 balls into this second over. It's 21 for none. That's a much better length. Rahul gets into a slightly awkward position playing that to the offside. There's no opportunity for a run. Much better ball. That's the length you expect from Saeed Ahmed. Charges. A little bit off speed. Through the shot before the ball came through. Nicely bowled. Brings a smile to Ahmed's face. Beating him with a nice slow ball. It's well bowled. That's a good length ball. Hard to control. Good catch. Nasir Iqbal, he's not going to drop too many of those. Well bowled from Saeed Ahmed. That's how you expect him to get his wickets. Hitting the pitch hard. Batter trying to thrash him down the ground. Just shot a bit out of control. Easy wicket. Good bowling from Ahmed after a few loose ones to start this over. Skipper Tariq coming and giving this charger a pat on the back. That's the first wicket down. Rahul Khan, he's walking back to the pavilion. 21 runs on the board. Aslan Ali's still there. He's only faced 3 balls. Scored 8. And Mohammed coming to the crease. Found some form a bit as this tournament has moved on. Big, strong hitter, particularly to the cow corner area. He's got a good cut shot as well. It's probably more likely to get the ladder from Ahmed. Just toe of the bat. Fielder comes in. I think he's head-butted that as he's dived for the catch. Good effort. You get some congratulations from his teammate for the thrust of the ball. See, this has just fallen into space between the outfielder and the infielder. And that's the end of the over. Have a quick look at the standings here, and Udinga 5-2 at the moment, so they've got this match and 2 others remaining to complete their group stages. So certainly if they win 2 of those, you'd expect them to be through to the finals. Probably don't really want to end up in that logjam of teams who are likely to end up 6-4 or thereabouts. Aslan Ali can't get on strike at the moment. He's only faced 3 balls in the first 2 overs. And Iqbal comes in, start his second over. Good length ball. Oh, it actually does well because it's shot through a bit lower than expected. Didn't play a full-blooded shot. Fortunate for him. Beats him outside off stump. Good piece of bowling. Just a little bit of nibble away, just outside off stump. It's probably the most uncertain area for Mohammed with his batting. Really loves to have the ball on middle and leg to swing to cow or wide of off stump. Another one. Just drifting onto the stumps. Mohammed hits it high. Just enough carry to take it for a Maximo. Big bit of bottom hand. Went with the angle. Iqbal just pitched that on middle and off. Launched into the sky. And carries enough for the 6. So Amabi just keeping up with a decent run rate here. 11.2. Still half of this 3rd over to go. Last of the power play. This one's just leaned on. Should have been a fairly simple catch down there. That's Rahmani, who's top quality play. You'd expect he'd absolutely swallow that ball. Ahmed went a little bit half-hearted to the flick shot. Rahmani just got his head into an awkward position and took his eye off the ball at the last moment. Brings Ali back on the strike for the first time in a while. It was a long time ago that he was struck by a ball in that first over from Nasir Iqbal. Facing the same bowler again today, but his figures none for 22. On the leg side, that is not where you bowl to this young man. Absolutely hammered over that leg side boundary. Good position, not a huge amount of forward movement, but just uses the pace. Flick it over the leg side for a 6, and he races along to 14 off 4. They're going to probably feel like they're in a decent position here. 35 for 1, 1 ball left in the power play. Let's see if Ali goes hard here. Swung away to the leg side. Zane Khan fields it well, but parries it. I'll end up scampering through for 2. Good bit of fielding for the young man. And that leaves Hammerby 37 for 1. End of the power play, 3 overs gone. Check out the run rate. So it was that middle over that was a little bit sluggish. Saeed Ahmed started with a few tasty balls all over the place, but actually, if anything, Iqbal, he's gone for 30 across his 2 overs. Very rare in this tournament that you've seen him so expensive. Saeed Ahmed continues, thrashed. Beautiful cut shot from Azhar Muhammad. Loves that spot on the offside. Left leg goes out to mid-wicket, creates space, creates leverage. Superb shot. Jeez, a strong hitter. Hey, what if these two can be there for another 2 overs at least? Just thrash through the covers. Should just be the one. Tariq to come around to field it. A back spun off his hand. And they will scoot through for 2. Fortunately, that ball had a little bit of side spin after it rolled off his arm. Could have easily bumped back and gone over the boundary, but he recovered well. Desperate dive. Slower ball. Drilled straight down the ground. It's good bowling from Ahmed. Looks to be employing his change of pace more regularly. Brings Arslan Ali back onto strike. 3 deep fielders on the leg side for him. Doesn't really hit straight down the ground a lot. Really tends to go square, mid-wicket area. Ahmed coming around the wicket to him. Goes full. Ball flashes off the outside edge. Fielder just not moving particularly quickly in that 3rd man position. That's not a great ball from Ahmed. At the same time, I think it's Mohammad Zafar down there at 3rd man. Didn't move to his side particularly quickly either. So slightly fortunate boundary for Arslan Ali, but goes along to 20 off 6, and Hammarby have brought up the half century as a team, 50 for 1. 2 balls left in this 4th over. And he beats the fielder at 3rd man again. Well, Ahmed going for a few this over. A couple of full tosses, not helping his cause. Certainly not off the middle of the bat from Ali, but gets enough on it at the pace Ahmed bowls. Can easily go down to the boundary from there. It's not great bowling for a man who's normally very consistent. A few questions being asked. Good start from these Hammarby batsmen. Run rate up to 14. Wide of off stump. That's a better place for him to bowl to Ali, but it's kicked off the turf and I can't handle it behind the crease of the gloves. And that's the end of the over. The end of the 4th goes through for a bye. Hammarby Cricket Club 55 for 1. 4 overs down. So a pretty good start to this game. The boys in yellow. Only the 1 wicket down, which is helpful. Look at that run rate. And the big punctuation point at the start with Nasser Iqbal's first over, and then his third went for quite a few, and Ahmed's gone a little bit more expensive than you expect for him. So I think Hammarby would be quite satisfied with where they are at the moment. Looks like Farad Mamand coming on. Usually been someone who they've brought into bowl in the closing stages rather than this early. Full ball. Ali doesn't take a full swing at it, but nicely timed. Finds that mid-wicket boundary. Just so many full tosses at the moment from the Hoodinger lineup. They've just failed to hit their length. They're normally so good at hitting that good length just outside off stump. Certainly hasn't been the case so far, and the Hammarby batsman taking full toll. Bit of a different situation for Maman to be bowling in. He's normally trying to spear in Yorkers for the big hitters coming in at the end. Full ball just poked out to the area behind point just for a single. Throwing the gauntlet down at the moment, Hammarby. If they double this score, even from here on in, setting a target of 125. Not a bad position. They'd love a little bit more, but still plenty of time to go. Look at that, if they get a 17 run rate from here on in, they're up in the 150 region. Stroke down the ground, not well timed from Mohammed, but it's enough to bring up a single. Well bowled from Aman, just trying to get it full enough that Mohammed can't get underneath the ball. Really likes it on length so that he can get that bat swing, get the elevation over to the cow corner side. Full ball, swings late, a little bit of a change of pace. Tricky bowler, Maman. He's got a bunch of different variations. Sometimes seems to bowl with these almost little floater balls that drift into the pads of the right-handers or away from left-handers like Arslan. It's just pulled across the line to the leg side. Manages to beat two fielders. Well, a little bit of good placement, a little bit of good fortune. Bat went across the line. Sheen just couldn't get there in time. In fact, it's actually pretty good placement, to be fair. And just to thread the needle, get it through two fielders. So there's four of them on the leg side. I mean, it's a traditional deep square, one out in cow corner, and Tariq here at long on. Arslan Ali decides he wants to keep the strike, although for a misfield, he'll manage to get back for a second. Zam comically looking for a third, but Ali's got about 15 metres past the stumps, but brings to the end of the over. Man, none for 14 off that one, and Odinga 69 for 1 after 5. Nice start from them. Look at the upcoming events. Plenty of cricket up in the months of June and July. It's an absolute feast of both T10 and some T20 action as well. Remember, we're here for the next week in Sweden at the wonderful Muster Cricket Ground in North Stockholm. There'll be some internationals at the end of next week, and obviously the conclusion of this European Cricket Series event, which is set up very nicely. And the team rolls on to Romania for the next European Cricket Series event as Tariq coming on to bowl. And ball's driven, sticks the foot out, probably wasn't that far away from deflecting the ball onto the stumps. Might have been an interesting decision there at the top end. Difficult bowler to get away in these middle overs. Zubak doesn't give you a huge amount of pace to work with, but does skid off the deck with a relatively low arm action. Once again, some good changes of pace from him. They've hit 70, one ball into this 6th over. Tariq steams in, off-speed ball. Dragged around by Ali, but just get around for a single. Tariq comes steaming in. Only 2 runs off his first couple of balls. That's that one just on a good length. It just shoots through on the batter quicker than they expect. Muhammad, as he tries to do, wants to get underneath the ball and lift it over that mid-wicket boundary or cow corner boundary. Ali back on strike. It's good over from Zuvak so far. Big swing across the line. This should be caught. Yeah, well taken. Zai coming charging in. We're on the 30. Ali tried to swing to the leg side, one that just got away from him. That's a fairly simple catch. And a pretty good innings from him though. He goes for 38 off 15 balls. Armaby 72 for 2. Really necessary wicket for Hudinga. Hadn't really stopped the flow of runs coming from the bat of these Hammarby batsmen. So important for Zuvak to step up. 1 for 3 off his 4 balls. Does bring Khalid Mahmood to the crease. So not a bad time for him to come in. Still gives him just a tick over 4 overs. And he doesn't need a huge amount of time to get started. Oh, waiting for him to come in. Great to have everyone on the YouTube chat. Notice Dave's still there. He's loving this ECS Sweden event. CNF on board. That one's just dragged down the leg side. Just going to be the single. Probably the first time that Tariq has lost his line. Shakil Saka, Sifat Rahman, Tam Roy, Jibon Khan. Everyone's in there today. Just absolutely loving this European Cricket Series action here from ECS Sweden 2023. Muhammad gets a short ball, cuts it wonderfully well. First time Zuvak's really missed his length all over. Short, dug into the deck, just held up, and Muhammad good enough to not only hit it to the boundary, but over it. And that ends the 6th over. Hudinga, 79 for 2. And just helped after a little bit of a handbrake was put on the run rate for a moment, but that Maximo helped them climb back up again. Disciplined bowling performance in terms of the wides, just the 2 of them, 1 bye. But plenty of runs flowing off the Hudinga the Hammarby bats at the moment. So Romani's coming on to bowl the 7th. Look at the bowling figures here. So Romani will be their 5th bowler. They've still got 1 from Amand, another 1 from Zuvak. Amand's tended to take the 10th for them. Swing across the line. Harwood was coming to the batter's end no matter what. So he calls through Khalid Mahmood. He gives his thigh a little bit of a rub. Marty's another one who's a little bit quicker than he looks with the ball. Just ambles in, but strong upper body. Short ball. That's in the cutting zone, but Muhammad's body weight was just swinging a little bit to the leg side. I think he'd premeditated what was coming from Romani. Full ball outside off some, absolutely thrashed through the covers. What a shot from Azam Muhammad. Front leg goes out, the weight goes back. Bombed it through the offside. Superb shot. I'll be continuing to tick over the runs. Short on the offside, thrashed again. It's going to beat Ahmed coming around from cover. Consecutive boundaries from Muhammad. Romani just short of a length, or probably just too short on off stump. Hasn't been the greatest performance from the Hudinga bowlers to date. Mohammed, he is rocking. 34 of 15. Knows what's coming from the Hoodinger boys. Probably bowl less at the stumps than almost any other team in this competition. And for Mohammed, given his love of the cut shot, thrashing things through covers, suits him just fine. Ramani goes for the short one. Mohammed doesn't care. He swivels and pulls it backward of square. Fantastic shot. That front leg just going out to mid-wicket almost every ball, but it doesn't matter. When the ball hits his bat, it just rockets off. Marnie's gone for 3 consecutive boundaries. And Mohammed, he is racing along. This total from Hammerby. It's going to set a reasonable chase from Hoodinger. Still 1 ball to go in this 7th over, so they've got 18 balls to go. Projected score of 139. This current rate, 4 ball outside off stump. Nice change of pace from Ramani, particularly with someone like Mohammed who sets his weight early. That's well bowled. But nonetheless, Hammerby 92 for 2. One of their better batting performances of the tournament. Mohammed up to 38 off 17. Khalid Mahmood, 1 off 2, so he hasn't had much strike since he's arrived at the crease. Ramani over goes for 12. And it looks like Zafar coming in to bowl the 8th. Goes way down leg side, pretty well taken by the keeper. Onto off stump. Mood digs it out. It kicks off the hard turf here, and despite the best efforts of Tariq Zubak, he can't keep the ball in play. It's a pretty good shot, maybe just a little bit slottish from Zafar. Just drifted onto off stump, right in the hitting zone of Mahmood. Drifts leg side. He's pummeled that ball a long, long way. Great rotation from the upper body. And he's launched it to the leg side boundary. Great hitting, and hasn't the Hammerby batting lineup woken up in this game? Mahmood, he's been their best hitter down the order. Well, certainly in the later overs anyway. Zafar gets pumped again. Drops it short of a length. The left armour coming around the wicket, just angling in, and Mahmood going with that direction. Manages to smack it between the 2 fielders. One stationed there at backward of square and the other one at mid-wicket. Good batting from him. He's such a clean hitter. Fuller ball, reaches for it. He's got enough. Super shot. And the Khalid Mahmood show is in full swing. Just reaches forward, turns this into a full toss. Didn't take a full swing at the ball, but it carried the boundary by 5 metres. Excellent batting. He's up to 21 off 6. The far wide of off stump. Good change. Good change. 21 off his over so far. On ball to go. So he tried to repeat that same ball. They've just shifted the long off a lot straighter. Drifts onto the stumps again. Doesn't matter where you put long off. He's managed to carry the boundary by a good 10 metres. And that's a superb over from Khalid Mahmood, and Hammerby. They are up to 119 for 2. 2 overs still to go, and Zafar gets smoked for 27 off his first over. Bowler who's normally very tight, but just leaked runs. It's almost the perfect type of bowler for batting of someone like Khalid Mahmood. So Tariq Zuvak coming on for his second. So got Mamand with 1 over to probably bowl the last. It's a really good total. This is the issue for Hootinga, where they do tend to bowl out the openers in the first 4. Zuvak, good change of pace, and Muhammad charging down the wicket. Just hits it to extra cover for the 1. It's all about change of pace now. Couple of rampaging batters. Maybe probably a little bit more likely to stay in his crease. Big swing, ball's high. It's gone in between probably 3 fielders. No one really had a play on it. So it's just the 1. Nice bit of bowling from Zuvach though. So moves up to 28, 9. Muhammad 39. Into his slot. Goes to the opposite direction, over cover. Great shot. The Hammarby boys, they're in full voice after a fairly underwhelming last start loss. They really sense that they've got an opportunity in this game to knock off one of the big guns. Great stuff from Muhammad. Oh, lovely bowling from Zuvach. It may have crawled along a little bit low, but once again, the off-speed delivery. Muhammad plants his foot, body rotates, can't hold on, and he's absolutely cleaned up. Great delivery from Tariq Zuvach. He's bowled pretty good spell in the circumstances, while most of his teammates have been plundered. He's gone for 18 off what is now 1.4 overs, picked up a couple of wickets. They do manage to restrict Hammarby to 140 or thereabouts, then we've got a lot to be thankful to him for. Smile on the face of Zahar Ahmed, big swing. Said earlier that he puts just about everything into his cricket shots. It's not a bad situation though for Aftab Ahmed to come out, who batted very well in the last game with the lower order, and at least gave them a chance to win that. Shortish ball, pops over the bat of Aftab. Tries to charge first ball. Zuvach figures of 2 for 18. 1 ball to go in his spell. Short of a length outside off stump. It's hit well. Romani is fast, but he won't be able to catch up. It's a good shot. Just held his position. Didn't need to charge like he did on the first ball. It's a nice shot, and Hammarby race along 131 for 3. Not sure they've got 2 other batsmen that they'd prefer to have at the crease at this point with final 6 balls remaining. Batting card. All started with Nasir Iqbal. At the top, he's generally been very tight, generally been a wicket taker, but the fact that he's gone for 30 in his 2 overs just sort of messed up the Hootinga plans a little bit. Mamand coming on for his second. Change of pace from Mamand again, crucial. Mahmood through the shot. He's a pretty good bowler in these late stages. They really do trust him in these critical final overs. It's sort of over where you could end up as either 140 or 150, and he's come up with 2 dot balls to start. Mahmood, so much a better hitter when he just times the ball. Almost swung himself off his feet on that occasion. Great start from Mamand. No doubt about it, this over can be the difference between a win and a loss. That one looked like it was in the slot. Not a bad appeal, and the umpires raised the finger. I think that's a pretty decent shout. Ball looked like it hit him in line. Big swing across the line. Certainly didn't hit the bat. That's a good shout and a good, calm decision. Great over so far from Mamand. Bit of an expert in these final stages. It's odd positions that his arm comes out to. It's very, very hard to get the rhythm if you're a batter. So 3 dots to start, and in particular sends one of the big dogs back to the dressing room. Brings Khan, the wicket-keeper, to the crease. His job is to get Aftab back on strike. Well, he doesn't do that, and he gets cleaned up. Farhad Mamand is on a hat-trick. He hasn't gone for a single run in this 10th over. This is a huge performance from the young man. Big swing from Khan. He really just needed to get bat on ball and get Aftab on strike for the final 2 deliveries. Excellent bowling, just the mixture of pace. Just goes to show you don't have to be expressed to have success in this format. So a couple of late wickets and just this poor run scoring 10th over. Hammarby might come to regret it. And so Mamand on a hat-trick. Full ball, beats the outside edge, doesn't miss off stump by very much at all. Good seed for the hat-trick ball. Look at this, almost takes the edge. Big swing from Abdullah. So still not a single run off this 10th over. Puts it on the leg side. That's actually a pretty good shot from Abdullah. Speared into his legs. First time that Mamand's lost his line all over. Excellent bowling from him, but Hammarby end up with a boundary 4 off the final ball. Takes them up to a total of 135 for the loss of 5 wickets. Probably a thought from them that they could have ended up at 145 without too much more. And as it was, they just couldn't get Aftab on strike in that last over. All started pretty well for them. Khan opening up. Clean striker of the ball, and Aftab, he rediscovered his batting touch this morning. Cal unfortunately holed out early doors to Iqbal down there in the deep, but that brought Azam Mohammed to the crease, and he had a good day out. A couple of big bombs launched over the leg side. Got lucky, Rabani should have had him here. They might come to regret that. Hudinga, Arslan, we know he loves that area backward of square, and we know that Azar loves to cut. Chop, 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 chop. Lovely shot over mid-wicket from Arslan. Eventually he tried to heave one that was pushed across his stumps. Safe and secure hands. Tariq, he bowled a pretty good spell in the 2 middle overs. And this over from Zafar brought on to bowl the 9th. He went big time. Khalid Mahmood took a liking to his left arm around the wicket bowling. A couple of great shots. Azam managed to go inside out before he went out to full stop. Trying to swing Tariq away to the leg side. Clean bowled, and then Mamand started the carnage. A couple of dot balls, and then he had Khalid Mahmood LBW. And then he had Khan clean bowled with a big heave over the leg side. And down to the final couple of balls, and Abdullah was able to flick the last one to the leg side boundary for 4. So really good innings from Hammarby, all up though, leaving aside they might have left a few runs on the table. Arslan Ali opening up 38 off 15, continues a very strong tournament for him. Azam Mohammed, he's gotten into 30s and 40s a couple of times in the last few games. He's looking good before he was bowled by Zuvak, and then Khalid Mahmood, as he's done always throughout this tournament, been very effective in the later overs, 28 off 12 before he was a victim of Mamand. Look at those bowling figures. Iqbal, pretty expensive at the top. Zaid Ahmed was a little bit all over the shop. Did pick up a wicket, but Fahad Mart really good over in the 10th, and building on the work of Tariq Zuvak, who bowled a couple of good overs in the middle. Mohammad Zafar pumped in his single over, which was the 9th. So, Hammarby, said Hudinga, a pretty imposing total. 135 for 5, so that leaves Hudinga needing 136 runs from their 10 overs. And that means Hammarby are pretty well placed to cause a bit of a boil over. Yeah, so Hudinga, they're going to have to bring their big bats, and they're going to have to strike well to take victory against the Hammarby bowling attack. They've got some runs to play with. We're halfway through the 4th match here at the Mushta Cricket Ground. Sandra Ryan for the European Cricket Network. We'll be back with this chase in a couple of minutes' time.
The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, FanCode, and Grizzly Bear Sports.
European cricket fans, thank you for joining us once again here on the European Cricket Network. It is Andrew Ryan to take you through the second half of Game 4 here on Day 7. It is ECS Sweden 2023, brought to you by FanCode. And we're in the middle of a really good clash here between Hammarby Cricket Club, who got a bit of an upset in the air. They've scored 135 runs from their 10 overs against Hudding, one of the most fancied sides in the competition and certainly one of the biggest hitting. So run rate is rarely ever a problem for them. But they're facing an uphill battle, and the Hammarby bowling lineup has actually been pretty good today, helped by the inclusion of Mohamed Nia, who has taken the opening over for them and extracted both Iman Chowdhury in the first game, and then the second game he played today got Farhan Chowdhury out. So let's see what he can do here. Inside edge, almost repeated the first ball wicket from the first game today. And unluckily for Munir, that's just missed the leg stump. Tariq Zuvak joining Imal Zuvak. That was Tariq who faced the first ball. Goes down as a 4 in the book, but not the most convincing shot. Munir loves to just drop a length. The ball's fairly full. Looks to get the ball to swing. It's drop popped up. Easy catch. Great start. And this man cannot stop taking wickets in his first over. Rahel Khan there at cover manages to extract the loose shot from Tariq Zuvak, and second ball after an unconvincing start. He's back into the pavilion, and Hidinga 4 for 1. Near to bowl that really full length, just gets enough away swing to be effective. And that is a sensational start. That's big Syed Ahmed striding to the crease. Kept a pretty familiar batting structure throughout this tournament. Just went a bit off the boil on his last couple of games, Ahmed. He started with such a bang. Some of the sweetest hitting I've seen on the ECN in some of his opening games, but teams have just maybe gotten a little bit used to how to bowl to him. A few changes of pace, spearing the ball. So Munir, probably not the most helpful breeze for him either, and yet he's still extracting some movement. Nicely bowled. Just pumped out to the offside. It's a good start for Hudinga. Sorry, good start for Hammarby, I should say. He's been so good with this new ball. It's chopped down to the offside. Can't carve it between the fielders. A little bit short of a length from Munir compared to when he does tend to bowl. It's a great start though, if they can just get through his final 2 balls. He'd love a second wicket. And then I'll tell you what, at the end of this over, we've got a big surprise for you folks, so stay tuned. Nice ball outside off stump. Not timed brilliantly, but gets it away for the 1. Hammarby, you couldn't ask for a much better commencement to this run chase. Early wicket. Very, very few runs off this first over, although 1 ball is all Syed Ahmed needs to change matters. Steps down the crease, heaves it to the leg side. That's a big bomb. The hands go up from the umpire. And Hudinga finished the over 12 for 1, and all of a sudden it's just 1 ball that changes things up. And that's a magnificent time to introduce for the first time today on the microphone, Sam Stiggers Williams from the Blue Crew. Good to have you on board, Sam.
Thanks, Rhino. Bit of a pleasure. Some famous duos out there. Pretty sure we're in the conversation, to be honest.
Yep, Simon and Garfunkel. McEnroe and Fleming.
Oh dear.
Williams and Ryan.
Up there.
Have been together for some of the most, whether you call them famous or infamous moments from early days of the European Cricket Series. Great to have on board, Sam. You thought, I've always felt throughout this tournament that Hammarby's probably a better side than the results they've produced, and it shouldn't be that much of a shock in a way that they've really got Hoodinger in a difficult position here.
Yeah, agreed. Underperforming somewhat.
It's nice start to Aftab Ahmed's over. He's been very good the early overs. Swings the new ball. Swings it both directions. So Ahmed on strike. I suspect he'll, despite his strength over the leg side, I suspect he'll try to curl this back into his pads. Puts it outside off stump. The ball just hangs there. That's a lovely stroke. Just such a clean striker of the ball, Saeed. Almost every ball you see this, that he's almost out of camera shot from side on because he takes his 2 or 3 steps down the track to get a bit of momentum. Picks up the ball very early. After will he change his line? Pushed it across him last ball. Thought about bowling the pads. You just don't want him to free his arms. Big strike. Consecutive Maximos. Well, whatever issues he had timing yesterday, Ahmed seems to be on fire today. Once again, the patent to trot down the pitch. And Hoodinger, after a bit of a rough start, motoring along now. Ahmed up to 19 off 5. Does this so regularly. Full ball drilled through the offside. Fielded. It will only be 1 shy at the stumps. So hopefully we'll get Sam back in a moment. He's just been waylaid with ECN Blue Crew duties for a moment. Question on the chat, is Sam an Aussie too? No, Dave, Sam is from the south of England. Sort of on the way down to Portsmouth area, for those of you who know that part of the world. It's a lovely ball from Aftab. Just curls past the outside edge of Zubak's bat. Great to see Mars Bargy on the chat. Unfortunately, Sam's just departed for a few moments, but great to see you in there, Mars. Marzi, one of the very much well-loved members of the ECN Blue Crew. Good ball outside off stump again. I like that line from Aftab. A little bit of away movement. So Hoodinger, well, they're on track, running at 13 runs and over. Only the 1 wicket down. That early scalp from Munir. 26 for 1 after 2. Having a look at that table, isn't there some congestion there? Boys from Jinnah have sort of got their tournament back on track. 4 and 4. Marsha, they'll probably end up in that top 4 if they continue at this rate. And then we've still got the question mark over Kristianstad. There's a lot of teams that are not out of it, and their fate in this tournament will be dictated by how well they perform in the last few days of group stage competition. Albi Zelmi coming back into the fold on Tuesday. They're undefeated at the moment. Just feels like net run rate might be a really critical part of working out who is going to qualify for those semi-finals, which makes every game very important. So Ahmed on strike. Rahul Khan bowled fairly nicely in that last game. Hasn't been a permanent member of the bowling attack, but they've given him another over. Dangerous stuff against the left-handed Ahmed, where the ball's spinning back into him. Throw from the keeper, luckily, has hit the edge of the pitch and deviated away, so managed to scoot too, adding a bit of insult to injury. Difficult job for Rahul, bowling to Ahmed, who, if he drops short at all, will absolutely launch him over the leg side boundary. Drops onto that leg stump. Interesting one. Ahmed feels so much more comfortable hitting over the leg side when he's got a little bit of room to stretch his arms when he's playing off his pads specifically. Sometimes he's just playing around the front of them, swinging a little bit too square. Not quite as effective. Rahul probably prefer bowling to the right-hander. Tries to bowl him around his legs, head in the hands. It's called wide. It's a moment of good fortune we're lucky to have Sam Williams rejoin us on the commentary.
Yeah, sorry, Rhino. You know how it's like. Project manager, phone calls here, there, everywhere.
So there's a man, a lot riding on his shoulders. Speaking of shoulders, the big shoulders of Zuvak has launched that almost as high as it's gone long, but hopefully carried by this breeze that's blowing out towards the leg side.
Oh, what a stroke. I've been impressed with Rahul Khan's leg spin, actually. Pretty tidy.
Yeah, it certainly was. He got a few overs in that last game, and it seems like the captain's decided to launch him into what is a pretty key moment of this contest. Oh, he's been smashed. That's gone a long way, almost to the extremity of the Master Park that we're in. That's a brutal stroke from Zuvak.
Some of the striking from Hudinger has been ridiculous. I think we've noticed that Imar is in the squad next weekend's ECIs. I think the German and Estonian attacks could be under siege.
Yep, good luck. Good luck indeed. In fact, you're a man who sees a lot of European Cricket Series cricket. How do you rate the level of hitting here in Sweden compared to a lot of other countries?
Well, it's right up there, I would say. I mean, as we know, the 50-metre boundaries have been made mincemeat of by some of these guys, but so we've seen some hits go into the car park that have probably been at least 85, 90 metres, I reckon.
Certainly is. Plenty of big bombers out here. I think my observation would be that Sweden's a country where probably lacking, most teams are lacking more than one sort of top-class bowler, but they have a lot of depth in the hitting rate. And it's not just sloggy, big hitting. These are guys who have proper techniques that are launching the ball as, speaking of proper techniques, see just Zuvak misses out on a short, long hop outside the off stump. But that they're just consistent hitters, but doing it off a really good base.
Yeah, for sure. Like you say, there's been shots all around the ground. There's guys hitting sixes over cover, extra cover, long off. It's not just Cow, that's for sure.
Faster ball from Khan. Cut well. Zuvak using the pace. Probably a poorly disguised quicker ball from Khan. Just sitting on it, rocks onto the back foot. Nice shot.
Wouldn't mind knowing what these guys have for breakfast. I mean, our breakfast at the hotel is pretty good, but there's some absolute units in this team.
Clearly some of the gyms in Sweden are getting some visits from players within the Swedish Cricket Association. And Khan's gone for 20 off this over. The skipper might regret throwing the ball, particularly against the top order. Oh, that's gone a long way. Absolutely annihilated again by Zuvak. He is hitting them so well today. And poor Rahul Khan, that over's gone magical. 26. Hudinger, end of the power play. 53 for 1.
Williams comes into the comm box, says he rates Rahul Khan's leg spin. Goes on to get bashed for 26.
You're a project manager, not a national selector,
Well,
to be
that's
fair.
true. Yeah, it's true.
I genuinely thought that was leaving aside whether Rahul Khan bowled a good over there. Strange decision for the captain in terms of if you wanted to go for the leg spin, I would have thought Azam Mohammed, who does actually bowl very, very good leg spin and with a fair bit of sideways movement, would have been the far better option at that point.
Yeah, finger spin in the power play, wrist spin in the power play is risky business. Yeah, exactly.
Going back to Munir. Surely should have gone back to him for that third over regardless.
Chance.
Ahmed mistimed it. Oh, it's gone over the fielder's head. We might see that on replay to get a better track of where it's landed. I thought it was a 4 first look.
Yeah, I had 4 as well. Might be wrong. Been wrong before. Here we go. Yeah, wrong again.
You're wrong again. Instinct. Should have backed Saeed Ahmed the whole way. In any event, not a good piece of fielding. Comes down the track. Oh, launched. Absolutely launched. And it's lucky there's not kids warming up in the nets over there.
It's just so clean. Look at this. Wander down the oh, wow. The noise off the bat there was lovely.
It's like a little sonic boom here at the Master Cricket Ground. It's an interesting little habit. I wouldn't even call it a habit, almost just a part of his makeup, Saeed Ahmed. That 2 or 3 steps that he takes down the wicket almost every ball. And here comes charging in. No one's on his leg stump, just almost tries to overhit it. Well fielded on the boundary. And I guess it's where I come back to almost the lack of top-class pacemen here in particular, because if you had someone bowling at pretty swift pace with good bounce, Ahmed would have had balls peppering his head over the last week or so, charging down the track like that.
Yeah, we've seen that spot just back of a length that's shot a bit as well. Munir again. Oh.
Pushes it down the leg side. Easy call of wide for the umpire.
But yeah, there has been a bit of a lack of pace, like genuine pace this week. I've been surprised by that because I'm pretty sure, from memory, there were a few quick guys down the south in Malmo. But yeah, no genuine paceman this week, which has surprised me a little bit.
No, you're completely right, Sam. We great fortune of being down in the Landskrona previously. Certainly a bit of speed in the south. Was that ball a little bit unlucky for Munir? Wasn't a bad length ball, probably just drifted onto the leg stump. And Zuvak's probably at the point now where he's just swinging hard at everything, and they know if he can be there for another 2 overs, then they'll have ripped through a lot of this chase.
Just again, going back to the ECIs that we've got coming up next weekend, I'd be interested to see if he's the same at the top of the innings, just free flowing. It's going to be interesting to see how the attacks deal with him.
Yep, drifts on a leg. Probably got a little tickle on that ball with the bat, so it goes down as a catch for Khan, the keeper. Zubak survives. Never an easy one, as I'm sure Maximo would say if he was here. Sure, he would have taken it regardless,
no doubt.
But
yeah.
Either way, it's difficult to take those ones, particularly if the ball just being speared down the leg side. But when you've got Zubak going at this rate, you've got to knock him out any way you can get him. Near been pumped, 31 for 1 so far. Last ball of his spell. Oh, Saeed Ahmed just makes it that bit worse. Hammers another 6 and hitting it going at a ridiculous rate of knots. That boundary makes it 78 for 1, so they're almost at 20 and over.
They've got to get both of these out quick, smart, otherwise they're in trouble. Although, to be honest, the batters just keep coming, and this 130 odd I thought might be quite tricky, but doesn't seem like it's going to be at all, really. 19 and a half and over.
Just a lazy 19 and a half. It's one of the things we've noticed on commentary this week. A couple of times we've talked about Saeed Ahmed maybe lacking for timing occasionally. And yet the amount of times you're saying that and you look down and he's got 25 off 11 balls.
Yeah. Was he the 11 ball 50? Remind me.
Was it 11 or 12 balls?
Yeah, yeah. So Mr. Maximo and I have discussed this a few times, that the record of 10 ball 50 is going to take some beating.
Yeah.
And I think in Vienna we had an 11 or 12. Here we've had an 11 or 12. But to do it in 9 is going to be outrageous.
Yeah. I guess so it's 10 ball 50, 6 sixes and 4 fours.
Yeah, I think your first 8 balls have got to go for 6 or 4. Oof.
Bad length ball pulled around for just a single. A little bit of respite for the Hammarby bowling attack. Javed coming in for his first over.
Are you backing it in, do you reckon? 9 balls possible? Well, it's obviously
9 ball
possible.
50. Well, it's obviously possible. Unlikely, but so was probably breaking the 10-second barrier for the 100 metres at one stage. Or
True.
Short ball outside off stump. It's an opportunity.
Oh, no.
Oh, Farouk has completely messed that up. In fact, it's one of the least attractive catching attempts I've seen in a while, and then it takes a bit of time to scoot back as he tries to find a hole to climb into.
Yeah, it's not great. He's coming. He's actually pretty. He's still on the move a little bit. It's somehow not gone for 4. That's the only positive.
Small mercy. Puts that onto middle stump. Up in the block hole though. It does well to drag it across to the leg side, and just the single.
Yeah, wickets is the key here. You're not going to win. If they bat the 10 overs, which I doubt they will, it's over. So they need to get wickets quick, smart.
Yeah, Hammerby, particularly after that first over from Munir, at least until the last ball, felt like they were in a great position. I'm not sure what that was. It sort of looked like a defensive shot from here.
It's steady. Just a bit of classical good cricket there. No replay, but it's probably a good thing. One for the purists.
There we go. As your wish is the command of the Spring Productions team. Isn't that a magnificent shot? I mean, so rare in a European Cricket Series game that it deserves a replay.
Leave. Oh, no.
Well, this should be taken, and it does. Munir out there at deep cover. Shows Farouk how it's done. And finally, Saeed Ahmed, who seems to have been dropped more than any other player in this tournament. I guess that's what happens when you hit bullets to all corners of the ground. It's finally dismissed. He goes for 42 off 14. Another brutal innings for him. Hitting 83 for 2. 1 ball left in the 5th.
Now, here's another guy that's not going to come out and block many. My word. Here it is again, just out to Captain Munir. Yeah, well held in the end. Yeah, Omran also hits a long ball, so I'm pretty sure they're going to continue in the same vein here.
There's really no hooding a batsman who just nurdles or places the ball, is there? They're just a collection of quite brutal hitters.
I'm going to say there's no way he's blocking this. But I am on a terrible run of calling stuff in, so who knows?
That is true. I think you're right, though. He was in good form yesterday. In previous games, as I. 4 ball. He's hit it straight down the throat of Khalid Mahmood.
No.
Unfortunately, the ball, remarkably, actually hasn't carried that far. Mahmood took a couple of steps in and just seemed to fade away from him at the last moment. Wasn't a bad bit of bowling from Umas Javed. Off-speed ball, just dropped short. Oh, that could be the crucial moment, Sam, as the boys from Hammerby, they really needed a wicket and couldn't get it on that occasion, despite the good bowling. 84 for 2. Have a look. You must be excited about this, the European Cricket Championship.
Yeah, I got to say, I love a couple of weeks at the Cartamore Oval as much as the next man, Rhino. I'll be there for Group A, B, C, and D personally. So missing out on finals this time, but it's always good to get things off and running. And we've got Spain, Isle of Man, a classic rematch.
Those of you familiar with associate cricket will know what Sam is referring to there, as that ball's been absolutely laced to the leg side boundary. And as Rashid drops short, really attacks the stumps for Rashid, but when he drops short, he's not a tall man, so it sits up to be pounded. And great example of it in that occasion.
Oh,
that's
wow.
not off stump. Gorgeous shot. Zazai, look at the strength in those forearms. Just opens the blade, gets down his knee, carves it to the offside boundary. That's superb batting.
It's a ridiculous shot. That's almost Yorker length, and he's hit it for 6 over cover point. He's a pretty strong bloke, this guy. And he's just strolled on to 11 off 3.
You ever played a shot like that in your life?
A few times, actually, as you mention it. No, absolutely not. I'll be just scuffing that to point, probably. Just telling my partner to stay where he is.
Just hope you mistime it enough for a single.
Yeah, get off strike.
Just extraordinary stuff. Rashid probably thought that wasn't a bad ball, got it up in the block hole.
Where does he go from here?
Well, he goes out of the ground again. That's a huge strike. Those player pavilions on the leg side are getting peppered by the Hoodinger bats. Goes deep in his crease and almost baseball-like. Weight, balance, everything. Extraordinary batting from Zazai.
It's not actually the worst length. Like you say, he's got deep in the crease and just absolutely muscled it over mid-wicket. That's gone for 6 on any boundary, I think. It's huge.
There's some power-packed batters in this Hoodinger lineup. All of a sudden, they only need 36 off 4.5 overs. Oh, that's been laced as well. Unbelievable hitting from Zazai. Scorers and umpires 10. Looks like Maxi's completely oblivious to the missiles going around that tent.
I just want to say I hate that for drop in the scorer's 10. I think there's going to be danger there. Neil Kesh has just gone for the classic duck and cover. Maxi's not moved an inch.
Is Maxi awake?
I hope so. Hope so.
He does have responsibilities for the game, but he's just such a lackadaisical character. Just nothing flusters the young man and still hasn't looked up. Rashid, he's getting smashed. Oh, it goes again. This is just brutal hitting. Poor Rashid Kazi is getting slaughtered. 28 off the over so far.
This is ridiculous. To be fair, I don't mind his technique. He's just going back in the crease and just solid base and just swinging through. But this again goes to show how ridiculous the 10 ball 50 is. So he's 29 off 6 here, which means 3 more 6s in a row and he still wouldn't make it.
No, it's true.
I mean,
Tell you what though, he could be online for a 10 ball 50. So what is it? 24 on top of that, 53. So you never know.
He could equal it.
In fact, he could go 4 and then 3 maximos. Well, Rashid, his job here is to at least try to stop him from smashing another 50. There's been something that's caused a bit of amusement out there. I'm sure it's not coming from the mouth of the bowler.
6.
Oh, good early call from Williams. Nice bit of bowling from Rashid, actually. Pushed it well wide of him coming from around the wicket. I thought he was going to go up and shake Zazai's hand. Not sure I'd be doing that as the bowler, but anyway, 112 for 2. 6 overs gone, so Hoodinger remarkably have got this down to a run of ball still with 4 overs to go.
Actually been pretty tidy in terms of keeping the extras down. Only 5 wides, it's just not terrible. Just the strike rate and the power of these guys is... How do you deal with it? Who are they turning to here?
Oh, whoever wants their bowling figures decimated, that's who's going to step up and bowl. Notice Azam Muhammad hasn't been too desperate to float down his leg spinners in this game.
No thanks, Skip.
Humays Javed, who bowled a pretty good over earlier, took a wicket, only went for 6. Floats onto the leg, regulation tickle down to fine leg, lovely shot from Zuvak. Well, in and amongst all the power, that's a very good traditional cricket shot.
Yeah, a bit of touch play, just beat the man on the 45. Boundary 4 for a change.
Oh, what's he doing? Hardly keeping up with his partner.
Yeah.
In fact, he's been sluggish in comparison, Zuvak here, 35 off 14.
If the wind's actually good. I was just thinking, looking at those cars in the background, but the wind's actually just against at the moment. You wouldn't know it on the size of some of these 6s.
Certainly wouldn't. Scary to see what would happen if the wind was blowing in their favour. So the umpire signals wide there. Javed trying to push it as wide of off stump as possible. Only got 2 fielders in the deep on this side. I mean, that's surely got to be part of your play here, hasn't it, Sam? Of put a 3rd outfielder out on that offside and just try to spear it in wide of off stump. Probably the full toss on off stump's not the way forward, and easily pulled across. Umpire thinks about 3 or 4 different signals here. We'll see it on the replay. It might even be potential no ball for waist high full toss. Got a decent piece of it as it slows down. Looks like it's going to bounce just inside the ground. It has been called no ball, free hit, which I think is great because it gives the batter a chance to unleash.
Yeah, as if he didn't need an excuse. This is getting a bit messy here, actually. I wouldn't be surprised if it's over in this over, to be honest. Free hit.
Still 5 balls to go. Short ball pumped. Too easy for Zuvat. And the umpire's arm goes up. Double hand celebration. Gee, that's a poor ball from Javed. Not really sure what his thought process was. I'm assuming it's bad execution rather than I'm going to bowl a half tracker on leg stump.
Yeah, I think, what do you bowl? I wouldn't know where to start with these guys, to be honest. With 50 meters to play with, it's, I don't know.
I was saying earlier in the coverage, and essentially talking to myself since I've been flying solo all day today, Sam, bowling on this size field and on this type of track as Javed drops on to the leg stump, what probably was missing 6th stump, so no chance of the LBW, is that you've almost got a bowl with a view that you still expect some balls to fly over the boundary no matter where you put them, but you've got a bowl on a length in which you're at least inducing risk. You want to cut out those balls, whether or not it's full tosses on leg stump or half trackers on leg stump, that, oh my goodness, Zazai has hit that so high. There's children in the vicinity that I probably think this is some unidentified flying object. He's continuing to just sit deep in the crease, and it's a beautiful strike of the bat. They only need 1 to win. But anyway, you almost need to just say, I am going to add some risk, whether or not that is trying to hit the top of off stump or hitting that slightly short of a length of the area where you're at least bringing into play the inconsistent bounce. Oh, what a way to end such a batting exhibition. Wide down the leg side.
That is a bit of a shame to what was a pretty impressive chase. They've got to the target of 136 in 6.4 overs, which is a bit of a dash, to be honest.
It's going at a reasonable rate. I think Hummerby, when they started this defence of the target of 136, would have felt at least a mild bit of confidence that they could defend it. Turns out no, and Hoodinga, well, they've made light work of this chase, which will give them a nice little rest before they take on the Stockholm Tigers. Tigers are in the same boat as Hummerby in a way for me, Sam. They're just a better team than their record would suggest at the moment.
Yeah, I would agree, but unfortunately for them, Hoodinga have won the toss and they're going to have a hit.
Ouch.
So if they continue in the same vein, Rhino, we could be looking at something upwards of 150.
First chase of 300 in ECS history. Who knows? Anyway,
messy.
Oh, Sam, take us through the highlights.
Well, there was lots of highlights if you're a Hoodinga fan. Some of the striking was breathtaking, to be honest. Shub was busy in the PMOA chasing balls. We're only fortunate that none of the spectators were injured, Rhino, to be honest.
No, it's a decent crowd here at Muster Cricket Club who have turned out. It's a Sunday. So Sunday in Sweden means cricket day, and it means Saeed Ahmed smashing sixes day, as he has a want to do. Eventually mistimed a couple. Farouk made an absolute meal of that opportunity, but they got a chance to atone a little bit later, and Munir showed him how it's done. Nice catch there, but that only served to bring Zazai to the crease, and it's possible that he's actually the most in form of all of the Hoodinga batsmen. And he is showing some ability here at the Master Cricket Ground. Just some brutal striking, and to all parts of the ground as well. And I think that has to be remembered with these Hoodinga bats. This is not just guys slogging straight down the ground across the cow corner. They are ripping out power cricket shots, and it is an impressive display of hitting. They've chased down 136 runs in only 6.4 overs. Extraordinary stuff. Sam, the batting card.
I mean, Tariq Zulak will be disappointed. He's left a few out there, but the others just came out and whacked it from ball one, to be honest. Apart from that one back foot block that we saw, it's been pretty brutal. So Imal Zulak finishing 45 not out of 17. Saeed Ahmed equally brutal, 42 off 14, and Omran Zazai, as you said, probably the most informed striker in the competition at the moment, 35 off 8. Not too shabby.
Not too shabby indeed. And having a look at the Hummerby bowling lineup, Munir got an early wicket, as he seems to be able to do in every game. He took one for 37, so after that wicket, it was admittedly big slip downhill. Ahmed didn't bowl a bad over as a second. I think the big tactical error was bringing Rahul Khan on for that third over. He got pumped for 26, and they really failed to stop momentum after that. In fact, just about everyone's gotten pumped because 14 runs per over is the lowest economy rate, which is not a good sign. So who didn't get chased that? 136 and only 6.4 overs. What an unbelievable display of hitting from these chaps. And well, that concludes match 34. It's the fourth game of the day here at the Maharashtra Cricket Ground, where on Sunday it's day 7 of the ECS Sweden 2023 event, brought to you by our friends at FanCode. So Hooding have just taken down Hammarby by a beefy 8 wickets, and that leaves us with the final clash of the day. The boys from Hooding are back to bash some big balls again as they take on the Stockholm Tigers, who will be roaring after their early win today. On behalf of Sam Williams, it's Andrew Ryan for the European Cricket Network. We'll be back on deck in approximately 30 minutes, so please come and join us for Game 5 in half an hour's time.
The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, FanCode, and Grizzly Bear Sports.
European cricket fans, welcome back to the Maastricht Cricket Ground here in the northern part of Stockholm, where it's about time for Game 5 here on Day 7 of ECS Sweden 2023. It's Andrew Ryan from the European Cricket Network to take you through this clash between Huddinge, who have just chased down 136 in 6.4 overs against Hammarby, take on Stockholm Tigers, who revitalised their campaign earlier today. Let's go and have a look at what happened at the coin toss.
Farouk to call. Tails is the call. Oh man. It's a hit.
Yes, we are betting first.
What are you doing?
We are betting first.
What's that? They're betting. Back to you, Rhino.
Umpire Tyrone forcing the captains to engage in the comedy of the coin toss. Great to see. Great to see the work that all the team's been doing, and Tyrone and his umpiring group have done an excellent job over the course of this tournament to date. So many matches back to back. It's really a big challenge for the officials, but decision making has been top notch throughout. Have a look at this contest between Huddinge and Stockholm Tigers. Mirror images in terms of their records in the tournament to date, but the Stockholm Tigers are a much better team than 2 and 5. I showed that earlier today. Great batting performance. Farouk Ahmed started to find his range. Rizvi Hock's been so consistent for them. Ashraf Alam, excellent bowling at the top of the innings. 4-wicket haul for him. As opposed to Huddinge, they put in a brutal stint chasing down what was a pretty hefty total from Hammarby. Batted well to put on 135 in that last game, but Huddinge chased it down. 6.4 overs, just extraordinary striking. Well, Zuvak leading the way, 45 off 17 for them. So, Huddinge, as we saw, won the toss. They've elected to bat first. In this game, they have got Mal Zuvak going out there with Saeed Ahmed. So, move forward in the batting lineup for Saeed. Generally come in as number 3. First ball from Alam, and it's just driven neatly and easily fielded. So just a single. Brings Saeed Ahmed on to strike. Just been an incredible performer for Huddinge in this tournament. So Tariq Zuvak in the team, but not opening in this game. So they're maybe rearranging the batting order. May try to bring up some of those guys who have been in the lower middle order to give them an opportunity, depending on how the opening stages play out. Drifts onto leg stump. Not a great ball. A little bit of late swing. Easily played away by Saeed Ahmed. Shows he's got the capacity to play some of the simple traditional cricket shots as much as the big drives down the ground. Nicely timed. Alam is one of the heroes of their win earlier today. 4 wickets. Very good opening spell. One of those games too was, I think they had Seaside 48 runs for 7 wickets at one stage. Full ball. Oh, missed time, just driven into the ground by Ahmed. Just a single, straight back down the ground. So Huddinge, 6 runs to the board after the first half of this over. Zubak back onto strike. Oh, pop up. The keeper's underneath it. Should be. Oh, he's completely messed this up. Looking around to where the sun is in a desperate attempt to blame it. But ultimately, you have to take that catch. And against such a good batter. Oh, he's just almost gone in circular fashion. Just needed to take a couple of steps to get underneath the ball. Alarm cannot be happy. Got that ball to rise off a decent length. Outside off stump. Mistimed by Ahmed, but even when he mistimes the ball, seems to end up going to the boundary pretty frequently. A little bit of an inside-out shot. Not a great strike as far as a shot through the covers, but honestly, it doesn't really matter with this man sometimes. He's just got so much ping off that bat. Ball down the leg side, swung away, just too easy. And Alarm, after an excellent opening spell in the last game, finding things a little bit tougher here against the class of Zuvat and Ahmed, although he'd be fairly furious that he hasn't picked up a wicket, putting a 15 for none after one. Have a look at that expected score. Somehow the supercomputer has finally reached 3 figures. Expecting that Hüttinger's going to win this by 8 runs. Hüttinger batting lineup may have something to say about that prediction. Average runs 4, suggesting that actually it's Stockholm's batting lineup won't be the issue. It's more so the bowling. Looks like Farouk's coming on to bowl the second over. Bowled pretty well earlier today. Doesn't mind bowling in the power play, which is unusual for a spinner, but he bowls fairly flat most of the time. Really tries to probe that wide line, as Stockholm tend to do. They've got a very heavy offside field. Short ball inside edge to the stumps. Farouk gets the scalp. First ball of the second over. Zuvak tries to launch him over the mid-wicket boundary. Almost a medium pacer. Can only drag it onto his stumps. That's a first wicket down. It's a big one for the Tigers. Hüttinger 15 for 1. Farouk and the Tigers, they definitely come with a plan. They like to bowl wide of off stump. They set their field very off stump heavy. And they execute that plan. Disappointed Zuvak, particularly after he batted so well in the last game. Big celebration. You can see they're up for this, the Tigers. A pretty good unit. They just haven't played to their peak in most of the games in the tournament to date. And this is a man they have to see the back of. Omran Zazai, he came up with some incredible hitting in that last game. Floated away outside off stump. A little bit of flight from Farouk Ahmed. Big question if he just goes flat. Zazai stays back in his crease. Probably won't mind it at all. That is flat. Struck hard out to the offside. Ball just pings off that bat of his. Just so easy with his power. Just amazing timing. Good for him to get the chance to bat at number 3. Potential for a longer innings today. Bit of air. Driven down the ground. Oh, the fielder. I assume that's Agent 007. Unfortunately goes straight through his grasps. Hit very, very hard. It's never easy when the ball's travelling at that speed. It only takes a small bump. Either way, anyway, Kaiser Azad actually here down at long off. Agent 007 actually not in the team this afternoon. Well, big full toss. Smacked over to the leg side. Goes for 4. I'm sure we'll look at this on the replay, whether or not it's a no ball. May well be called. Umpires will go to the video and have a look. And it is called no ball. Well, after a wicket on his opening ball, it's not a great result for Ahmed. It's an off spinner. You can't afford to be giving away full toss no balls. Outside off stump. Actually, Juice is probably not a great shot, but the ball flies away for a Maximo. Just showing the immense power of Zazai. He's just almost unstoppable at the moment. Big swing. Just generates so much bat speed. $18 off 4. Just continuing to obliterate attacks. It's not actually a bad ball from Farouk Ahmed, but he's been launched for a mighty 6 over cover. So Zai is just in absolutely immense form. Just outstanding striking. Oh, sending a search party over there, maybe having to find some confidence to bring back to Farouk at the bowling crease. This move of having him on as a second over, it's worked well previously, and it hasn't been the solution for this particular game. He's gone for 26. Keep in mind that he managed to get the Zuvak wicket early on. He's remarking his bowling run. It looks like he's actually going to change to bowling seam up for this last part. Only 1 ball to go in the over. Oh, what a change! Farouk Ahmed switches with 1 ball to go from bowling off spin to medium pace. Comes up with a great seed, hits the top of off stump, goes for 26 in the over, but it's bookended by a pair of wickets. Zai is furious with himself. God, hits his pad in disgust. I'm not sure his shins will survive that and the kind of power he possesses. But anyway, Hudinga 41 for 2 off 2 overs. Look at that leaderboard. Hudinga and Stockholm both 6 and 2 at the top, so they've each got 2 games to go, including this one for Hudinga. Albi Zolmi, they're 5 and none, so imagine unless they have a complete meltdown, they should find themselves in the final series. Boy, that is quite a change from Farouk Ahmed after he's bowled spin the entire tournament. Just gets slaughtered, takes a step back and decides to unleash a pretty handy medium pace ball. Ashraful Alam's coming on for his second. The run rate's up there, but a couple of their best hitters back in the pavilion. Saeed Ahmed's still there. He's got 13 off 4. It's wide of off stump. Crunched, absolutely crunched by Ahmed. Talked about what you do with him, whether or not that wide of off stump bowling is the way forward, or do you try to spear it back in his pads and just not allow him to spread his arms? I guess whatever you do, just seems to have an answer for it at the moment. Seems to have rediscovered his timing as well after just being a little bit off the boil in a couple of their recent games. Takes a step down, launches that ball somewhere into Finland. That's an immense strike. Saeed Ahmed just got so much power. It's hitting exhibition from these Hudinga players. Alam just lands that on a length. I mean, he does almost every ball, just takes a couple of strides down the wicket. Changing the field around just a touch, and still the 2 players on the offside as far as the boundary riders are concerned. Another massive strike. This one's probably bigger than the last. Almost gets to the long grass on the full. And poor Alarm is being annihilated this over. The man who took 4 wickets in the previous game. All of a sudden, he comes up against a rampaging Saeed Ahmed. First over went for 15. This one's already gone for 16, and it's only halfway through. Probably really got to try to swing the ball if he can. Don't mind the tactic, going wide of off stump. Unfortunately for him, it was too wide. Looked like it was combined with the change of pace as well. Just very patient and still as he waits for the ball, Ahmed, and gets him into his rhythm by taking those couple of steps forward. Such an intimidating presence. Bad ball, just jammed into the turf. Have to take account of the fact that he is coming down the track and try to assume that his block hole is different from when he first starts. So 2 balls to go from Alarm. Just a good time to welcome everyone who's joining us in the YouTube chat. Ones goes down the leg side. Not sure what the appeal was. Probably a desperate attempt to stop the umpire from spreading the arms for the wide. Dave's still in there. Great to have you back for Game 5. CNF with us. Rahul Dutta. Rashida Bangla. Some big names. Element Khan. Just plenty of banter about this Game 5. Crowd just loving what the Hoodinga boys are doing. Big swing. Tough call from the umpire, but probably the right one. It did swing before it got to that popping crease. I think that's the right call. So Dave's asking on the chat, what is the highest power play run rate? Maybe that's one that we can pose to Mr. Maximo when he gets back on deck tomorrow. For all the big Maximo fans, he's trotting around Stockholm at the moment, enjoying his day off while we're out here in the sunshine at the Master Cricket Ground. As the ball's just pushed to the offside and Iqbal runs through for a single off his first legitimate delivery that he's faced. 1 ball still to go in this over. Hoodinga on a mighty 62 for 2 at the moment and haven't quite finished the power play. Good ball. Finds that block hole for Ahmed. Have to account for the fact that he's always moving forward. And Hoodinga moving forward. Wouldn't say it's a procession to victory, but they've started well. 62 for 2 off the power play overs. Extraordinary hitting to start with, going at almost 21 runs per over, including that massive 26 run over from Farouk, although he did take 2 wickets in it, so they'd almost swapped that to have 2 of the hitters back in the pavilion, but need to capitalise it. They've brought in Rizvi Hock, all his interesting little spinners. Tends to give the ball quite a lot of flight, a little bit rolling the fingers over it to create some leg spin movement. Bit of air, lands it on a good length though, swung across the line. Somewhat unfortunate, it wasn't a bad piece of bowling from Hock at all. They've only got the 2 fielders on the leg side. These batters and the speed that Hock bowls, almost feel that Stockholm Tigers have to go against type and push that 3rd deep fielder on the leg side. It's just too easy for batters of this quality to step across and drag him to leg. Nice ball from Hock. Pushes that one through, wide of off stump. That one's on the stumps. Slapped, really good catch. That's an outstanding grab. Had to come forward. The ball was travelling at a fair speed. Flied it up from Rizvi Hawk. Nasir Iqbal swings it to the leg side. They got a decent piece of it. The ball was travelling at pretty fair speed. But as it is, he's now the third wicket to go down. It's a nice piece of bowling from Hawk. Just enough flight to beat him in the air. And a great catch from Sajjad Hossain. Made good ground coming in from the deep mid-wicket position. Took it down low. And as I said, that ball was travelling at quite some speed. Very good bit of fielding. So Hawk picks up a wicket. 1 for 4 off 3. Slows that one right down. Samuel Rahmani in a little bit earlier than he tends to be. Usually they like to see him coming in maybe the 6th over, 7th over. He's coming in the 4th. And so Hoodinger's in some trouble, but another wicket here can make things very interesting. Ahmed's going along at a rate of knots, 30 off 9, but if Hawk can extract him. They've got the 3 fielders on the leg side for the left-hander. Everyone very forward of the wicket. Floats it up. Big swing. Oh, unlucky. It was a good effort. I think Subba down there at deep mid-wicket. Went a little bit squarer than he tends to because he knows he's got the 3 fielders to deal with straight on the leg side. Such a strong hitter. Even when he mistimes the ball slightly, it still goes so quickly across the turf. Floats the ball up a little bit quick. It's just so hard to pick his change of pace. Another nice over from Hawk. 1 for 9 off it. Hoodinger, 71 for 3, 4 overs down. Ahmed 34 off 11. Rahmani's just come to the crease and he's 1 off 1. Decisions for the skipper. Looks like Sajjad Hossain, who took a very good catch. The last over has been given the responsibility with the ball. The bowler bad couple of overs this morning. A little bit leg side at times. Bowls with reasonable pace. Floats it up. Oh, well played in the end. Rahmani just opens the face of the bat and it flies off. Almost block hole ball. Unfortunately, the fielder there, Ashraful Alam at point. Looks like he copped a bit of a shady bounce. Short ball, heaved to the leg side. That's pretty bread and butter stuff from someone like Rahmani. So not enough bounce to really concern him. Hit freely through the ball. Nicely done. So it goes wide. Swung down the ground, 2 fielders converging. Ahmed Kausa picks it up from long on. They're a good athletic side, the Stockholm Tigers. Very energetic in the field. Taking their catches for the most part. With a lot of enthusiasm by Farouk Ahmed. Good ball from Sabir. Or I should say Hossain. Gets it up in the block hole. Very much the Sajjad Ahmed block hole. He's taking 2 or 3 steps down the ground or down the pitch. Got to aim to jam him where he meets the ball. Not a bad ball again. Hit hard, but only for a single. Trying to restrict his boundaries as much as feasible. Just poked away on the offside for an easy single. Not a bad over from Holson. Even when he went for 4, wasn't bad bowling. End of the over. And Hudinga, 84 for 3, halfway through their innings. Have a look at the upcoming events. Another week for us here in Sweden. Fabulous time to be here in Stockholm. So we'll be with you for the end of this European Cricket Series event. Friday, and then you've got the internationals coming up on Saturday and Sunday. And then off to Romania, big Eastern European swim, ECN Bulgaria T20 internationals. And then a dual ECS, ECI event in Hungary for a pair of weeks. Should be great to be out in Budapest. I'm not sure we'll see better hitting than we've seen out here in Stockholm. Romani just somewhat of a short arm jab. Rizvi Hawk, he's landed probably in the one place he really didn't want to. See what he returns with. He's got such a good change of pace for the most part. Might give this some air and just try to get it to drop. Especially Romani, he plays a little bit across the line. Certainly does give it some air. It's in the slot. Farouk Ahmed, though, comes around. Must have missed that there was a free hit on that occasion. Well taken by Farouk. Air outside off stump. Drilled by Ahmed Korsakops. A little bit of a tricky bounce just as the ball arrived to him, but got his whole body behind it. It's a good piece of fielding. Just I'd love for Hock to remove one of these big hitters before he finishes his spell. Only 2 fielders. Well, 2 fielders pretty straight. One at long on, one at cow. Another one behind square on the leg side. Tries to sweep the ball underneath edge. Has it taken his foot and then popped up to the keeper? Certainly that is what the wicket keeper thinks has happened. Dorman, see the replay. Does sweep. I think that's out. Ball has popped up off the bottom of his foot. See, this is a great angle to see from side on. Yep. Underneath edge onto his pad and safely taken by the keeper. So the assumption the right message gets through, that should be out, and the finger goes up. Great bit of work from the keeper. Nice piece of bowling too from Hock, juicing the sweep, which is not something we see from Romani that often. Well bowled from him. 3rd wicket down, Hudinga. They've got 3 of their 4 big hitters back in the pavilion now. It's essentially left with Saeed Ahmed. Certainly there's others in this team who can bat very, very solidly. But in terms of the guys who might take this into an unreachable total, most of them are back. They can just get Ahmed's wicket. It will make it very interesting indeed. Farad Momand coming out to replace Romani. One of the few times Romani's failed in this tournament. Speared in. Good bit of bowling from Hock. Much, much quicker ball. Tigers are into this game. They certainly don't think this is a foregone conclusion by any stretch. Rizvi Hock is a really good T10 bowler. Just his ability to change up the length, swung across to mid-wicket. Hosson actually does pretty well in the end. He did attack the catch, which is good to see. Ball skidded off the turf, but he's got the body behind it and saved it from going for a boundary. A lot of applause coming from his teammates. It's good work. Tries to float it across Ahmed. Almost feels like he beat him in flight for a moment there, but has swung it a good 70-something metres over the leg side. Such a sweet striker of the ball. That's the end of the over. Hurdinger with an even 100, 6 overs down. Looks like they're going to turn back to Hossein to bowl this next over. Quick look at the batting scorecard. As I said, a lot of their big hitters are gone. Tariq Zuvak's still there, but he's not likely to do the same sort of damage that a Zazai or a Romani will do. Ultimately, their big goal is to get rid of Saeed Ahmed as quickly as they can and hope that they can control the remainder of the lineup. Short ball, and that's been swung very hard. So Rahman showing he is no slouch with the bat. Pretty ordinary ball though. Pace bowler, not particularly tall, then you've got to get the ball up. You cannot afford to bowl half trackers. It's absolutely punished by Mamand. That's a better length. Dragged across. In between the two fielders. Much better ball though from Hossein. It's far close to the length he's got to find. Mamand puts the big left foot out to mid-wicket. Bat follows suit. Not particularly well timed. It finds the boundary nonetheless. Good start to this over from Hurdinger. 2 boundaries in the first couple of balls. In the slot, popped up. Oh, difficult catch. The ball just dropped on Kaiser Azad as it came in from long off. Very difficult because the balls have tended to carry to the boundary. You don't want to overcommit. Rahman got inside out with that shot. Ball really didn't go anywhere. Tough catch. Hossein beats Saeed outside off stump. Nice piece of bowling, a little bit of nibble away. Coming around the wicket. Ball just seemed to balloon off the pitch a touch. All ball in the block hole, well bowled. So 1 ball to go in this 7th. Hossein's come back well after a couple of early strikes. Ball's in the slot. Ball's gone high. Hawks trying to track it down, but unfortunately for the Tigers, it's carried the boundary. And Mamand, he stepped up and launched a few in this over. He goes up to 18 off 6. I was saying he goes for 31 off his 2 overs. And Hurdinger 118 for 4. Sorry, 116 for 4. So that must have been a 4 off the last ball. Ahmed 43 off 17. Mamand's up to 16 off 6. So 18 balls to go. It's a really dangerous time while Ahmed's still there. Mamand's showing he's no slouch with the bat either. And it's gone very high and very handsome off the bat of Saeed Ahmed. Super strike. Takes him along to 49 off only 18 balls. Just look at that for a clean swing of the bat. Big, big shot. Lovely way to welcome Hasnain Sabit to the wicket. Goes wide. Fortunately too wide, and certainly wide of the fielder, and Saeed Ahmed racks up yet another 50. It's taken him 19 balls today, so slightly sluggish by his standards, but he continues to cut a swathe through the bowling lineups at this ECS Sweden event. Starting to look a little bit dangerous for the Tigers now. Oh, takes a step, hits it very, very high. Two fielders coming around. It's only just carried them. Lay call from Corsa. Thought he was in with an opportunity maybe if the breeze was just blowing a little bit harder back into the field. That might have held in, but Ahmed, even when he mishits the ball, he's got a chance to carry that boundary. Sabe, he's gone for 16 off his first 3 balls. Not a very hospitable welcome whatsoever. Oh, that's gone so far. It's not funny. What a beautiful shot. Saeed Ahmed unleashing fury in this over, and Sabir has gone 6-4, 6-6. Currently carrying figures of none for 22 off 4 balls. And this might be the over that destroys this Stockholm Tigers bowling unit. Good ball. Finally finds the block hole. Doesn't allow Ahmed to get underneath it. Brings Momand on to strike, so Xavier moving back to bowling over the wicket to the right-hander. Pretty much just a free swing here for Farhad Momand. Be happy to get Saeed Ahmed onto strike back for the start of the 9th over. Big swing out to the offside, carries the boundary. Another fantastic shot. That over goes magical, 29 off it. And poor Hasnain Sabeh, he's been absolutely obliterated by the Hoodinga bats. They end up 145 for 4, still 2 overs to go. And what looked like a pretty decent bowling performance from the Tigers has just started to get out of control. We'll look at the over by over analysis. There's obviously been loads of boundaries all around, but after the wicket that came partway through the 6th over, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 boundaries, most of them maximos. Last 2 overs have gone for 16 and 29. Farouk Ahmed might be regretting not bringing himself on a little bit earlier. He's got to deal with a rampaging Saeed Ahmed. He's on Route 66 at the moment and has no intention of slowing down. Couple steps down the track. Farouk gets that ball to pop off the pitch. A red dot ball. Only been 3 of them in the last 4 overs. That's good bowling from Farouk, showing his experience. Change up, coming wide from around the wicket. The ball's past the off stump, around a foot wide from it. It's nice bowling. Said quite often, a lot of bowling in T10 is just focusing on what the batter does not want to receive or least wants to receive. Farouk showing some experience here. He's reverted back to his medium pace again. Full ball up in the block hole, very well bowled. Just showing some experience here, Farouk Ahmed. It's intriguing that it's taken him so long to revert back to his medium pace. It's pretty effective from where we're sitting. That one's wide. Desperately trying to keep it out of the power hitting zone of Maman. He loves to go over mid-wicket. Just try to force him to hit over that offside. He's got deep fielders at deep cover. And then very straight long on and a wide long on. was in the slot to be taken over cover, but managed to get it a little bit fuller. Excellent over here from Ahmed. Only gone for 3 so far in the context of this innings. That is a very, very good over. 2 balls to go. Forces Ahmed to hit wide. Strokes it down to long off, who's standing quite wide. And Corsa down there. So Ahmed's managed to get through this without a single boundary in this over to date. Managed to even get Ahmed off strike. Big swing across the line from Ahmed. Hock's going to have to go through quickly. Oh, that's so frustrating. Hock got half a hand to it. Didn't control the ball. Deflected it as a result of his misdirection. Fortunately, it's messed up. Corsa coming through. Valiant effort to try to stop it. Disappointing over, entered the over, but a great one from Farouk Ahmed in the circumstances. Only goes for 8. But then got 153 for 4, so still 6 balls to go. And bringing Corsa on to finish off, as they've done a couple of times in the tournament to date. Handy bowler for these later stages. Very hard to go back to Hasnain after he went for 29 in the previous over. Corsa coming into bowl. Can he limit the damage? Oh, full ball. Ahmed, probably not the way to do it. It's unlucky. Rorazard's come out to try to stop this at long off. It shows how hard this surface is. A little bit of a blooped ball from Zaid Ahmed, and it's jumped over the top of his head. Full toss from Corsa, probably not part of the plan to begin with. It's just struck out to cover. It's just the one. Not bad bowling from Corsa here. Well, he's gone for the Mancad. Umpire signal he's outside Ahmed, as he tends to do when he's at the batting crease. Takes a bit of a walk. This occasion, just not even concentrating. Just wanders aimlessly out of his crease. Well, that's one way to get rid of a big hitter. It's not great stuff from Ahmed. Well within his rights to take the Mancade. We've seen a few of them this week. Well executed. Of course, it comes in wide ball. That's what I've stumped. It's pretty well bowled. Been a good over from Corsa so far. Managed to get rid of the big hitting Ahmed, courtesy of a Mancad. Back Pavese. Now on strike. Makes a big swing. That's good ball. Just inside the wide line. Oh, they're just keeping themselves in the game. The Tigers, they've got some hitters of their own. And 159 at the moment. Still a big score, but they're not without hope. Oh, of course, has executed a second Mancad, and he sends Mamand packing. Well, you think you'd learn once one partner goes. Once again, just slightly absent-minded stuff. He's not even really taking an attempt at a huge advantage there, but just drifts out of his crease. It's a lack of concentration, to be honest. I haven't happened only probably one ball since his partner Saeed was done in the same way. It's really ordinary game management. Good thing though, I haven't seen players for the most part complaining about being Mancaded during the course of this tournament. have to accept that it's part of the game, particularly in a form of the game where everyone's trying to get every inch possible, trying to push singles and twos to get the right person on strike. So just getting some assistance with his pads. Derek Zubak, I'm not sure he was expecting to be in the batting game in this 10th over, but those couple of man-cads have done the job. Corsa just spears it down the leg side, hits the pad, but it's not going to be a successful LBW appeal. So final ball of the innings, Corsa on the stumps, big swipe from Tariq, just a single, he strolls through. And that's the end of a not bad finish, to be honest, from the Tigers. Those last 2 overs only costing them 8 and then 9. So in the context of a pretty big total of 161, at least left themselves in with a big, better than passable chance of getting close to this score. Goodinga still be favourites by a long way, particularly with their bowling attack, but could have had someone back early as the keeper just wandered around aimlessly, lost the ball in the sun, but fortunately Farouk, he still sent Zubak packing just a couple of balls later. He was sent to all corners of the ground though, as his next few balls were smashed. Then he decided to change. Ditched the spin, went medium pace and went straight through Zazai. He was furious with himself. Saeed Ahmed, he was in tremendous hitting form today, ended up 73 of 28. Romani, he knows how to stroke a ball as well, but fortunately for him, after a couple of lusty blows, couldn't finish the job. Tried to sweep Farouk and tried to sweep Hawk. A nice catch from the keeper, reacting to an underneath edge coming off the pad. Didn't stop Saeed Ahmed though. He was in pure striking form. Almost like a day at the driving range for him. Just Maximo after Maximo after Maximo. This was a little bit of comedy. They tried hard in the field, the Stockholm Tigers. Of course, got his own back though. A couple of man-cads in that last over. And a nice finish from them, single-figure overs for the last 2. So at the very least, they've kept that putting batting line up to 161. It was looking like it was going to be so much more at one stage. But to be honest, outside of Ahmed and the start of Zazai, they've actually done a pretty decent job managing that powerful batting lineup. Mavand, he gave them a nice boost at the end with 28 off 10 before he was victim of the course of Mancad. And in the end, it's not a bad bowling performance. Alarm was a little bit disappointing at the top. Farouk was very, very variable. He started off with his off spin, took the wicket of Zubac, so then ended up reverting to medium pace, got a wicket first ball. Rizvi Hawk, 2 for 25. It's probably, if anything, actually the pick of the bowlers. Of course, they did a good job at the end of the innings. And that leaves them with a total target of 162 to chase in their 10 overs. Difficult one, but they got some fire in their bats and they've already had a win this morning earlier today. So they will be fighting hard and will give this a real shake. We'll be back here on the European Cricket Network in a couple of minutes with the second innings of this game. It's Andrew Ryan here to take you through final stages of today's play from the Muster Cricket Ground here in Stockholm. It's match 35 on day 7 of ECS Sweden 2023. Please join us for the conclusion of this game in a few minutes.
The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, FanCode, and Grizzly Bear Sports.
European cricket fans, welcome back to the Mustard Cricket Club here in Stockholm for the final time today. It is the Stockholm Tigers trying to chase the big target set for them by the Hoodinga Cricket Club. They reached 161 for 6, largely through the efforts of Saeed Ahmed, who hit 73 off only 28 balls. Continuing his week of elite ball striking down here in Stockholm. There's another left-hander, though, who can inflict plenty of damage of his own. Farouk Ahmed, he bowled a couple of good overs as well earlier in the game. Did his best to ensure that it's at least a possible chase here for the Stockholm Tigers. Up against a very good bowling lineup, so it won't be easy. I'm sure they'll be giving it their all, though. And looks like a little bit of a change. Ahmed Safar coming in with his left arm around the wicket for the first over of the game rather than Iqbal. Well, he comes up with a terrible first delivery. Full toss down the leg side. He got hammered in his last over as well. Mars completely lost control of that one. Hammered away by Farouk Ahmed, so he gets started with a fairly generous beginning. Class batter. He's got shots all around the wicket. Ahmed, nice timer. The cricket ball. Looks like he's moving to bowl over the wicket now after that fairly unsuccessful first delivery. Short ball. Farouk launches it over the leg side boundary, so double maximums to start off. Just slightly awkward position there. Not completely off the meat of the bat, but did enough to take it over deep mid-wicket. Stockholm racing away to 12 off the first 2 balls. Decent length ball, big swing away, but he's managed to send it straight down the throat of the fielder. I think that's Momand over there at deep mid-wicket. And after that initial flurry, Farouk Ahmed has somehow managed to find the singular fielder out in the boundary on that side, and a nice catch from Momand. That ball was travelling at some reasonable pace. So the move to bowl Zafar worked, sort of. 1 for 12. His figures at the moment, still 3 balls to go. Rizvi Hock comes to the crease. Been their most consistent batter across the tournament. Need to go at a fairly rapid rate here. Required run rate 16 and over. Zafar moving back around the wicket now that Hock has come to the crease. Game taking a little bit of time to get underway as Hock gets himself set. Wide outside off stump, tried to heave it down the ground. He's only succeeded in going first ball straight down the throat of Ahmed. Well, this is the trouble for the Tigers with total of this magnitude. They've had to attack. Zafar looks like he's put in the wrist spinner. It's just dropped on Hock. And for the first time probably all tournament, he's unsuccessful. In fact, goes first ball, and Mohammad Zafar, after a terrible start, he's ended up on a hat trick. So all happening in the first over here. Master Cricket Club, Stockholm Tigers, 6-6, wicket, wicket. I suspect this is Kaiser Azad who's coming out to bat. So there's Zafar. It looks like they're bringing Tariq Ahmed inside the circle now. So 2 fielders in the deep, out at deep mid-wicket and long on. Anyway, pressure's around the wicket. Hat-trick ball. Just gets some bat on that. Was a pretty decent ball from Zafar. That moved outside the off stump. It's like the bat just turned in his hands as he slightly mistimed. He manages to survive the hat-trick ball. Tigers now 13 for 2, 1 ball left in the over. Short ball just pushed away. This first ball that Causer has faced. It's a pretty good start if you are Hidinga, especially given they were 12 for no wicket after 2 balls. 80 matches since a golden ball. My sniff test suggests this will probably not be it. It look like they're going to distribute the overs around a little bit. So Yassine Khan, the young man who was so successful the other day, big batch of wickets with him. So, just good to know. Yassine Khan has he's taking the ball here, but he's on the field with his dad, Buck Pervez. That's excellent to see. Oh, tell you what, doesn't he do Dad proud with that opening delivery? Young man striding in. We know he can hit a good line and length. Azad tries to push down the crease. Yassine Khan surprises him with a little bit of extra pace and bounce. One's a little bit wider, but tails away. So 2 dots to start. Feels like Azad has lost his way. The batting crease in this tournament, he started all guns blazing. It just feels like there's too many parts of the body moving. Just needs to be stable at the crease. Tries the old Saeed Ahmed of walking towards the ball. Frustrated with himself because he knows that should have gone through the cover region rather than dragging it to leg side. Good start from Yassine. Only 1 off the over. Dad standing at extra cover. He's pretty pleased what he's seeing. Short ball. Somehow, of course, has managed to drag that to the leg side. It's almost wide outside the off. Needs to settle himself, get back on a good line and length. Kajazad batting foot outside of his crease. That one is wide. Just letting his action deteriorate a little bit in the back end of this over. He's a young man though. He's got pretty good mechanics. He looks like a good athlete. A lot to like about the way he goes about his cricket. He's just dragged it wide again. Just got his action falling away a little bit at the moment. Let's just get the front arm holding up a little bit more. You can see that right arm is just pulling across, following the front arm, which is dragging down. That one's another wide. Bit of frustration creeping into his over. May need some words of fatherly encouragement. That's a better looking technique there. Well bowled. Just dragged across for a single, so there's no harm done, frankly, from those couple of wides. Nice moment there. Dad collecting the ball, giving a smile to his young man. Well, that ball's gone high. Thought Dad might be under it, actually. And it's well caught. The arms go up in celebration. The archer comes out from Yassine Khan. What a lovely moment. And great for him to take a wicket with his old man on the field, sharing it with him. I thought they might actually be paired together for the wicket, but no, as it is, ball went out more to point cover type region. And that's yet another wicket for Yassine Khan to add to his bag over the course of this tournament. And Sami Rahmani takes a pretty good catch. That ball was in the air for a while. Kaiser Azad 2 off 5. Didn't look comfortable at the crease at all. Putting it at the moment, look like they're going to rack up yet another win. So if they take this game, they will move to 7-2. And very much put themselves in the box seat to play semi-finals as Zafar whipped around almost behind himself. That's quite an incredible shot from Corsa. See, this moves around a leg, flicks the back leg up, almost Kevin Peterson style. He's been joined at the crease by Suba Rakshit. Zafar, he's got 2 wickets, been expensive. Remember, he went for a pair of maximums. First couple of balls. Short ball. Geez, Corsa would have looked to pump that. Maybe just a bit too wide for him. Tough one for the left armour coming around the wicket. So easy to drag it down the leg side. It's a better location, even a little bit of nibble away from the right-hander. That's almost unplayable, that delivery. Left armour angling in. Scores a 6 off 5. Usually scores at a more rapid rate. Takes a big step down the track and launches Zafar over cow corner. Big Mo across the line, but he's hit it sweetly. Beautiful cricket shot. So Corsa, he motors along to 12 off 6. Another big swing. Far probably beat him with the length for a moment, but heaved over the leg side. Oh, Corsa, he's not going to go down without a fight. A pair of Maximos takes the score up to 37 for 3. Still 2 balls left in this over. Oh, tell you what, Zafar, dicey length, angling into the hip. Of course, will be fairly disappointed that he hasn't put that ball away. So it brings Rakshit on strike for his first ball. Way outside off stump, but stays inside the wide line. Difficult one to deal with, particularly as a new bat. So that's the end of the power play. Stockholm Tigers, 38 for 3. Most of the damage has been done by Ahmed Corsa, although Farouk Ahmed started with a bang, 12 off 3. Fortunately found Mamad on the boundary. 3rd ball of the innings. So interesting start from Zafar. 2 wickets, goes for 30 runs. Does mean we get to see young Yassine Khan again. Getting a little bit of instruction from Dad as to his field placings. Pretty good first over from the young man. A few wides, but I think he's a 1 for 7. Bowling in the power play. That's a pretty good result. Much better line and length from him. Beats Corsa outside off stump, trying to heave that ball over to the mid-wicket boundary. Nice stuff from Yassine. Really does, when he gets that front arm up, really does look to have good action. Just can't get lazy with that part of the bowling action. Catch goes up, Yassine's pursuing it himself, then he just backs off. Well, someone needed to call him to take charge. It's a wicket that goes begging. Maybe a little bit disappointed himself. He was pursuing it early. It's a bit of a fielding change. Looks like Maman being switched over to that deep backward square fielding spot. Speared down the leg side. Call wide. They'll drop through for the extra as well. Brings Corsa to the crease. Big swing. Nice movement off the deck for Yassine. Seem to be able to hit the seam on the odd occasion and get some appreciable sideways movement on this pitch. Good ball, another great length. Oh, it's unlucky. It's beaten the bat. Just a big, thick outside edge. Corsa trying to heave him over the leg side. Excellent line and length, well bowled. The ball does go flying to the boundary for boundary 4. Well, the Tigers still requiring 118 off 38 balls. It's a difficult equation, 18 per over needed. So big swing from Ahmed Corsa. Ball flying to the boundary. Unlucky for the bowler. It's a nice piece of bowling from him. He hits that line and length. As we said, he gets a little bit of movement. They just need an adjustment in the score here because the score has Rakshit on strike. He's actually at the non-striker's end at the moment. Might just be a brief delay while that's brought up to speed. Looking around the field, outfielders, 3 on the leg side. On a deep backward square, that's Maman who they just moved over there. Also deep in wickets, Saeed Ahmed here at long on. Still waiting for an adjustment. Dad gesticulating. He just wants to get his young man back to the bowling crease. Doesn't want to ruin his momentum. So just a little bit of a reset. Tigers, very difficult chase for them, particularly with the loss of a few of those early wickets. Based on the current score, 118 required from 38. So a fairly uphill task. And after a brief delay, we're back on. Khan resuming hostilities with Corsa. 4 ball down the leg side. That's a gimme ball for a batter of that quality. Swung around. Needed a fielder at the 45 to have any chance of cutting that off. Not a great ball. Corsa racing along to 27. Stockholm Tigers, 113 needed off 37 balls. So that run rate's still 18 per over. Well, it's not getting any easier for them. Good ball in the block hole from Khan. Of course, just drags it around to mid-wicket. Zazai fires the throw in. And that's the end of the over. Pretty good spell from the young man. 1 wicket for 18. Stockholm Tigers, 49 for 3. So 36 balls left in this contest. The Tigers still requiring 113. Good opportunity for us to go to the YouTube chat. Great to have so many folks in there. Looks like there's a question for Rhino somewhere along the lines. If anyone wants to repeat that with a hashtag Ask Rhino, they're welcome to do so. We'll do our best to keep up with the chat to finish off the day. Remand, he picks up a wicket, first ball. Just seems to extract mistimed shots with his canny batch of spearing in Yorkers and off-speed balls. That's well taken by Zazai. Doesn't really matter how hard you hit the ball at him. He couldn't care less. Those big hands, safe as anything. That brings Manan to the crease to join Rakshit. The Tigers now 50 for 4, and this chase is certainly getting away from them. Good start from Manan, though. He's been a wicket taker in this tournament. With a great 10th over in their previous game. Going back in the YouTube chat, some interesting questions, particularly around the man-cads. There's certainly no limitation to how many man-cads you can attempt during a game or even consecutively, as the ball's just pushed away to cover, despite the athletic effort of the cover fielder. No chance to take the catch. Yes, the one thing the fielding team always needs to take account of, though, is that they do have a timer, and if you're continually attempting man-cads, you will probably come under a bit of a squeeze when it comes to those getting the overs done in time. So it's something that has to be kept in mind. Ahmad dragged to the leg side. Oh, that's an easy one to take. This game is slowly petering out. It's very likely to be another win for Hudinga. An opportunity for them to continue to get some variety at the bowling crease, give guys like Maman the opportunity to get some more overs in. Full ball on the offside. Wow, I think that's a run out. Maman sticks his hand out. Unluckily for Rakshit, he's had probably the worst luck possible as a non-striker. Just a gentle prod back down. Maman almost misfields it. A little bit of a tickle on the fingers, and Rakshit cannot believe that he's walking back to the pavilion. Incredible misfortune for him. Maman, as everything he's touching is turned to gold. And Rakshit, well, there's a few words that I'm sure he can use to describe his misfortune on that occasion as Zabab comes to the crease, batting number 7. So, just turning to the chat, questions are plenty now. So just confirming the father of Yassine Khan definitely is Bak Pervez. Very, very happy dad when he took his first wicket today. So that leaves Hudinga well in control of this match at the end of the 5th over. Having a quick look forward to the schedule for ECC, the European Cricket Championship, basically the Euros of cricket. Some big groups in there. I particularly like the look of the one that Sweden's in. Italy, we've seen plenty of players across the ECS for the last couple of years, so they're experts at the T10 competition. Denmark, a country with a lot of history. One of the true pioneers of continental cricket, and obviously the Swedes in there as well. Ooh, big appeal. Finger goes up. Well, well, well. What a start Kamra Mamand. We've seen Farhad Mamand come up and take a couple of scalps in the tournament so far, but that's a surprising one. A little bit of air from Cameron. Gets it on the money though, and the finger goes up. And it looks like Bub, unfortunately, has been done first ball. And he is taking his time to walk off. Did not particularly enjoy getting gunned. Oh, what a moment for Cameron Mamand. Wicket with his first ball in the tournament. A little bit wider with that one. No chance of an LBW, but Rani Gupta has come out as the number 8 batter. Look at Abab, he's still furious that he's been gunned out first ball. The bowling of Mamand. Sure his teammates will send him a clip of that one as Mamand just in swinger, not working on that occasion. Just rolling down the leg side. That one's a little bit of a change of direction. Fortunately, that's also wide. So Mamand, bit of experimental bowling approach here. He's got that one on target. He's gone up for the appeal. Big appeal too. That didn't look like it was missing by very much. He almost had his second LBW of the over. Landed on a sixpence. Gee, that's close. Certainly hit in front. Umpire may have just thought it was drifting down the leg side. Didn't look like height was an issue. Tremendous bowling from Mamand. Well, he's sending some variety down. On this occasion, that's probably not encapsulating the greatest 5 seconds of ECS cricket. Ball way down the leg side, heave to backward square, and a misfield on the boundary. Somewhat ruins Mamand's figures. Great moment for him though. As I think there's a bit of wondering whether or not this is a free hit no ball, and it has been called on review, so a chance for the Tigers to go nuts. Well, they don't take it. Big swing across the line, and Mamand with the change of pace manages to get through the free hit. Mamand swings it around to the leg side. No fielders down there, backward of square. So another boundary of the bowling of Mamand. He's still probably furious about not getting that LBW call earlier in the over. Mamand takes his total up to 9 off 7. The equation is not in favour of the Tigers at the moment. 96 required off 26. They have come up, not for the first time on a scoreboard today. Devils number 666. Well, it's certainly intriguing over here from Mamand. Gets that one on the right length. Tucking the batsman up. See if he can get through this over. Goes down the leg side. Mamand tries to sweep him. It's called wide, and they will go through for the extra run. Trying to hustle through his over. Trying to rush the batters if possible. The outswinger doesn't work. Can't see he hasn't tried a bit of variety in this over. On for 17 so far. Bit of flight, swung away to the leg side, and that's a Maximo. Gupta, first ball, belts one over the fence. And that ends an interesting first over from Kamra Mamand. He goes for 23. And the Stockholm Tigers 75 for 6. There's still 4 overs remaining. And it looks like we have Buck Pervez coming to the bowling crease. Well, we've had one part of the family already get through a couple of overs in form of Yassine Khan. Now, possibly the first time in a while we've had a father-son combination at the bowling crease in ECS cricket. Lands it on a good spot, just pushed away to covers. And Manar will take the easy single. It was a little bit short, but it pops off the pitch. It's a dot ball. There's been many family battles in the home between Yassine and Buck over the years. Drops it on a length, extracts a false shot. Oh, not backed up by his fielder, but it won't cost them. They'll just go through for the one, and good recovery, firing down the stumps. He's trying to use the available facilities, a little bit of a breeze. Trying to give the ball some air. See if he can draw Gupta down the track. It's just fixing the stumps. So Pervez halfway through his over. It's been a pretty tight one so far. Only 2 runs. Gives us some air wide of off stump, and it is called wide. That one floated nicely, swung across, straight down the throat of Saeed Ahmed. And the hands go up from Buck Pervez, celebrating his first wicket in ECS cricket for this year. Nicely flighted, just dropped on the batter. Manan tried to swing him over long on. Can only help but find the gravitational force of Saeed Ahmed and takes a solid catch. Those big hands aren't putting anything down. So the Stockholm Tigers, they lose yet another wicket. I have to say, the intensity has gone out of this contest somewhat. Great for Pervez to have his first wicket, though. That's 7 wickets down for the Stockholm Tigers. Brings Hasnain Sabit to the crease. He got pumped when he was bowling earlier. Well. Pervez extracts a bit of a revenge for Corsa. I think, has this been given not out because he's continued his action? It certainly has. Good call from the umpire. You know, these players need to have a read up of the man-cad rule. Bowled on a length and just drops. Nice piece of bowling from Pervez. Zazai, as he always does, fires in a throw at 100 miles an hour. So Zabi manages to create a single for his first ball. Short, wide, and hit straight down the throat of Ramadi. Well, this has been an ingenious change of bowler for Hurdinger. 2 wickets for Pervez. He's got 2 for 4, some of the best bowling figures in the tournament so far. Good catch from Ramani. That was hit quite hard, got to him quite low, but like Saeed Ahmed, he's got a big pair of hands and very, very solid in the outfield. So that means 79 for 8. Stockholm Tigers. So 3 overs to go. 2 wickets left in the hatch. Just a note for those of you tuning into the coverage or looking to tune into the coverage tomorrow, as we just have Mamand coming through. Nice ball outside off stump. It's actually jumped and taken Zuvak in the shoulder. Bit of elevation coming off the pitch. So a bit of news coming out of ECN headquarters that due to unforeseen circumstances, Seaside Cricket Club has now withdrawn from this European Cricket Series Sweden event. And that takes place with immediate effect, and they will play no further part in this competition. So Mamand comes in. So I'm sure there'll be more news on that. And just to note, to check the ECN website just for start times tomorrow to see if there's any consequential impacts on game scheduling as a result. So back to the live contest. Tigers. Oh, Mamand's pitch has suddenly become lively. Gotten two of them to pop. I'm not sure if I was Zubak, I'd be taking the helmet off, keeping up to Mamand. He's causing all sorts of drama on this deck. Oh, he's managed to once again get some pop off a good length. Big swing across the line from Alarm. He's finally made contact and just enough of a thick outside edge to take it past the outstretched glove of Zubak behind the stumps. And that's a pretty good over so far from Mamand. He's been so effective. You watch him from behind and it's a little bit of an unusual action. But it's been very effective. Just his change of pace, his ability to get some pop from the pitch from time to time. Well, inside edge, flying down to fine leg. Well, Yassine Khan, an athletic stop down there. Difficult position to field when you've got the ball flying off the edges. Well done. Shown some athleticism in the field, Yassine. Very promising young player. Oh, it's gone through, and despite the best dive of Yassine, spies. Oh, Mamand almost takes out his leg stump. Big swing from Sabir. As it is, it ends up adding 4 to the total. And Stockholm Tigers now 89 for 8. They require 73 and 12 balls. Ultimately, this was always a hard chase for them, but losing some early wickets certainly did not help. Pavey's on for his second over. Big appeal. Probably not the most persuasive one. Always heading down leg side. Alam getting himself in a little bit of a tangle, trying to play a pull shot. Wow, the big appeal, and that's plumb. Well bowled from Pavey. He's dropped it on a length. He's bowled pretty well. And that is his 3rd wicket. He's now got figures of 3 for 4. Strikes Alarm very deep in his crease. It's a pretty easy decision from the umpire as long as there wasn't an inside edge on the ball. And the Tigers, they've lost their 9th wicket, 89 runs on the board. Yeah, look at the replay, easy decision. Pavey's just got it on a string. You could end up with a 4-for here. Another one aimed at the pads. Creatively swung around by Olsen, and he's managed to find the boundary. Good shot. Still plenty of chatter going around the wicket. Somewhat destroyed Buck Pavey's bowling figures with that shot. 3 for 8. Plenty of air. Big swing across the line. Ahmed off the boundary quickly, but not even he could get there in time for the catch. Arson moves to 5 off 2. Straight through him, and Pavey completes a fourfer. Knocks over the stunts of Sabir. Gives everyone a reminder that know how good Yassine Khan is. And isn't that a great sight seeing Dad and son embrace after a 4-wicket haul for Dad? Just showing that it's not all about the young bucks. Experience still counts for something. And that's a pretty comprehensive win to Hudinga. They take down the Stockholm Tigers by 67 runs. And, well, there was an inspirational last few overs for us, getting to go through some of the less likely bowlers. It's a great start from the Tigers. First 2 balls of the innings launched for 6 by Farouk, but unfortunately the third one straight down the throat of the fielder at deep mid-wicket. Another one ended up down the throat of Saeed Ahmed. Yassine Khan, he's a wicket taker, and particularly when he's got catches like Rahmani there to finish off wickets. Corsa, he tried hard. He's batted well for the Tigers across this tournament. Big swing there. Ball goes flying off the outside edge down to the boundary. Decent shot there, except for the fact that it landed straight in the hands of Zasai Mahmad. Well, he's just leading a charmed life in this tournament. Cameron Mahmad ended up with a wicket first ball, remarkably, and then was hit to all parts as he struggled with his control. Bats Pavay, he's come up with figures of 4 for 9. Remarkable stuff by the experienced campaigner. Dead set, plumb in front, and finishes it off with a clean bowl. So outstanding from him. Should be begging the captain for a more prominent role. Let's see what happens in the future games, but as it is, that is all she wrote for our day's play today. Hudinga, comprehensive win, and they look to just get better and better as this tournament goes on. Have a look at the batting scorecards. Relatively sorry one for the Stockholm Tigers. 28 from 15, Ahmed Corsa at the start of the innings. Abdul Manan, 10 off 10. Farouk Ahmed started well, launching the boundaries off the first 2 balls, but then holed out, and from that time on, it was a bit of a procession as they went through the lower order. 93 for 10, bowled out before the conclusion of the 8th over. And the bowling figures, Zafar went for a few early on, but he also took 2 wickets, 2 for 30 his figures. The star of the show, Bak Pavay's his son, Yassine Khan, took 1 for 18 earlier on, but he nailed 4 for 9. Could have been a 5-for, just ran out of batters. Just carved his way through that lower order, and only 1 over required from Mamand, and a pretty comprehensive win from Hudinga. They end up beating Stockholm by 67 runs. And, well, that's an absolute obliteration. We expected that this would be a Hudinga victory as long as they managed to put a decent score on the board. They love batting first, and they've shown just how effective they can be, and they just have so many power hitters. Couple of early dismissals. Zubak went cheaply today, but Saeed Ahmed hitting a 70-odd. He is just a great striker and certainly one of the most versatile batters that we've seen on the European Cricket Series. So it's been a really interesting day's play. I hope you've enjoyed it. Plenty of action, bit of controversy, few unexpected results, but a few teams also getting themselves back on track in this tournament. But Hudinga showing that along with Albi Zalmi, they are probably the top team of this competition, and with that win, have likely secured themselves a spot in the semi-finals, and it feels like they have the deepest power lineup in this competition. Sure, the Albi Zalmi bowlers will have something to say about that. They'll probably question the quality of attacks that they've faced in these last couple of games. But either way, Hudinga really setting themselves apart from most of the teams in this competition. Apart from that, it's a bit of a logjam. Stockholm sitting reasonably well, and they're likely in pole position to make the finals, but things could still go wrong for them. We still haven't seen Christian start. They come and join us next week and have the full set of 10 games to go through. And there's a few others that essentially have make or break contests coming up. So please check the ECN.cricket website for game times for tomorrow. As I've mentioned, Seaside Cricket Club, they've withdrawn from the competition with immediate effect. So there will have to be a rearrangement of the game schedule moving forward. We'll do our best to keep you up to date with that through the ECN.cricket website. So please do check that so you can tune into the coverage tomorrow and make sure that this absolute feast of T10 cricket here continues. It has been some fantastic hitting throughout the day. This outfield is amazing. Conditions here in Stockholm have been absolutely fantastic. Just wanted to say a big thanks to all the teams that were out here today. The ECN Blue crew have done a great job. Many games for them to get through. The boys have worked tirelessly during the day. Fantastic job from the umpires. They've been on the money the whole way through. Our hosts here at Master Cricket Club and Cricket Sweden, and obviously the absolute gurus at Spring Productions, who continue to bring these phenomenal images to you through the European Cricket Network channel on YouTube and FanCode throughout the Indian subcontinent. From me, Andrew Ryan, it's been a long day flying solo. Thank you to Sam Williams, who joined me in the commentary box for one game. Loving the fact that Mr. Maximo, Vinny Sandhu, is back with us tomorrow. I'm sure he'll be refreshed after making his way through Stockholm Central on a Sunday afternoon. Be great to have you back with us tomorrow, Vinny. Looking forward to that. Should be some fantastic games. Wish you all the best for the end of the day. Andrew Ryan signing off from the European Cricket Network. Please come and join us tomorrow for more ECS action here from Stockholm in Sweden.